my nephew. With that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough? What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're
Nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've had worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine.
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
I have you now. What? You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Right here.
Kokainom.
Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it.
Papa! This belongs in a different galaxy altogether.
May the Force be with us.
Greetings, programs! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars, A New Hope. Not My Star Wars Deep Dive. Part 2. A Jedi, like my father before me. Welcome. Good to see you guys. Another crazy week in Star Wars. Do we expect less? Hope everyone is well. Thank you as always for stopping in. Fade in. Yes, do make sure that when you come here, that you always
fade in.
So what's going on with you guys? Video Man. Video Man is always lurking on this channel.
Maker of Video Man game. Location unknown.
Fade in. Like a rock, yes, Kari. Not sure how to pronounce it. Kari. Thank you for being here. Like a rock. Oh, my biggest fan is here. Look at that. By the way, I know a lot more of you are around. You don't like to show yourselves, but I know you're my fans, so. A Star Wars story featuring Dwayne. Yeah, I don't think he would take the part. Made jokes what spin-offs was going to be made. Yep. Could be good. He has knowledge. Obi-Wan went to him for a reason. That could be interesting too. You know, in the EU, Han, Lando, and Boba Fett were homies. They used to smuggle things together. So that's, of course, you know, EU stuff. But they knew each other in the EU and used to do things together. So very interesting. But Solo was a failure. Yeah. No worries, James. Have a good night. You can always watch the replay. Glad you stopped in. It's not going to happen. Mandalorian Season 3 is not going to happen, so it doesn't really matter. Good to see you, MJ1. Here we go, just in time. Good to see you, Jedi Radic. Hello there, Wes. Nice to see you, brother. Rise of Skywalker crap. Yeah, it's terrible. Washing machine. All right, there you go. Thanks for being here, the Zeke 34. Yeah, I made some changes to the intro. Hope you guys liked it. Preserve classic Star Wars. All other orders rescinded. Disney is indeed expendable. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. Like a rock. Yes, Disney is like a rock. I wonder. I thought I had. I think I do. Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. There you go. Gonna lurk now, starting in Alien Isolation stream. See yes. Okay, cool. Have a great stream. Thanks for stopping in. Carre. I believe Carre is what you're saying is correct. If you would like to, one more time, let me know. Carrie. Well, I'll let him say because creating programs. Glad to see you there, D. Yes, at the Zeke. Okay, so Carrie. Okay. D. Carrie. Gotcha. Thank you for being here. All right. Well, we're going to pick up on A New Hope. Where I left off was right when they got to Obi-Wan's hut, adobe, whatever you want to call it, where he started to kind of explain to Carre. There's the link, buddy. Comes in several colors. Blue, black, gray. A few different colors. You can always fade in. And there's hoodies and other stuff there. There you go. So yeah, Obi-Wan was just beginning to explain to Luke his past, giving him his lightsaber. So I'm going to go to the beginning of that scene so that we can just cover it all and refresh and catch up on all that. And we will get through A New Hope. Just a moment. I appreciate all my new subscribers. Love you all very much. Truly appreciate it. The channel continues to grow. It slowed down a bit. It was getting about 100 a day. Now it's slowed down a little bit, but that's okay. As long as things keep moving, I'm very happy. And at the end of the day, I know that at least most of my subscribers enjoy my stuff. I know that there's a lot of people that like to come on my channel and talk nonsense, which is funny because if you hate my channel so much, why do you keep coming back to my channel? Because you love Not My Star Wars. That's why. And we all know it. But hey, keep increasing the algorithm. People come onto my channel, comment, why is this recommended on my channel? And your commenting is only making YouTube recommend it more. If you don't like my channel, nobody forces you to come here. It's really simple. The more you comment and like or dislike or watch or do anything, the more that YouTube is going to show you me. So have fun with that. It's only helping me. So have fun. Yeah, right now the shop that I use, I can only put stuff on the front of the shirt. In the future, they say that I'll be able to put stuff on the back as well. So there'll be extra stuff I do when that time comes. But for now, it is what it is. Yes, please do. To like normies. Well, that's what this channel does every day, you know. A lot of people just want to be deniers and haters, and that's fine, whatever. People say all kinds of dumb stuff. It's hilarious to me. I just show the facts. If you want to accept them and use them, that's up to you. Makes no difference to me. I continue to tell the facts, and there it is. They will figure it out with time. At this point, anyone that believes in Disney or defends it, it's pretty hilarious to me, but whatever. Disney straight lies to you, and you sit there and gobble it up. Anyways, I work on it every day. Mojo Jojo, good to see you, buddy. Keep clicking the bell. It doesn't notify me at times. That's weird. Do you save? Because when you click the bell, it's going to say confirm or whatever. Are you just clicking the bell, or are you maybe because you're doing it on your phone? One day do it on your laptop. And it's going to, you click the bell. First of all, there's 3 notifications. There's no notifications, some notifications, and all. So you got to click all. And then second, it's going to ask you to confirm below. So maybe do it on your laptop as opposed to your phone. Because on your phone, I think it just bells. So YouTube doesn't make it easy for people anyways. They unsubscribe you. They don't show stuff. So yes. So anyways, just want to say thanks again to my haters. I see you guys all the time in my comments. It's really pretty funny. I don't know, you really think you're going to come on my comments and like make me look bad? You really think that you're going to like make me quit? On the contrary, you only do the opposite. So keep it up. Boo. Alrighty. As usual, I cannot show the movie nor play the audio, or the stream will be taken down, and then we'll have no fun. So I will tell you where I'm at in the film from time to time, with a timestamp. And hello. Hello, hello. Okay. Should be back. Let me know if my mic was probably a little low too. Let me know if you guys are hearing me, because when I plug in these earphones, they tend to take over. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like they think they're gonna achieve anything. It's hilarious. And see, the thing is this. I'm much wiser than them. These are kids. So they think they're being slick. They think they're making some sort of impact by putting their little ridiculous comment. And again, all they do is strengthen the algorithm and boost my channel. But outside of that, it truly shows, 1, they are interested, and 2, they're scared. Because I've broken the Disney bullshit narrative. The things that they've been defending and thinking they like all this time, they're saying, holy shit, he's right. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up. This breaks canon. This is a problem. This is nonsense. A fucking rock. So it's their nervousness, their fear coming through. Lions do not worry about sheep. If they knew for a fact that I was wrong, they wouldn't even waste their time on my comments. But they know that I'm right, and that's why they're doing that. So to me, it's funny. Sometimes I comment back. Most of the times I don't. Whatever. Hype is on a decline. Luke Skywalker series. Well, first of all, there is no Luke Skywalker series. And on a decline? I mean, really? It's been on a decline since 2012. It's long gone. Five of 5 for Car Ray. What's happening is, okay, there's different levels of fans out there. And I'm not saying this to insult anybody. There's people like me that are super hardcore, that watch every last thing, that have been involved in and looked at all the lore since 1977. So that when something weird comes out, I already been known about that. And I can call it out like that. Then there's people that are pretty hardcore. And then there's people that are pretty casual. And then you got just the normies that are like, oh, a Star Wars movie came out. And they go watch the movies. So for the latter groups, like the last two definitely, they're way behind in like what's going on. To a lot of us, seeing Gina Carano fired, for example, is everyday news. Whereas to a lot of them, they're just finding out. So, the decline may be on a bigger scale as far as like the mass audience, sure. But for a long time, a lot of us have said, when I walked out of The Force Awakens, I said Star Wars is done. So, anyways. And the prequel haters and the infamous and the sequels in Disney. Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah, they sure do. A lot of us saw this a long time ago. And it's okay. Even if today is the day of your realization, that's fine. I'm not here to down anybody. I'm not here to say, oh, well, you can't understand now because you didn't before. What's important is that I spread the truth, put out facts, and enlighten people. That's what I'm here for. Is to share Star Wars facts, to help people see through Disney's smoke, to remind them what Star Wars was, because it isn't. Someone the other day wrote Star Was. I forget who it was. Maybe Neurotic. But that's what it is. It's Star Was. So, but like I've said, it's hashtag sell Lucasfilm. If you guys want Star Wars back, all we have to do is get it out of Mickey's gloves. It's really pretty simple. A certain point of Not My Star Wars View. Yes. Holy shit, it's Friday. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, okay, Reaper. Glad to see you, Commando. So anyways, we'll get into the movie. As always, I will peek at your chats and try to interact with you guys. Permanently, or so it's not another account, this is your actual. Okay, I'm going to assume that from now on you're Dark Reaper. What's that avatar? Can't see, it's too small. I could probably see it in the replay. It looks cool. Can't quite see it. Is that a predator, or can't see it? Keep missing their targets. George Lucas talks about this. Here, I'll give you a little treat. Give me a moment to pull it up, and I'll show you exactly why. Because as I always say, I I don't make shit up here. Everything I say is an absolute fact. And I will show you. Just a moment. Where is that? Just a moment. I need to find it. Should be here. Just a moment. Just have to find the correct page. Where's this thing now? Just a second. I got so many pages here. Man, it's like I'm missing a page here. Hold on. What the hell? Okay. I'm totally missing a page here. What is going on? Alright, it's probably here, so just a second. Okay, got it. I forgot that I didn't have the loose page, but I do have the all the text from it. All right. I will show you. Just one second. Okay. Yes, you should be able to see that. George Lucas, yeah, we very consciously didn't kill very many humans in those movies. What about the stormtroopers? They look robotic, but they're not. How do you know what they are? Did you have a different idea of what they were? Yeah. They started out as clones. Once all the clones were killed, the Empire picked up recruits like militia. They fought, but they weren't very good at what they did. That's why they kept missing. Then after the rebels won, there were no more stormtroopers in my version of the third trilogy. Okay, so stormtroopers are just loose militia that the Empire was getting around the galaxy. They weren't this highly trained and skilled military machine like some people seem to think they were. They weren't. They were just loose militia. There's a little bit more about it. Rebuilding. Stormtroopers would be like Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist fighters that joined ISIS and kept on fighting. The stormtroopers refuse to give up when the Republic win. They want to be stormtroopers forever, so they go to a far corner of the galaxy, start their own country and their own rebellion. And this is just talking about George's sequel trilogy. If you want to see the full part of that and everything that I mentioned, there's a live stream where Darth Maul and Darth Talon in George Lucas's sequel trilogy. It's about a 5-hour stream, and I go in great detail as to what George Lucas's sequel trilogy was going to be, and talk about that book. So that is from roughly November of 2019, an interview with Paul Duncan, and he clarifies several things. For example, that Anakin was created by the Force, not Sidious or anyone or anything else. Created by the Force. That's why they keep missing, because they're not very good to begin with. Not to mention they have helmets they can barely see through. Rename it Star Wars. Yeah. There you go. Good. How are you? My biggest fan. My Star Wars. Say stormtroopers were more likely poorly trained militia than actual soldiers. There you go. That explains why their aiming is always off. Correct. So there you go. As always, and I don't say this to be arrogant, and I know a lot of you have heard it before, but because there's always new people. When I tell you something, it's because of fact, and I will show you where the fact is. I'm not a theory channel. I don't speculate, opinion, do any of that bullshit. If I tell you something, it's because I can back it up. Let's enjoy A New Hope. Here, I'll put an image up for you guys. I can't, again, I can't play the movie. I can't play the sound. So if you have the DVD or whatever and want to watch along, otherwise I will be very descriptive, and I will also let you know where I am in the film. I do have some images that I can put up from time to time. So give me just a second. I will put up some New Hope images, and we will get to it. Okay. Right about here is where we are at. Just a moment. We should, yes. Okay. So I will be beginning at, my timestamp is 32:27. It's right when C-3PO, when he sits up from after the attack, you know, and he's got like the wires coming out. So, here, let me see if I can. Yeah, when I jump, it goes into the hut. So we'll start from there. 32:27 is where I am at, where 3PO pops up on Tatooine. Obi-Wan and Luke are right on the other side of him. Make sure my subtitles are on. As always, I will try to look at your comments, but the goal here is to get through the film. And of course, you guys know I'll be on for like 12 hours and we can chat about this and any Star Wars stuff you like during and after. Let me see if there's anything else before I begin. I like EU Legends better than canon. I don't like calling it Legends because it is EU and it will always be EU. There is no Disney canon, so you mean better than Disney's fan fiction? Yes, absolutely. Disney doesn't know the definition of canon. Canon is continuity. They don't maintain their own continuity, so therefore they have no canon. Just because they like to call it canon, that's like me saying I'm Rey Skywalker. You don't just get to say what you want. There's reality, and there's only one canon. George Lucas 1 through 6. That's Star Wars canon. But absolutely, EU is 1,000 times better than anything Disney has made. Find my VCR. There you go. I always do 12-hour live streams. Welcome to the Big Boys Club. All right. So, 3PO, there's no sense in risking yourself on my account. I'm done for. She's so silly. Okay. Here we go. R2 chirping. No, you're not. What type of talk is that? All right. So now they go to Obi-Wan's Adobe. My father didn't fight in the wars. He was a navigator on a space freighter. Did I say space freighter? Spice freighter. That's what your uncle told you. He didn't want you. He didn't hold with your father's ideals. Thought he should have stayed here and not gotten involved. You fought in the Clone Wars? I was once a Jedi Knight, the same as your father. He was the best star pilot in the galaxy. And a cunning warrior. You become quite a good pilot yourself. Which, again, people don't really... They see the films, they don't watch them. When Obi-Wan Kenobi... There's several references, but when Obi-Wan Kenobi says, I see that you've become quite a good star pilot yourself, and then later people are like, but Luke, how can he be a pilot? He doesn't have training? Because you didn't watch the movie, you just glanced at it. George Lucas makes everything very clear. I know because I've gone through all these films with a fine-tooth comb, frame by frame, and when you take the time to read the dialogue, you realize that George Lucas was a genius. Anyways, he was a good friend. Which reminds me, I have something here for you. Your father wanted you to have this when you're old enough, but your uncle wouldn't allow it. Hold on, what was this that I see? 12 hours. Thank you so much, Joshua. I'm glad to see you. It's not a flex, son. It's a fact. Welcome to Not My Star Wars. About E. Gregory. He's trapped in this mess. Sorry. I'm so sad about Ewan McGregor. He's trapped in this mess. Yes, he's going to be... First of all, you saw Jake Skywalker. That's what you're going to get with Obi-Wan. So be prepared. That is if the show ever gets made. But be prepared. I feel so sorry for any of you out here that are like, I can't wait for Obi-Wan. Okay. I feel so sorry for you. And he is trapped in this mess. He was excited to become Obi-Wan. They've been working on this for over 5 years. He signed a contract, and now he's stuck in whichever nonsense they're going to do. So, but anyways. Special edition or original? Special edition, because George Lucas says that's canon. I prefer the originals, but it has nothing to do with what I want or you want. It's what George Lucas says. I wish in the special edition they changed, wanted you to have the lightsaber to, would have wanted you to have the lightsaber to fit better with the PT. Yeah. I think that George, you know, there was things he wanted to fix, but I think he also was conscious, like, I don't want to change too much, right? He was tried to keep it as, you know, that's something you guys got to give George some respect for, that there's changes that we don't like. Okay, fine, they are what they are. But it's not to say that he was like, oh, I just want to do the whole film over again. It was just certain things that he felt weren't complete. But it's not like he was unhappy with the movie and wanted to totally remake it. He was conscious. He wanted to keep it as true to the original, you know. There's just certain things that he felt needed to be fixed. And, you know, you have to sometimes put your nostalgia aside, because had you seen the special edition back in 77, you wouldn't be bitching, right? You would say, oh, well, Jabba was there in the hangar, and that's what it is. So remember that some of those things are what George had originally intended, whether we like them or not. Well, I like them. It's not to say I don't. I like them very much. I love Star Wars. I do prefer, for at least 90% of it, the originals. I love the special editions because it cleaned up the video and the audio. I like a few things like the window in Cloud City. The scene with Jabba and Boba Fett was done wrong. If it was just Boba Fett there, it would have been amazing. That Jabba just looks silly, but it is what it is. George Lucas, the maker, said that Jabba was supposed to be there. Well, then I have no say. It is what it is, and I respect it and love it just as it is. He intended Jabba to be there for a reason, so that's the story. It is what it is. $11 million budget for A New Hope. That must have been a pretty big budget for the time it was. Yes, for that time it was a lot. But as you can see, he made a movie for $11 million, $20 million with marketing, that made over $3 billion. Disney is making movies that they are making $300 million of profit on. Complete failure. And they have yet to make their money back from buying Star Wars. Dogfight, A New Hope was so good. A New Hope is beautiful. When it was cleaned up. Oh, well, the original was great too. I'll touch real quick back to what I said in part 1, and we'll get back to the movie. I love all of the Skywalker saga, all the canon movies, 1 through 6. They are all beautiful in their own way. They all tell a story. Jedi is my favorite. Most people love Empire. They all had their impact. They all had their importance. But to be fair, this movie is what Star Wars is. This movie, if there was never another one made, is a complete story and a beautiful saga, and we would still be here. Empire and the other stuff were just bonuses, and we're very fortunate to have gotten those as well. But remember that this movie is truly what Star Wars is. This movie could have just been it, and that's it. Star Wars is a complete story. So, anyways. You in, kid? Okay, stay sharp. There you go. Good to see you, Deck Tunics. All right. So, continuing on. I am 3322, but your uncle wouldn't allow it. Luke is putting 3PO's arm back on. He feared you might follow old Obi-Wan on some damn fool idealistic crusade like your father did. If you're not be needing me, I'll shut down. Sure, go ahead. Shut up. Your father's lightsaber. This is the weapon of a Jedi Knight. Not as clumsy or random as blaster. Okay, funny thing. There's that famous image of Luke looking at the lightsaber. That's not in the film, and a lot of people seem to think that's like in the movie. And the reason I mention is, one, because I'm right here, but also because today Mark Hamill, somebody had posted that picture, and he's like, man, it's such a cringe every time I see this damn image. And he's like, that must be from some set shot or something, because it's not in the movie. And no, it's not in the movie, but it's so funny. Sometimes guys remember something. We as fans want to know all the ins and outs. We want to see behind the curtain and read all the behind the scenes books and all that. None of that shit counts. Yes, it counts because we as fans want to know, but you have to understand that what counts is the final product of what you see on screen. That is what is canon, not what George Lucas, because he changed this or redid that, or this day he said this, but then this day. None of that means dick. What means anything is the 6 films that you see on the screen. Those 6 films on the screen do not break continuity, not even once. Those 6 movies on the screen are great. Those 6 movies on the screen tell a complete story, the Skywalker saga. Now, I, more than you, I can promise you, read and read and research all of that stuff. All the behind the scenes, I've watched all the documentaries several times. I read all the books. I know all the little Lucas quotes. I know what he said in the beginning. I know that there was 12 movies, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, it's very cool if you love Star Wars and you want to see and know that stuff. But you can't pull into the conversation, but Lucas didn't know what he was doing because this day he said, no. All you have anything to comment on is those 6 movies that you see on the screen. And when you just watch those 6 movies on the screen, there's nothing you can say. Because there are no continuity issues. There are no problems. And they're a beautiful saga. Now, as a fan, if you want to talk about, oh, well, you said this in this book and all that, fine. I love that stuff too. But all I'm saying is when people try to attack these films and say, but he said this and he changed his mind. None of that. That's all irrelevant. What is relevant is that final product that you see on the screen. Are they perfect? No. Is it the greatest films and the greatest saga of all time? Not even a question. An elegant weapon. For a more civilized age. For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic. Before the Dark Times. Before the Empire. Okay. Real quick. The High Republic is claiming that 200 years before 200 years before Phantom Menace is when they achieve peace. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan is saying for 1,000 generations there has been peace in the Republic. It's called knowing Star Wars and watching the movies. High Republic. How did my father die? A young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil, helped the Empire to hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights. Okay. People often get confused here and think, well, just yesterday he killed off the last 3 Jedi. No, guys. Order 66, they all got wiped out. Are there a couple stragglers? Sure. I don't know the number. Lucas has never said. Is it 5? Is it 100? Is it 33? We don't know. But Obi-Wan says it pretty clearly for any stragglers. Stragglers indicates a handful. There weren't Jedi all over the place. There was no Ahsoka Tano. They all get hunted down pretty quickly, and the Empire reigns for a good 19 years. Maybe less, 17, 18 years, Vader got the last 1 or 2 stragglers. A few Jedi were, off on some mission. But for the most part, remember, the Clone Wars was 3 years before Order 66. So for 3 years, all the Jedi were coming back to Coruscant and not just Coruscant, Utapau, Geonosis, all over the place. Felucia, Mandalore, several other planets, Kashyyyk, and getting involved in the Clone War, because that's what they were, is defenders of peace in the galaxy. There's a massive war for control of the Republic. All the Jedi were back. Again, were there 2, 3 stragglers out there? Sure. But to think that there was any number of Jedi that of any significance, no. A few stragglers, and Vader hunted them down. He betrayed and murdered your father, which isn't a total lie, as we know, because that is, in ways, exactly what happened. Now the Jedi are all but extinct. Vader was seduced by the dark side of the Force. The Force? Okay. So, right there, Luke doesn't know what the Force is, because he says the Force, and then Obi-Wan explains it to him. Luke does know about the Empire. He does know about the Academy. He doesn't seem shocked when Obi-Wan says Jedi Knight, so it's not out of the question that Luke has heard of a Jedi before, although unlikely. But it's very clear here that he does not know about the Force, because he says the Force, and Obi-Wan says the Force is what gives a Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things, not rocks that aren't living, but all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together. So again, Luke didn't need an explanation of Jedi. He did need an explanation of what the Force is. So we can stand to reason that Luke had heard of the Jedi. He wouldn't have seen any, because there are only 2 real Jedi at this moment. Obi-Wan and Yoda. And Yoda we don't even find out until next movie. But those are the only 2 Jedi. Now, potentially, Luke and Leia could be Jedi. That's not to say that they are, or that they definitely will be, but potentially. But I just want to make it clear there that in the dialogue, Luke is not shocked or misunderstanding about Jedi. He is, however, unaware of the Force. R2, beep, blip, blip, beep. Love R2. Again, I will remind everyone, R2 is the keeper of the wills. R2 is the one that records and tells you the entire Star Wars story. If you pay attention in these films, R2 is at every major event throughout the saga. He is right here with Luke and Obi-Wan. He is the one that was Princess Leia's droid at this point. He had the Death Star plans. He knows what's going on more than anyone. And he is sitting right here with Obi-Wan and Luke in the exchange, the conversation, the lightsaber, all these key moments. R2 is always there. From the beginning, saving Padme's ship, to all the stuff that he's done, to now in the OT. He is in every major event. And he is the one that is telling you through his eye the Star Wars. Let's see if we can figure out which you are, my little friend. And where you come from. Obi-Wan taps him. And no problem, he puts the hologram on. Now he's not having any misfunction, now is he? I saw part of a message. I seem to have found it. And of course we see the amazing hologram of Leia, which we saw earlier, but, just thinking back to 1977, seeing that as a kid, still, I mean, to this day, those holograms are badass. And I have seen some hologram stuff, in recent years, but such an amazing thing in film, those little holograms, and seeing Leia in that hologram was just amazing. General Kenobi, years ago, you served my father in the Clone Wars. Her father, not Anakin. She does not know Anakin. She does not know Padme. Bail and Bea, Bail and Brea, or Organa is who she was referring to. Now, did he technically serve Bail Organa in the Clone Wars? Yes and no. Directly, no. The Jedi Order did their own thing. Bail, however, was an important senator in the Republic, and the Jedi were serving the Republic, thus their representatives. So, technically, okay, he served him along with other representatives of the Republic. It's not wrong what she says. But don't take it as, he directly served Bail, because that's not the case. We know. Now he begs you to help him in his struggle against the Empire. I regret that I'm unable to present my father's request in person. Now, what does that tell you? Bail is still alive. Or at least days ago he was alive, right? Because this message just came. We all, while it's not like written in stone, we presume that Bail was blown up on Alderaan with the rest of everyone else. Brea would have died years before. But my ship has fallen under attack. I'm afraid my mission to bring you to Alderaan has failed. I've placed information vital to the survival of the rebellion into the memory systems of this R2 unit. My father will know how to retrieve it. You must see this droid safely delivered to him on Alderaan. This is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. One of the most famous quotes in movie history. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. So, as she says, get these plans to my father on Alderaan. So again, we can assume that Bail is on Alderaan right now, alive and well. As we know that all these events in this film happen within days, we know that Bail is there, and then he gets blown up with the planet. Beautiful music. Leia blips out. Archie's little light goes off. I like Obi-Wan and Luke's expressions here. They both are just kind of like, don't know what to say. You must learn the ways of the Force if you're to come with me to Alderaan. Alderaan? I'm not going to Alderaan. I gotta get home. It's late. I'm in for it as it is. I need your help, Luke. She needs your help. I'm getting too old for this sort of thing. I can't get involved. I've got work to do. It's not that I like the Empire. I hate it. Okay? So he is well aware of the Empire. But there's nothing I can do about it right now. Now, I'm forgetting the point I was going to make. Hold on a second. There was a conversation in a live stream recently that, because of Obi-Wan show, that why didn't Obi-Wan train Luke as a youngling, as they always did? Okay. The Republic has totally changed. Things are not the same. There is no Jedi Temple. There are no Jedi around except for Obi-Wan and Yoda. Obviously, he's not on Dagobah. All he has is Obi-Wan. Now, to avoid detection, to avoid attention, Obi-Wan is not training Luke. Also, here is one of the keys. Anakin was the chosen one, or is the chosen one. Okay, he's always the chosen one. Obi-Wan and Yoda understand that while you have training and morality and all these different things that you must and should do as a Jedi, that also certain things need to happen naturally throughout the Force. So, because of the situation, there are no official temples, there are no Jedi floating around, they have to keep Luke a secret, and because naturally, in this case, because he is the child of the Chosen One, Luke must come of his own to become a Jedi. They made the mistake with Anakin. Do you understand? So now they have to let Luke, on his own, find his way and to find the path if he is to redeem his father or defeat him, whatever the case may be. Obi-Wan's job was to look over Luke, not train him. He was to look over him until he was ready and the time was right, until the Force wills Luke to go upon his path. This is why he was not trained as a child. But there's nothing I can do about it right now. I'm at 3625. It's such a long way from here. That's your uncle talking. Oh boy, my uncle. How am I ever going to explain this? Learn about the Force, Luke. John Williams music, of course, as always. I can take as far as Anchorhead. You can get a transport there to Mos Eisley. You must do what you feel is right, of course. Do you see? Now, Obi-Wan did nudge him a little bit, like, you got to learn about the Force if you're going to come with me to Alderaan. Okay, so he did nudge him a little bit, like, hey, your time has come. I'm here to guide you. But he also didn't say, listen, I'm a Jedi Master. I need to teach you because your father this and that, and you got to bring balance. And he didn't do all that because, once again, it is about Luke finding his way. It is about the Force putting things in their proper balance. Obi-Wan interfering too much changes and influences Luke's actions. They learned that mistake from Anakin. Luke must find his own way. It is important. That is the only way that he is going to bring back balance. Okay, so again, Obi-Wan just said, and let me quote it correctly because right now I don't remember the exact quote. You must do what you feel is right, of course. George Lucas did not make mistakes with Star Wars. He knew what he was doing. If you shut your mouth, open your ears and your eyes and your brain, and even your heart, you're going to see that George Lucas knew very well what he was doing. Line for line, the dialogue is perfection. If you listen, you will understand. White Star Destroyer heading to the Death Star. Again, scale with George Lucas showing you this massive Star Destroyer that gobbled up the Tantive, and then you see the scale next to the Death Star, and you're like, holy shit, that ship isn't that big. Or the Death Star really is that big. Let me peek at your chats real quick, and we'll continue on. I like Return of the Jedi, and my dad was like, what Empire is better? Most people think Empire is the best, and that's fine. It's a beautiful film. I absolutely adore Empire. But my favorite is Return of the Jedi. Always has been. In ways yes, in ways no. As a standalone film, yes. I can agree with that. Can't argue that too much. Beautiful story, then a weird fever dream. Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately. Here, defense of massive plot holes in the later Halo games, be that of, well, in the books, etc. It is quite frustrating since most people didn't read the books and won't know what happened. Yeah. Yes, they sure were. You know, that's another thing. Remember that most Jedi had a detachment of clones with them. So Vader didn't even have to go after all the Jedi because half of them were gunned down by the clones anyways. So, Rogue One, if you don't believe it's canon, I won't admit it now. You have to admit the ending scene. I did a live stream on it. I suggest you watch it. But the end scene, while it looks real cool, is a mess. It totally breaks canon, and that's not what Darth Vader would do. So, but I'm not going to get into it here. Go watch that stream, and I explain it very clearly. General Kenobi. Too short to notice Leia. Yeah, I suppose so. Good point. That's very good. That was really a very good point. What was that? Real canon sometime during the war. Obi-Wan probably had a mission and Bail Organa on some diplomatic mission? Obi-Wan probably had a mission? No, his mission was to sit his ass on Tatooine and watch Luke Skywalker. That's what he did for 19 years. With Bail Organa and some... No, absolutely not. They would not have spoken again. Not only did she just say, you served my father back in the Clone Wars, so obviously they haven't seen each other. They're not in communication. Why would she have to go through all of this, send a hologram, go through all this to reach Obi-Wan if they have been talking? No. He hasn't seen him since they were on Coruscant, and Yoda says, take him to his family, and Bail says, I'll take the girl. Clone Wars. Oh, much better. 1,000 times better. Not sure which part, but yes, if Obi-Wan trained Luke, if Obi-Wan went off the planet, if Obi-Wan made any kind of noise, anyone saw him. Remember that Obi-Wan's well known. He's a pretty famous Jedi at the end of the Clone Wars. His face is all over the place. Obi-Wan would not risk that. He understands the responsibility, and he feels a personal responsibility. Because remember, he's the one that chopped down his father, made him burn bacon. But he also understands for the galaxy, for the Force to come back in balance, Luke must be protected. Therefore, Obi-Wan sat his happy ass on Tatooine for 19 years, going to the cantina every now and then. He wasn't fighting, he wasn't doing missions, he wasn't communicating. He was staying quiet on Tatooine. That's what a true master does. You see, everybody's like, but he's a general and he's one of the greatest Jedi. We want to see him swing his lightsaber and all. That's not what a true master does. A true master knows that he can do all that, but has the discipline not to do it. Because he understands the greater good, the greater importance of what's going on in the galaxy. Luke. Obi-Wan knows that he's getting too old, and that Vader is now even more powerful because he's become a Sith and he has Sidious. And an entire empire behind him. Whereas all that's left is Yoda and Obi-Wan, who are both old. So Obi-Wan understands his responsibility. That's what a true master does. Maturity. Unselfishness. Knowing that he can whoop your ass because he's Obi-Wan Kenobi. We know that. But he didn't swing his lightsaber. He hasn't turned on his lightsaber since he struck down Anakin. The next time he turns on that lightsaber is on the Death Star against Vader. Because he understands the responsibility he has with Luke. What phrase is more iconic? May the Force be with you, or I am your father. Probably in pop culture, I am your father, you know? It's a huge... In Star Wars fans, may the Force be with you. We were saying it from the beginning, before there was I am your father. And it's still probably the most repeated and said thing. I say it to you guys in every stream. I say it in every video. And myself and Star Wars fans for 43 years have been saying it to each other. So it depends on how you look at it. Star Wars, may the Force be with you. Pop culture, I am your father. Obi-Wan and Yoda split up. Why did Yoda decide to go to Dagobah? Because he wanted to go in exile. He felt he failed against Sidious. Also, when you have those two last and most powerful Jedi left, that's going to make a disturbance in the Force. It's going to draw attention. They needed to separate. Yoda also needed to do meditation and regather himself and other things, but a big part of that is to not create a disturbance. That's what I love about Luke. He's an unconventional Jedi Knight, correct? They go together. If one is found, that too. Obi-Wan and Darth Vader. Yes. It completely breaks the Star Wars canon. Absolutely. Absolutely. But that's a reminder that Disney does not understand nor give a fuck about Star Wars. They don't care about canon. And on the contrary, they're trying to break the OT. When Lucas sold it, part of the condition was they cannot mess with the original movies. They cannot alter them. But they can do everything they want all around them to ruin them. And that's the High Republic. That's the sequels. That's everything you've seen. Ahsoka Tano being alive right now. All of that is on purpose to damage the Skywalker saga. And Obi-Wan Kenobi show is not because you like Obi-Wan and they're giving you what you want. It's to damage the OT. No, they would never meet again. They've not met each other since. Empire together, looking over Luke. Again, it would create too much a convergence of the Force. During the Clone Wars, on some mission during the war, Obi-Wan was probably assigned on a mission with Bail. Oh, Leia. Okay, yes, that's absolutely could have been that he would have done things for Bail, sure. And maybe several of the senators. Although, remember that the Jedi weren't really like employees of the Republic. It's not like they just took orders from the Republic, but they did try to serve the Republic. In particular, during the Clone Wars. But in general, remember that the Jedi did their own thing. They stayed back in the temple. It's not like they were servants of the Republic, but they did try to serve the Republic to maintain peace and justice. But it's not like they were under control of the Republic. Remember that the Council did their own thing. Remember that that was really a big point when Anakin became part of the Council but not a master. Because at the end of the day, those are two separate things. If anything, the Jedi tried to keep tabs on what the Senate was doing, but never was the Senate allowed to know what the Jedi were doing. Not within the Council, not within the chambers or the temple. No, it's just that I'm behind, so. But why? Not sure. By all means, you're more than welcome to say that here. And welcome, Kino. Glad to see you. Ever seen Life as a House? No, I don't know that. A movie maybe, or a show? Alright, let's continue on with Okay, so they're on the Death Star. Until this battle station is fully operational, we are vulnerable. I'm at 37 minutes exactly. The Rebel Alliance is too well equipped. They're more dangerous than you realize. Now, that goes to show you that the Empire is very aware of the Rebels. And he even says, one of the commanders says, they're too well equipped. They're a threat. Now, you got the other commander who's, arrogant, dangerous to your Starfleet commander. Not to this battle station. The rebellion will continue to gain support. The rebellion will continue to gain support in the Imperial Senate. The Imperial Senate will no longer be a concern to any of us. Just received word that the Empire has dissolved the Council permanently. Here we first meet Grand Moff Tarkin, a legend. The actor Peter Cushing, rest in peace, and Grand Moff Tarkin, a legend in his own right. The last remnants of the old Republic have been swept away. That's impossible. How will the Emperor control without the bureaucracy? The regional governors now have direct control over their territories. Fear will keep the local systems in line. Fear of this battle station. And what of the rebellion? If the rebels have obtained a complete technical readout of this station, it's possible, however unlikely, they might find a weakness and exploit it. Okay. Important dialogue. If they find a weakness, that means that the Empire does not know of a weakness. Okay? Because the dialogue would have been, if they find out about the exhaust port, then we're fucked. That's not what the dialogue is. The dialogue is, if they find a weakness. Rogue One makes it very clear, again, breaking canon, that, well, there's the weakness of the exhaust port, and I put it there, and they know about it, and that's why they want to get the plans. So, the Empire's not even aware of the weakness that they may find. The plans you refer to will soon be back in our hands. Any attack made by the rebels against the station would be a useless gesture, no matter what technical data they've obtained. This station is now the ultimate power in the universe. I suggest we use it. Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force. The Force is the wills. The wills are life. So what George Lucas is telling you here, that just like humans, where, we can destroy things and make a mess of things and create bombs and do whatever nonsense, even if we get to the point of being able to destroy entire planets, that all of that is a speck compared to what is life, to what is the universe, even our galaxy. That is what he's showing you there. That the Force is way on a whole other level of any kind of technology, knowledge, greed or good that people, or in this case, and or aliens, can do. Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Lord Vader. Your sad devotion to that ancient religion has not helped you conjure up this stolen data tapes, or given you clairvoyance enough to find the rebels' hidden fortress. Now, we all know what happens next, but I happen to have it, so I will gladly remind you. If I can find it.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
According to Justina Ireland, you know, oh, the Force, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Why do they want to destroy Star Wars? Because the more that they destroy it, the more they belittle and make you forget about what is Star Wars. So therefore, it is easy for Disney to make Star Wars look as if it's theirs, as if they created it. Now, to me, and to many of you that have been watching since 1977, we know what Star Wars is. So it doesn't really matter what Disney does, because we know what Star Wars is. And for a lot of you that are middle-aged or even young and have watched it and understood what Star Wars is, they can't change that. But what they're trying to do is your kids to grow up with Wonder Ray and the High Republic, so that as they grow up, that they believe that that's what Star Wars is. So when you grow up with Wonder Ray and you think that's how the Force works, then you later, when you're 15 or 21, you're like, oh, there was original old Star Wars movies, and you go back and you look at them and you're like, well, that's not Star Wars. That doesn't make sense because Rey can do all of this. So obviously those guys, Luke Skywalker, Anakin, Princess Leia, they're all bullshit. That's why. To make Star Wars their own. To convince people, especially youth that are going to grow up with it, that they created Star Wars. Therefore, it's their label, their brand, their product, and they can profit and benefit from it. That's why. That's why Not My Star Wars exists. Is to remind or educate new people as to what Star Wars is. Or at least was. Because most people come upon Star Wars as it being passed down in their family. Not all of us were there in the beginning. That's why Not My Star Wars exists. It doesn't make sense. They're doing fine with Marvel, but because, again, Star Wars is the biggest IP in all of the history of the world. And they want it to be their Star Wars. They want your kids to think Mickey Mouse created Star Wars. Not Walt Disney, because they're already canceling Walt Disney. They want Mickey Mouse to be the creator of Star Wars. Be the more minority, but I haven't enjoyed anything with Disney Wars, not Clone Wars. You're not in the minority, and I don't like a single thing that Disney has made. It's all trash. Hayden Christensen is in it. Let's just say we see Anakin pulling a David Carradine, but he lives, and it's... Is this the original? Okay. This part you lost me. But yes, he's going to be in it, supposedly, they say. Is this the original? What do you mean, the picture? Nah, that would be special edition. Yeah. Old Republic, not High Republic. Yes. Kathleen Kennedy Slayer. Nice name. Yeah, can't argue that. Well, there's nothing wrong with being a feminist per se. It's just that a lot of feminists are very extreme. And me personally, I'm a humanist. I think feminists and feminism is ridiculous. You should be, same thing with Black Lives Matter. It's all lives matter. It's kind of silly when you're trying to just elevate one person or group, or everyone matters. We should be elevating everyone. Know that Kathleen getting fired is not going to change anything, guys. Yes, it will be great. She should be out of there. I'm not arguing that. If I was if I was Disney, I would have been fired her a long time ago. Never mind now. I would love for her to get fired. She deserves it. She has cost them billions of dollars. They still have yet to recoup their investment in Star Wars. But at the end of the day, her getting fired is not going to change anything. It's still Disney. It's still all those wackadoodle employees. It's still the same agenda. We must get them to sell Lucasfilm. That is the only solution. Different ownership with someone that might actually care. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. It wouldn't matter if she's fired. Her role would be replaced by someone just as bad, maybe even worse. What we need is Disney sell. There you go. Great name. Not My Star Wars or sell Lucasfilm? No. I'm not arguing that. I spammed this one on Battlefront 2. My stream? It's all propaganda. Use propaganda. Yeah. I'm trolling. You can blame the comments. Yeah, well, if I had Lucasfilm, I would clean house, but not talking about life as house has Hayden in it, but you're watching the original versions of Star Wars for the stream. Sorry. Okay. And no, I don't know that film, but I'll have to check it out. Doesn't sell Star Wars to Kathleen. That's a funny thought. The film Lucas was like, yep, that's teenage Darth Vader. Huh, I don't know it. I will have to look at it. KK costing Disney billions alone just tells me she must have had some dirt. Yeah, it's possible. I love this name. All of SJWs must have been arrested. No, I don't know about arrested. Everyone has a right to their opinion, but should not be involved in Star Wars, that's for sure. And I guess when whoever was that said great name was talking about Kathleen Kennedy, Slayer. Okay. So, as we saw, dumbass gets choked by Vader. I find your lack of faith disturbing. Enough of this, Vader. Release him. As you wish. This bickering is pointless. Lord Vader will provide us with the location of the Rebel Fortress by the time the station is operational. We will then crush the rebellion with one swift stroke. Notice the Tarkin said he will get us the location before the station is operational. He doesn't say if or when. Well, he does say when, but understand? He very clearly says Vader will get the location. All right, so we see Jawa's laid out. The sand crawler all messed up. It looks like the sand people did this. The gaffy sticks spanned the tracks. I've never heard of them hitting anything this big before. They didn't, but we are meant to think they did. These tracks are side by side. Sand people always ride single file to hide their numbers. Same Jawas that sold us R2 and 3PO, which is interesting. How does he know that? I wonder how he does he recognize the sandcrawler or something about them? I always thought that was interesting. How does he know these Jawas? These blast points are too accurate for sand people. Only Imperial stormtroopers are so precise. Why would Imperial troops want to slaughter Jawas? Okay. So let's talk about this because everybody gets hung up on, well, stormtroopers can't hit anything, but Obi-Wan said, well, they're so precise and only stormtroopers. Okay. Let's consider a few things here. He's comparing the precision of stormtroopers to sand people. So rather than saying, well, stormtroopers are so great, why aren't you understanding that maybe sand people aren't very great? Now, granted, we do see snipers in the pod races, and they're shooting at the pods. Those pods are moving very quickly. But one, those are only 2 or 3 sand people. Maybe they've practiced sniping for a long time. Those are particular sand people. They're also just hitting the ship. They're not shooting the pilot. They're not destroying the pod, right? They're just hitting the... Well, they do hit one of the pods and it blows up. But they hit Anakin's, right? Bing! I love that part. So rather than giving so much credit to the stormtroopers, maybe understand that he's also saying, well, the sand people aren't that accurate. Number 2, you're standing in front of this massive thing, like literally standing right in front of it, and you're going to tell me that you can't shoot the damn tread? The treads, if you look at the film, the treads are like several times taller than Luke and Obi-Wan. So a stormtrooper up close on the treads, like, he can't shoot the damn treads? Okay? It's not like they were sniping up on a ridge and took out the damn sandcrawler. They came up on the sandcrawler, probably surrounded it, and they were right there shooting the damn treads. So, yes, I know, Obi-Wan says they're too precise, but, you know, at close range, or somewhat organized troops, they shot treads, massive treads on a sandcrawler, not little targets at distance. Just a moment. I saw a couple things here. Let's see. Have some dirt. Must have been arrested. $20. K-Biz. Love this channel. Well deserved. Thank you so much. Truly appreciated. Not just the $20, which I do very much appreciate, but your words. I do very much appreciate that. Truly, I do. I do this for the love, and I do this for you guys. Anyone agrees with me that Kathleen Kennedy should have been spanked? Yes, several times. More than spanked. Again, thank you, K-Biz. Truly appreciate it. Didn't Stalin say that if he owned Disney, he'd own the world? Yeah, probably. Dark Reaper. I hate the Mandalorian Jawa design. Yeah, that's stupid. The visuals in that show, despite it having a $15 million budget per episode, looks like a high budget fan film. Correct. And I've seen better fan films. Honestly, there's people making better fan films than the Mandalorian. Also, again, breaking canon. Jawas are native to Tatooine. I mean, there's nothing saying they can't be a Jawa somewhere else. Okay, yes. Some have traveled to Coruscant, some have traveled, but that whole thing with them being all over Navarro and all that. And I know dumbass Filoni is going to be like, well, they're sand dwellers and they're on all different sand planet. No, we clearly see this movie and we know that Jawas are native to fucking Tatooine and that's where they're from and that's where they live. And, you know, can they be on other planets? Can they maybe be from another planet or have spawned in another planet? Yes, okay, if you want to argue that. But we have to go by what George showed us. And Jawas are synonymous with Tatooine. They're not all over in different desert planets. Furthermore, your own argument, why weren't they on Jakku? Oopsie, Dave Filoni. GG, I'm not sure what you mean. Back in... We would always say that in games. Good game. I'm not sure what you mean by GG. Good going. The Bat Boy, thank you so much. Not my Star Wars. I'm building a team for George Lucas Star Wars fans. A message has been sent to your Twitter. More information will come. May the Force be with you. First of all, thank you so much for the donation. Truly appreciate the $4.99. I do. The Bat Boy, my pleasure. I will look at it after the stream. This channel is about celebrating George Lucas. Some people don't understand that. Your brain isn't working. This channel is about celebrating George Lucas. And that is why I destroyed Disney. Because everything they have done is disrespecting George Lucas. So if you like the Disney stuff, have at it, have fun. But know that that's not Star Wars. Because when you're breaking canon, and when you're disrespecting not only George Lucas, but the franchise itself, I cannot support that. That is why Not My Star Wars exists, because of George Lucas. Again, thank you for the donation. I will definitely look. I appreciate it. And if I can help or get involved, I will look at it, and I appreciate it. Hello. Good to see you. Yep. And it's not just Kathleen. Dave Filoni is probably the biggest part of all of this. Yes, she's the emperor giving the orders, but Dave Filoni's the one that's implementing all this bullshit. Know that. Dave Filoni was on the set of The Last Jedi watching Jake Skywalker happen. Know that. Cool. Wes. Darth Maul fan film? Yes. Amazing. One of my, still to this day, favorite fan films. So well done. Amazing. Kathleen Kennedy should have been arrested. On YouTube that does a better de-age effect on... Oh, there's a few. There's YouTubers that do many things better than what Disney's doing. Many have told me that my Skywalker Legacy documentary is better than any of the Disney stuff. So, and I don't have big budgets. I don't have all the stock footage. I don't have all the rights to everything. Because if I had full rights to use the vault and not get copyright claims on official stuff, Disney would get roasted. Dave Jabroni, more like it. And yes, there's a lot of fan stuff out there that is really great. And you know why? That's why. Because they're trash. And they disrespect Star Wars. Dave Filoni, SJW, yeah, he sure is. He's one of the biggest reasons we're in this mess. Dave fucking Filoni. Don't give me the keys of Lucasfilm. He's one of the first I'm firing. Rogue One and Clone Wars Season 7 are great. Teach his own. If you enjoy them, enjoy them. I don't. Season 7, Ahsoka should have died before Order 66. So, I have no interest in Clone Wars or little cartoons. You got brain aids if you like Disney Star Wars propaganda. Pretty much. Okay. No, he doesn't. He absolutely does not love Star Wars because he's constantly breaking it and disrespecting George Lucas. Yep, and he helped create the sequel trilogy. And he's also creating The Mandalorian that connects the sequel trilogy. So, you might be. And so did a lot of people. He breaks his own canon. He showed Lothal Cat, which is from Lothal on the planet where is Ahsoka Mando. Correct. Oh, Dave Filoni is one of the biggest reasons we have this entire mess. Yep. Correct. Probably. Not involved in Rebels and breaks canon all over the place. Correct. Here's the thing. Most people look on the surface and they're like, oh, Mandalorian, I like that show. So Dave Filoni's great. But you're not taking the time to know who Dave Filoni is, what he's done, compare his other works. If you just watch Rebels, Clone Wars, and Mandalorian, and you're going to see all three contradict each other all over the place. He's breaking his own canon. Never mind Star Wars canon. Sequel trilogy, that's an insult. That's true. I often call it that, but whatever. Dave Filoni and Kathleen Kennedy. There you go. Cowboy hat. Pirate garb. Yeah. Y'all are just going to hate new Star Wars media because it isn't George Lucas, which is really disappointing. There are some really good things coming over. No, there's not. There's absolutely nothing good coming from Star Wars. And I don't care who creates it. It could be me. It could be you. It could be Joe Blow in Africa. I don't care. But you must respect George Lucas and the canon. And if you cannot do that, then you will continue to be fan fiction. You will not get respect, and it will not be Star Wars. There can be new stories. There can be new characters. You can do all kinds of stuff. Star Wars is a huge galaxy. But you must respect George Lucas and the canon. Disney has chosen not to. And that includes Dave Filoni, Pablo Hidalgo, and Kathleen Kennedy. They chose this, not me, not us. Jessica McPhail White, welcome. I think this, well, I'm not sure which part you mean, but welcome. Mandalorian, people are calling him the god of Star Wars. People are forgetting that Lucas correct, and the Mandalorian isn't that great anyways. That's half-assed Star Wars. He's like George's fallen student, trained on George's ways of Star Wars, especially with the Force, yet goes in his own direction with misunderstanding in the Jedi. Lucas did not explain that much to Filoni, and this is out of Filoni's own mouth. Many times, go to Rebel Force Radio, start listening through all those interviews, you're going to hear that Filoni many times is like, well, George never discussed that with me. George never explained that to me. George, people think that like they used to hang out and all day long George was like, here's how the Star Wars works. No, guys, that's not what happened. Filoni was brought in to make the Clone Wars cartoons. You saw that one video. This is what makes me crazy. People saw George Lucas on the set of The Mandalorian twice. Once in season 1 and once in season 2. And everybody's like, oh, he's writing for The Mandalorian. He's helping with The Mandalorian. He's involved in the... He stopped by the set one day. And everybody sees that video of George explaining the Force with not just Dave Filoni, but a group of people working on the Clone Wars. He was not telling Dave Filoni stuff every day, guys. He gave him the basics, understanding of what he wanted in the project, and let Dave Filoni go. It's not like Lucas was sitting there with Dave and explaining everything and holding his hand and teaching him Star Wars. That never happened. That's Dave Filoni nutzos that are like, oh, he's his apprentice and he taught him everything. No, he didn't. Dave Filoni himself says it all the time. He didn't explain that to me. We didn't discuss that. I don't know. So if you don't want to believe me, which you should, because everything I say is absolute fact, but if you don't want to believe me, Rebel Force Radio, have fun. And you're going to hear Filoni say it over and over again. Remember when Clone Wars Season 7 came out and everybody was like, oh, Dave Filoni. Go search a interview. I think it's Entertainment Tonight, I'm pretty sure. It was right around May the 4th when Clone Wars Season 7 came out. The girl is asking him, what does George Lucas think? How does he like it? And Dave Filoni's like, honestly, I don't know. It's been a while since I've even spoken to George. So you got to get off this, that he's his apprentice and he learned, because none of that's all fantasy. The person that worked with George like that and talked to him all the time and was close and got all the deep scoops was Jonathan Rinzler. The guy that did all the making of books. That's, if you want to call The Apprentice, that's The Apprentice. John Knowles, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name right now. The original producer of the Star Wars movies. Oh my God, how am I going blank on his name right now? Those people were around George all the time. And if you want to learn more about that, go watch my Jonathan Rinzler live stream. Start doing some research on Jonathan Rinzler. That's who spoke with George all the time and looked through the vaults and was getting direct questions and answers. Not Dave Filoni. Dave Filoni was doing the Clone Wars, and every now and then he would talk to George, and George would be like, yeah, it's okay, yes, no, all right. That's about it. That fantasy of that they were buddy-buddy and hanging out, and he was explaining, that's a fantasy. Rebel Force Radio, there's an interview. When I first came on, I was told I would see George 3 times in a year. Okay? So get off that Dave Filoni bullshit. Favreau some homework, and I believe he could make George Lucas Star Wars. He has the potential in the heart, just not all the knowledge. Correct. That is exactly John Favreau. John Favreau has displayed that he cares. He doesn't have the knowledge. He doesn't know the canon. Not only does he admit this, but you can see it in several interviews. Like, Filoni's talking to him, and he's like, I don't know. That's too deep of a cut. I don't know what you're talking about. Dave does know a lot, but that's the problem with Dave. Him knowing so much, and yet breaking canon. Because he doesn't give a fuck. So, if you know the shit, and you're breaking canon, are you going to tell me that he loves Star Wars and George Lucas? Obviously not. But that's why they're together, because John has the know-how and the love. Filoni has the knowledge of lore. Filoni's supposed to be properly guiding Favreau, yet they're breaking canon all over the place. Favreau, to be fair to him, he doesn't even know. He doesn't realize because he doesn't know the canon like I do, or like Filoni does. And then you have Filoni, who's supposed to be keeping the shit straight, and he's fucking it all up. Anyways. Correct. I assume you're replying to what I said earlier. So, yes, trash a good thing by greed. Correct. I couldn't stand how the Clone Wars sideswipes the Republic Commando. Well, they sideswipe all kinds of shit. They just totally break canon all over the fucking place. There's like 120 instances of where the Clone Wars cartoons break canon. I'm not even kidding. There's actually, I can show you, there's a page that clearly shows all the breaking of canon. Clone Wars is a fucking mess. Can't argue that. It's not a single good thing. If I own Lucasfilm, it's all being dumped because it's all stupid. The de-pantsing of General Grievous. I quit watching Rebels when they introduced the World Between Worlds as long as with time travel so Filoni can bring his pet Ahsoka back. That is exactly why the World Between Worlds exists. That was Dave Filoni's little security blanket because he knew shit was going to be fucked up and contradicting, so it always gives him the out. And I'm going to remind you, and we're going to get back to the movie here in a second, that the World Between Worlds, there is no time travel or a multiverse in Star Wars, period. But by opening that door, now you are allowing Disney to, in the future, 2 years, 5 years, 15 years, whenever, be like, hey, you remember George Lucas's stuff? Well, you know, that you thought it was the canon, you thought it was a timeline, but really, it's just an alternate universe. Our Mickey Mouse stuff is the real universe. This George Lucas stuff, if you like it, you can watch it, but it's just a multiverse. So that's not really what happened with Skywalkers or Anakin, or that's just a side story. Here's the real Disney story. So go ahead and play with the multiverse. Go ahead. Have a good one, folks. I need to scrounge up enough change to try to get laundry done. You have a great night, Jessica. Thank you for stopping by. I hope to see you again. And I wish I could help you, but I cannot. Not from here. You aren't even giving it a chance. George Lucas sold it to Disney. I've given it 9 years of a chance, dude. Wake the fuck up. Are you serious? You're acting like Disney stole it from Lucas. No, nobody said they stole it. What they did is shit all over it. It's just that simple. They could have done whatever they wanted. Just respect George Lucas and Star Wars, and they chose not to. Disney chose this, not me. Trash movies and betrayed Star Wars. They sure did. Hearing somewhere, Filoni said he only talked to Lucas some 3 times a year. There you go. What I just got done saying. Okay? So I don't know where what it is people that like Filoni were like, he's his apprentice. See? He learned everything about Star Wars from George Lucas. And that's an absolute lie. No, he didn't. He had very little interaction with George Lucas. And people think they were like hanging out every day, having lunch. And George was like, hey, today I'm going to tell you all about this part of Star Wars. And then tomorrow this part. And I'm going to teach you everything about Star Wars. No, that's not what happened. At all. Yeah, they made a rock. It's time to wake up, Hawk. Hello, my Star Wars in the chat. Did we get to the movie? Yes, I have started. I just was doing a little bit of the chat. I'm about to get back into it. I will give you a timestamp in just a moment. Great to see you. For someone who thinks Filoni respects Star Wars, he did not ask for George's advice when he was making the Clone Wars. Other than the trilogy or Mortis episodes, Filoni did not have George's assistance. Correct. Also, he's not asking or respecting George for The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian is breaking canon all over the place and making Star Wars look fucking stupid. But you think he respects George Lucas? Unbelievable. Didn't Lucas have a personal journal? Yes, he has a personal notebook that nobody has seen. They know of the notebook, but no one has looked inside. Was really his apprentice. Why didn't he look through the journal? Correct. After the sequel trilogy, Solo, Star Wars Story, they did Disney Star Wars and are going to have to pay me to watch their future movies. Correct. Oh, we've given it more than a chance. And every single thing they have done is disrespectful. From when they first bought it, they lied to George and said they were going to use his stuff and he was going to be a consultant. They smacked him in the face and said, get out of here. Then they made the EU Legends, smacked to the fans and to George Lucas. Then they started making The Force Awakens, which was bullshit garbage. Rogue One was okay. But if you really watch the film, it breaks canon, and it's not that great of a film. Last Jedi, well, I don't even have to explain that one. Oh, what a dumpster fire that was. And that literally broke everything. Solo. The Rise of Skywalker, another fucking dumpster fire. Clone Wars Season 7 completely breaks the OT. Mandalorian breaks its own canon, plus it breaks Rebels canon. Ahsoka Tano surviving Darth Maul, Darth Vader, and Emperor Palpatine. Sure. Give it a chance, right? When I was young, my worst nightmares were waking up in a world where Star Wars wasn't even a thing. 2 decades later, my fears are even worse than I thought. Didn't expect to feel insulted that way. Yeah, none of us did. And here we are. Dave fucking Filoni. Wait, if Favreau doesn't know the canon deep enough, what else is canon besides the Star Wars? Well, nothing. The only canon is 1 through 6. The elevator closing with Luke and R2, baby, feels like a Star Wars type ending, I won't lie. I like the thought of Luke training a member of Yoda species. It feels like it becomes full circle. The only problem is Grogu never existed. If he would have existed, he would have been an extremely high important target and important asset in the temple. You would have seen footprints. You would have heard his name mentioned. You would have seen that Yoda had another one of his species. He would have been the first one they went to protect. There's all kinds of indications that Grogu couldn't have existed. Not to mention the age doesn't line up. Not to mention he was trained by several Jedi masters in the temple. Really? At like 2 years old, he's trained by several Jedi masters. Right. Rick Berman sure didn't pull a KK against Gene Roddenberry in Star Trek. Yes. All of them should have been, I don't know about that extreme, but fired, yes. Have you seen Walmart and Lucas had it? The stores were filled with Star Wars stuff. Now you can't find shit. Thanks, Disney. Yeah, Walmart's empty. By the way, tomorrow I go grocery shopping, And I will do my monthly visit to Walmart, and I will look in the toy section. There's never anything there, but I will look. Kathleen Kennedy, Dave Filoni, Deeds is utterly disrespect. Correct. To be... wow, it's a little much. The sad truth is only canon if it was written directly by the creator. In this case, George, anything else is fan fiction, and as fans, we want to know every tiny detail of what happens in the universe. I 90% agree with you, but it's not that only George Lucas can make Star Wars. Guys, if I owned Star Wars, you would have 100%, 1,000% canon real Star Wars. What must happen is you must respect George Lucas, you must respect canon, thus respecting Star Wars. It's not that only George can work on it or create it, it's that you must show the respect. And showing the respect means 1, you know the shit, and 2, you love the shit. So it's not to say that only George could do this, but it does take a special type of individual. Hi. Who, me? Or what do you think of Mark Hamill? Not that great. I used to love him very much, as we all did, because of Luke, you know. But, man, he's wackadoodle on Twitter. I don't hate him or anything, I'm just saying he's... that's not extreme. They deserve it. Oh, I'm being nice. I'm being very nice right now. Star Wars YouTubers are worthy of my subscription. Game Ator has spoken. None. I'm the only one. I'm just kidding. There's tons. My personal 2 favorites are Robot Head and Mauler. And I've subscribed to many channels. But if you're asking me what others... they're not necessarily Star Wars YouTubers, but they have made a lot of really great Star Wars stuff. Outside of that, as like strict Star Wars channels, I don't really know any that are that great. Classic Glue Reviews is a buddy of mine. He makes awesome Emperor Palpatine stuff. But it's kind of funny. Like, I mean, I guess, yes, he's a Star Wars channel, but I look at him as like a Palpatine channel. So... but he's makes awesome Palpatine stuff. So if you want to check him out. Outside of that, Star Wars channel. Here's the thing. All these other channels aren't Star Wars channels. Like Anna, that Star Wars girl. I love her. I think she's awesome. She's super... she knows Star Wars very, very well. She's very nice to look at. But she's not really a Star Wars channel. She does a lot of Star Wars stuff. Maybe the majority is, but she also does Brie Larson and this and the other. And so I don't consider her a Star Wars channel. I consider her a YouTuber that does a lot of Star Wars stuff. And that's okay. I'm not downing her. I'm just saying, you're asking Star Wars YouTubers, you're on the right channel. Because I don't really know any other like legitimate Star Wars channels. Now let me think about it a little bit, because maybe I'm forgetting someone, but I asked what's canon because you said Favreau doesn't know the canon well enough, correct? Which is why Filoni needs to be there. But if canon is okay, first of all, Filoni has to be there because that's what Disney's understanding of Star Wars is. I need to be there, or someone like me needs to be there, not Dave Filoni. But since they're only going to pull from the idiots they have at Lucasfilm, well, that's why Filoni's there. Second, if canon, okay, it's only 1 through 6 is canon because that's the only thing that has continuity. Disney could have respected and made continuity and made canon stuff. They chose not to. Hand me Star Wars. Tomorrow we have continuity back. I'll fix it all. Or someone like me. It doesn't have to be me. I'm just saying that it's not that myself or someone like me couldn't make true canon stuff. It's that Disney chose not to make canon stuff. It's not to say there can't be any canon outside of 1 through 6. It's that Disney has chosen to not make canon outside of 1 through 6. It's a difference. Who? Me? Yes, everyone is crazy on Twitter. Mandalore. He covers exclusively. I don't know him. I can check him out. Mandalore. Interesting. I would check him out. Disney Wars is garbage and people should have stormed Lucasfilm headquarters to stop canon. I can't argue that. I agree. I had to unfollow him on Twitter because he is a political nut. Yeah, he's... unfortunately, he's crazy. A lot of Star Wars channels have resulted to clickbait, lying, drama, fake Star Wars news. The lore master is one of the few still. Yeah, but he makes mistakes all the time. I've watched quite a few of his things, and he makes good videos. He, I think, has a good intent. But if you know the lore and you know the canon, you're like, that was wrong. That was wrong. That was wrong. But I guess, you know, he's maybe one of the higher ups, but that's the thing. Most every one of the channels that I see is clickbait or theories or lies or opinions, and I'm not into that. I'm into facts. Only 6 movies are canon, yet a lot of fan base and Lucas himself consider a majority of the expanded. No, he didn't. He never considered that to be canon. EU has never been canon. Yeah, she's a beautiful girl. And I will repeat, Anna knows a lot of shit about Star Wars. I would love to sit and talk with her about Star Wars because she also knows a lot of stuff, Star Trek and other stuff. But that's why I say she's not really a Star Wars channel, because she does a lot of other stuff. It's not an insult. I'm just saying, just being real, that, you know. And I don't agree with it. If you're called that Star Wars girl, you should be doing only Star Wars. But I understand, you know. She's looking at it as a YouTuber, and I'm not mad at her. Her channel's big and growing and good, you know. I'm just saying that this channel is about Star Wars. Lucas hated the EU, but he got Coruscant and double-bladed lightsabers from it. Yeah, it's not to say he didn't use stuff from it or that he didn't like it. Never said that. But it was never canon. Thank you for subscribing. The Imaginative Hobbyist. Cool name. If that is true, do you have a hobby channel? I would love to see your stuff. Let me know. Sometimes the best way to teach is to not only tell how to do it, but also teach what not to do. Well, that's correct. Took ideas from it, but viewed it as being a parallel universe to his Star Wars. Yes. He considered it part of the universe, that it was, you know, pretty official. I'm not saying that he disregarded the EU, and sometimes people misunderstand what I say when I say that it's not canon. I love the EU, but it was never canon. When I look up Star Wars channels, I see you, Geeks and Gamers, Arcade Outpost, even Vance Skyver, Drunk 3PO, Echo, Mahler, and others. I will follow your suggestion and subscribe to Mahler. I salute you. Again, Robot Head and Mahler are my two. Like, those guys are amazing. I love them both. Neither is really a Star Wars channel. Furthermore, Geeks and Gamers, not a Star Wars channel. RK Outputs, not a Star Wars channel. Ethan Vance Kyber, not a Star Wars channel. Drunk 3PO, not a Star Wars channel. Echo, mostly Star Wars, but they do Star Trek and they do other stuff. Out of all of them, Echo's the most Star Wars. I love those guys. We talk all the time. We're subscribed to each other. They've been on my channel. I've been on their channel. Echo, I'm talking about Echo Base. But even then, they're not a I mean, they pretty much are a Star Wars channel, but they do other stuff. So, Ethan's Comic Books. I'm subscribed to all those channels, by the way. Okay? So, Jeremy, does all kinds of stuff. We already know that. RK, now, don't misunderstand. Like Ryan, he knows a ton of shit about Star Wars. He knows, I will argue, he probably knows the EU better than I do. Okay? So, he does a ton of Star Wars stuff. I think his biggest love is probably Star Wars, but he's not a Star Wars channel. Understand? So I was just trying to answer your question. You said Star Wars channel. Ethan, he loves Star Wars. I love his, if you know him, you've seen his big Jabba sail barge. Holy shit, that thing's awesome. I'm so jealous. He loves Star Wars, but he's not a Star Wars channel. 3PO, he also loves Star Wars and does a lot of Star Wars stuff, but not just. Although, I gotta say, he does mostly Star Wars stuff, to be fair. But, you know, he does other stuff. Mahler, right? He does all kinds of films and gaming and shows. And, you know, Mahler's not really a Star Wars channel at all. But he has some of the greatest movie reviews and Star Wars movie reviews. Anyways, I love all those guys. I watch all of them. I don't necessarily agree with everything they always say. But, you know, I watch all those channels. I think half of them don't know I exist, but that's okay. But I watch them. Clickbait or lies or drama, just positivity. Yes, there's my buddy, Classic Glue. Again, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I almost don't call you a Star Wars channel because I look at you as the Palpatine channel. So that inherently is Star Wars. So yeah, check out Classic Glue. He does some really awesome stuff. Positivity is be against Kathleen Kennedy. Well, I can't really argue that. What do you think of Amber Heard? I don't know much about her. I don't follow that mess, but I do know, you know, she's a psycho that set up Johnny and all that shit. I don't want Brie Larson or Amber Heard anywhere near Star Wars, but it's Disney and you're probably going to see them. So there you go. Or you can listen to me and hashtag sell Lucasfilm. It's up to you. If you want Star Wars, listen to what I'm telling you. Feminist, then she's not deserved to be born. Well, that's not totally fair. Do breakdowns of canon breaking or compilation. I am going to be doing a video relatively soon of what exactly is canon, with George Lucas quotes, with actual facts and proof and undeniable things. It's coming. I'm just so busy, and I have other big projects that I'm working on. It's coming though. Grumpy old man. I understand. The truth isn't for everyone. Oh boy. With being bitter. Nobody's bitter here. I'm very happy every day. I understand Star Wars, and I know what canon is, and I love George Lucas and Star Wars, so nobody's bitter. You're the one that's being bitter, not me. No tears here, no ring, none of that. Political nut. Well, I wouldn't say that, but John Talks, Star Wars used to be about Star Wars till I called him out for other content. Then he changed his channel name. Yeah, I don't know the story behind that, but he does do a lot of other stuff and a lot of political stuff. And I watch John Talks. Not all the time, but, you know, I watch his stuff. Again, he's not a Star Wars channel. First, I had a problem with Gina. I've never heard him have a problem with Gina or Cardoon. I watch a lot of his videos, so I don't know about that. Are you sure you're thinking of the right person? He is against Disney Star Wars, so we should support him. Well, there you go. Callum Johns is all about Star Wars. I will have to check him out. I don't know him. I'm guessing that's his channel name, Callum Johns. Okay, I will check it out. Geeks and Gamers. Jeremy supported Gina Carano when everyone else was complaining. Yeah, that's how I remember it. He's there you go. Heat narrative. I don't agree with a lot of things Jeremy says, but I think I like a lot of what he says because he's very honest and straightforward and doesn't bullshit you, and he states his opinion, and, you know. As a liberal said, Mark Hamill is weird, so, you know, you have taken it too far when liberals says you're weird and take your politicals too far. Yeah, a lot of it is. I'm 18. I can't totally argue that. I'm sure they were buddy-buddy. When I mean his fallen apprentice, I believe George went over the fundamentals with him, like the Force and the lore, but Filoni obviously just wants to do whatever. Yes, but just know that he wasn't told that much, because people seem to get it in their brain that, oh, he told him everything, and he was his apprentice, and that. I wish the canon-breaking train wreck that was the Clone Wars was canceled. Can't argue that. Debated with anti-George Lucas. Made it him. Back to buy Star Wars way back in 2000 with the help of the Sultan of Brunei before it was even an idea at Disney. The contract him to pitch the idea. No. Too late now. George seems to be behind a multiverse concept with his take on EU legends, which I'm down with, but I really fear how Disney will use it. Okay. George Lucas is not involved with the EU. He never was. That is other authors being allowed to write expanded stories around canon. George Lucas had nothing to do with any multiverse, cloning, any of that shit. Well, cloning in the Clone Wars, but not cloning of Emperor Palpatine. That is other authors. George Lucas is not involved with any of that. From what we see in the films, not so much. EU, I mean, there's a couple little things there, but we have to go by the films, and no, apparently he wasn't. You should do that to everyone who's a fan of the Disney Star Wars. Not sure which part, but Mara Jade. Mara Jade is my favorite EU character. He had to approve all the storylines. Well, not all of them, but yes, he did approve a lot of stuff. But he wasn't sitting there writing it or reading it. Like he even says, like, I didn't read half that shit because he doesn't have time for it. So what he would have to prove is key points. Can Yoda die? Can Han do this? Could this person go to this planet? Because he, knowing the overall scope, he knows that if this character goes to this planet, then it causes ripples in his stuff in the canon. So I wouldn't say all the storylines, but major plot points, yes. And I have proof of that. Look it up better, but I remember seeing a title from Geeks and Gamers calling Cara Dune and Mary Sue. I don't think so. I'm not saying for sure, but I don't believe so. When she first came in, said she was OP. Because that shit where she punches the helmet, that was bullshit. Arnold Schwarzenegger would have broken his wrist, never mind Cara Dune. Outside of that, I had 2 issues with Cara Dune. That helmet punch shit was bullshit. That she kicked Mando's ass, well, he's a little pansy anyway, so I totally believe that, because she in real life would kick most guys' ass anyways. No problem. I think her character was cool. I had no problem with her. But 2 issues. The punching of the helmet, that was total bullshit. Arnold Schwarzenegger would have broken his wrist, broken his fingers, or at least would have been like, ah. So that was bullshit. That was garbage. And number 2, it's an ATST. We're all fucked. Evacuate the village. We got to get out of here. Meanwhile, Ewoks are like, hold my beer, bitch. So that was just stupid. But outside of that, I never had a problem with Cara Dune. Fellow members of Phantom Menace were afraid of Cara because of how Disney handles their female characters with that BS agenda. Once they understood, we were all behind Gina. Yeah, and Gina, you know, I support her fully. Some people are like, you're a simp, you're writing off the Gina. No, I'm not. I defend what is correct. What Disney did was incorrect. Period. I think Gina's very beautiful. I think she's a sweetheart. If we ever got to be friends or if whatever were to happen, fine. But I'm not like into Gina or into Cara Dune. I just support what is correct. George Lucas say Boba Fett survived? No, technically he did not. On the contrary, that's why Boba Fett was the template for the clones. What he did say is, had I known that everyone was going to love Boba Fett, I would have gave him a more glorious death. Now, EU said in several stories that yes, Boba Fett escapes. But technically, canon, per George Lucas, he never said that he does or doesn't. But his remedy was, again, Jango Fett, thus all the clones that everybody loves, the Clone Wars and all that. Well, you're welcome from Boba Fett. No, he never did. Okay, let's get back to the movie. I am at 39:40. But why would Imperial troops want to slaughter Jawa? So I will again refer to what I said. If you're a stormtrooper standing like 3 feet from a massive fucking barn door, of course you're going to shoot and hit the ship. It's not like it was that difficult for a bunch of stormtroopers to shoot massive treads on a damn sandcrawler. As I read to you in the beginning of the stream, stormtroopers are just loose militia and they're not that great. They miss all the time. If they trace the robots here, they may have learned who sold them to, and that could lead them back home. Wait, it's too dangerous. Which not for nothing, but Luke like zips off. He doesn't take Obi-Wan or the droid. He's just like, I'm out. I'm getting on my speeder. I mean, I know he wants to get home and see what the hell's going on, but did he think like, what if there's a bunch of stormtroopers there? You know, young and dumb, just thinking of I got to see what happened, but. We see Luke coming up to the homestead, everything's smoking. And we see the very limited edition action figure, Uncle Owen and Barbecue Baru. By the way, we see 2 skeletons, smoke, charred stuff everywhere. But you should always remember, guys.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Amazing bounty hunter, everyone knew he was. What do you mean, Mandalorian? Well, first of all, we already knew he was. Second, Mandalorian fucked him up, so... Who knows, Ahsoka might lose the status of fan favorite once people start to realize the absurdity of her never dying due to her indestructible... But no, they're not. The normies are going to be like, oh, Ahsoka, Rosario, and they don't understand the canon of the story or anything. There's many people that just assume that if Disney, if Favreau, if Filoni are making this, then it must be true. They're not questioning, well, does this actually fit? Does this actually make sense? They're just saying, well, it must be Star Wars because they say it's Star Wars. So, unless you really know and love Star Wars, you're just not going to. But then again, that's why Not My Star Wars exists. Same theme of storming Lucasfilm. There you go. Do you support if everyone joins up to storm Disney's headquarters and force Bob Iger to sell Star Wars? Well, storming. First of all, that would have to be the board. Bob Iger ultimately doesn't make that decision. Second of all, I don't know. Storming that is, it's not. Listen, if you guys want Star Wars back, you strike down Disney at every turn. Every single post they make, every video they upload, everything they do, you say no. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. You downvote it, you ratio it, every attempt they make, strike them down. You don't buy their shit, you don't watch their shit. And you remind them, sell Lucasfilm over and over and over until they can't take it anymore. Until everyone, the shareholders, normies, everyone sees, sell Lucasfilm. Until they are forced to sell Lucasfilm. That's if you want Star Wars back. If you want Bad Batch and all this other stuff, well then, don't do anything. I liked how all the way to the Legacy era, Han was just a home dad, an at-home dad, and was always trying to get Leia to retire. Yeah, it's a shame we will never get to see the end of that story. Yeah, there's a lot of things we're never going to be able to see, unfortunately. In the way we can kill the Disneys. There you go. That's a good way to go to jail. Yeah. I love A New Hope. Yes, absolutely. If you're a Star Wars fan, obviously you do. Like when they stormed the Capitol. Yeah. In theater in 78. Wow. Yeah, beautiful film. No, I don't think he's a troll. I think he's just very passionate about, what the solution is. But the solution is not hate. The solution is not like physically removing it from them. The solution is embarrassing the shit out of them, their pockets bleeding to fucking death, which they already are, to where, listen, there's no better win than them defeating themselves, understand? Them admitting, shit, we can't make any money with Lucasfilm. Nobody's listening. Nobody cares anymore. We tried making rocks and they didn't fall for it. So now we have to sell it. That's the best victory. Not us storming Disney's castle and, taking it out of Iger's hands. Or Mickey's gloves. What do you like? The Sarlacc pit from the original? The original. Absolutely. Can't force Bob Iger to sell. Who's going to buy? Bob Iger is not that true. Well, that's not totally true. He is the chief creative officer. He's on the board. He could fire Chapek if he wanted to. Chapek, I can show you the proof of his contract. Chapek answers to Iger, so he reports to Iger. There was nothing you could have done. If you were her, you'd be dead too, and the droids would be in the hands of the Empire. Correct. Aggressively storm building. Yeah, it's a little much. Social justice warrior. Me too. It's my favorite take on the EU Legends when he said he saw it as a parallel mirror universe. That was his take. So yeah, 100% agree with you. That's what I meant. Yeah. And again, I'm not saying that he didn't like the stuff or that he let it happen because he approved of it. He liked it. It's just that you have to be careful. It's not canon. Is it very close? Is it beautiful and respectable and fits for the 90% respect and not conflict with continuity? Sure. With some fixing, could they be a perfect? Sure. But this is canon and the EU is, All right, let me get back to the movie here. Knowing Disney will hold Star Wars, well, and that's what I'm saying. We have to not give them a choice. At every turn, hashtag sell Lucasfilm until it's so fucking embarrassing. Until every shareholder meeting, they're like, dude, all we see is share or sell Lucasfilm. We don't see like the ratings go up or people subscribing or people watching. All we see is sell Lucasfilm. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Not involved for some reason. EU Legends fans won't accept, but they want went by him on certain ideas. He gave him opinions on. Exactly. That's one thing about EU fans. They're so desperate to, like, it was canon. It doesn't have to be canon to be beautiful. It doesn't have to be canon to be part of the Star Wars universe. It doesn't have to be canon to exist or be loved or respected or remembered. But a lot of EU people are like so crazy about that it was canon. It never was. It never was canon. Rape is not a solution. Yeah. Get going. Take care, Ryan John. Good to see you, as always. Have a great night. I will be here for many hours, so. No, Ryan John. Okay, let's get back to the film. So, Barbecue Baru. Luke, of course, being like, ah, shit. And once again, John Williams' music. And Luke knows at this point, well, I got no choice. I know what I got to do now. We cut to the Death Star, and they're on their way to the detention center. And we see Carrie with her buns. Vader comes in. Now, Your Highness, we will discuss the location of your hidden rebel base. Not for nothing, but Vader had to, like, majorly duck to get in, and, like, stormtroopers always having to duck to get, like, didn't anybody, the architect of this damn thing, make the doorways tall enough? Anyways, that would have been, of course, set design, restraints, costs. You know, I just thought it was funny that everything in the Death Star is, like, too short for most. But then again, most of the crew is shorter people. So the interrogation droid comes in, which on the left side, or its right side, you can literally see, if you pause it, they're like surgical scissors. Like maybe you would cut gauze or like an ace bandage with. If you look, they're like scissors. It's kind of funny. They're a little bit, you know, modified, but... And there's, of course, a syringe on the other side. It was, of course, pretty intimidating when you saw that thing. Which I always wondered, you know, because they don't show it, like, did that thing actually inject Leia with something, and what happened? I mean, obviously she's didn't break. She didn't tell them shit. But I always wondered, because you don't see, like, a mark or anything like that. Like, maybe it shot her in the arm or something. But it was just kind of funny when you look back and think about it, you know, the little scissors and then the needle. It's like... But, as a kid, and it's still, you know, very believable when you watch it, that little intimidating droid. So Luke comes back to the sandcrawler. 3PO is throwing the Jawas on the fire. Which, just a little nuanced thing. You see that Obi-Wan told 3PO to throw the Jawas on the fire. This is for a reason. The ultimate respect you pay to someone is obviously make a grave for them. But when you couldn't make a grave because of time or restraints or whatever, well then the next level of respect is you burn the body. The point is that you don't leave a body, whether it's a little Jawa or a human or an alien, you don't just leave like a body, dead body. That's like, you know, pretty disrespectful. Now, if you're a gangster, you're being attacked, you're a bounty hunter, okay, you know, you're dropping bodies and you move on. But I'm just saying, as far as like being respectful, for anyone that's younger and may not know this, that's why he's burning the Jawas, is because to out of respect, not just leave their bodies all over the place. In other words, hashtag Jawa Lives Matter. There's nothing you could have done had you been here. You would have been killed too. And the droids would now be in the hands of the Empire. I want to come to you to Alderaan. There's nothing for me here now. I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi, like my father. Now, as I was just discussing earlier, Obi-Wan didn't push him. Obi-Wan didn't mind trick him or sway his decision. Luke, through the Force, had to be properly set up to come of age, so to speak. Come to his own realization that the universe would guide him, that things would put into place what needs to happen to lead him to the journey of becoming Luke. Well, he's Luke Skywalker, but you understand what I'm saying. Luke, as we know him. In order for Anakin to be properly redeemed, it must happen naturally through the Force, not because he was trained as a youngling on a mission to destroy Vader. They're up on the ridge. What a beautiful shot that is. The one where they're looking over Mos Eisley, that's just, an open shot. But I'm talking about when they're up on that ridge. What a cool classic Star Wars shot. Mos Eisley Spaceport. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. Anaheim, California, Walt Disney Company. We must be cautious. Those little mousy rat things, which I don't remember the name of them right now. I always like those little guys. Just scurrying around. And then, of course, the special edition, they show the land speeder a bit differently, and there's extra droids and stuff. And as you can see, Tatooine is pretty, in the original, it seemed very compact, right? Like there wasn't many buildings, but when we see the special editions, Lucas made it to where like Tatooine's pretty, also in the prequels, Tatooine's pretty populated. There's a lot of stuff going on there. It's just when you saw it back in 77, it felt very like there's a small village. Right here at 4312 is, I forget the name of it right now, but that large creature that rears back and the Jawas on top. Mark Anthony Austin and I were talking about that in my recent stream, so if anybody is interested to hear, he did the graphic work here, and he explained some of what happened and the difficulty of the shot. So what Star Wars Means to Us with Mark Anthony Austin, that was recent. So if you would like to hear more of that, and that was a great interview, so check it out. Little Jawa hanging off. Alright, so they pull up to the stormtroopers in just a second. I just saw something in the chat, so just a moment. Let me go back a little bit and I will get to what I see. Where were the Tatooine scenes filmed? What desert? That is Tunisia. There are still some remnants of stuff there. The large crate dragon skeleton was from an old Disney movie. They brought that skeleton to the desert and it's still there. They left it there. You can see it. Some of the buildings, few and far apart, are still there. And like Luke's, the Lars homestead, Luke's home, they adapted it, but it's there. You can see the similarities. You can go to Tunisia and see some of this stuff. But anyways, Tunisia. As was Phantom Menace. They went back to Tunisia. Go watch my Skywalker Legacy documentary and you will see all about that. And you will love that documentary. Tunisia. There you go. which I knew long before there was behind the scenes and documentaries, because we knew, as Star Wars fans, we dug around and found this stuff. We knew it was Tunisia. More Star Wars lore from this channel than all Star Wars combined. Thank you, Della. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's nice to see you again. And please know that, as I say this very humbly, you're going to. If you come to this channel, you're going to learn Star Wars lore, facts, canon. I don't know everything. There's things I've never seen, things I will never see. I don't have access to the vault. But if it's something that's been put out into the world, I've seen at least 80 or 90% of it, and I talk about it, and I show you where you can go look at it. So you will learn a whole lot about Star Wars on this channel, more so than any other Star Wars channel. I can promise and guarantee that. So I appreciate it, and I'm glad you do. And the reason I can say that is not arrogance or I just think I'm so great. It's because I love it, I understand it, and most importantly, I heavily research it. I spend hours every day digging around, researching, cross-referencing, digging up the stuff. And if I tell you that this is this, it's because George Lucas said so. And I will show you, or I can at least show you where he said that. So, anyways, I'm very glad that you're enjoying it and learning stuff. We will now discuss the location of the hidden rebel base. There you go. Favorite sound effect? Whew, so many. Lightsaber, Utini, on and on and on. I love Boba Fett's dialogue, and maybe Slave One, the sound of Slave One. Ooh, I like that. R2's beeps and blips. It's hard to say. All of them. That's my answer. All of them. The interrogation droid that I was just talking about. I love the sound of that thing coming in. Vader's breathing. I mean, the sound of lightning, the cackling of Palpatine. All of it. All of it. The seismic charge in the asteroid field. I mean, so way too many I couldn't even. Because I can't share the audio or video. The stream will get taken down. So I just put a picture there to kind of, so you're not just looking at my face the whole time. Which reminds me, I could maybe put up a different picture. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't. Because I wish we could just all watch the movie together, But I can't. The stream will get freaking hacked. Hopefully you guys can see that on the ridge. You should be able to. That was what I was talking about a little bit ago. What a cool shot that is. And I always imagine, like, the person filming that, like, they got to be at some distance, and just what I don't know who picked that out. It was probably the set. There's a particular job, set director or set coordinator. I can't remember the name of the actual job, but there's a person that like finds locations, right? Or maybe George was like, oh shit, look at that ridge. Who knows? Rick McCollum, who I couldn't remember his name earlier. Rick McCollum, the producer of Star Wars, original producer. So who knows who found that shot? But man, what a cool. That would have been an amazing Star Wars poster. I don't know why that never really became popular. Anyways, that's why, because I can't share the film. I wish I could. Which film was worse? Last Jedi. Now, if I had a bunch of channel members, we could potentially, in a private stream, do that. But on this, no, I can't do that. Which film was worse? Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker? I choose Rise. They'll fly now. Oh, the ships don't know how to go up. Both are completely idiotic trash. they both, for several reasons, but I think just out of straight disrespect to Star Wars, well, not even I think, I know it's Last Jedi, obviously. You talk about taking a big hot steaming pile dump on Star Wars, Last Jedi. Rise of Skywalker was just crap because JJ's crap and doesn't know how to make movies. So it just sucked. But at least it was trying to fix stuff and trying to be Star Wars. Not saying that it did a good job, but at least, I guess, tried. What a fucking mess that movie is. Whereas Jedi was just like, fuck you guys. I'm just making my own movie. I don't care about, 35 years of lore. I don't care about The Force Awakens. I don't care about anything. I'm Rian Johnson, and I'm going to make my movie. Fuck you, Star Wars. So, what was worse for the franchise? Last Jedi. Not even. Yes, thank you, Womp Rats. Yes, thank you, guys. I have so much information, and I'm doing the chat and the movie, and it's like sometimes things go blank. So thank you, yes. Sometimes this happens.
I've gone off the track.
I'm only human. But yes, thank you, Womp Rats. Like those little dudes. No worries. Expanded special edition of Mos Eisley. Yeah, there's a little bit of extra nonsense there. Again, the originals are, that's what it is, but I also respect the maker, and if George says, well, that's what it is, then I can't argue with George. It is what it is. I never said I love everything he did, but I always 100% will respect his decisions because it is George's Star Wars, not yours, not mine. Radek, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I very much appreciate you becoming a member. You are my second member, so you know that, and I will remember that. And you now have access to. Can I do it from here? No, I guess I can't. So give me just a second. Just a moment, which you may be aware, but in case you're not, you will be able to use these. So, have fun with Geode. Thank you for becoming a member, Radek. Appreciate it, bro. And I try not to bring it up too much because, I don't expect anything from you guys. I'm just thankful that you guys subscribe and watch and support. I don't do this for the money, although I need it. The channel needs it if you want it to grow. So I don't mention it much, but you do get a bunch of perks. It does help the channel. If you guys want it to grow and get more and bigger, then for as little as $2 a month, you can become a member. So just know. I appreciate it. From being a gas station to a city. Yeah, it kind of did. Mos Eisley Cantina or Chelm Spaceport Cantina, yeah. Again, I'm not saying I agree with everything that George did, but at the end of the day, I respect him, and that's his movies, And if he says there's a tree here on this painting, who the fuck am I to tell him there's not a tree there? You understand? And if I personally, humbly can say, I have no right to tell him, well, fucking Mickey Mouse sure as hell doesn't have the right to tell him. Thank you, Womp Rats. All the characters in Cantina, not off the top of my head, no. If I sat down, wrote them down, thought about it, probably. But right now, no. Not at all. And that's trivia. That's not necessarily knowing Star Wars. Which, I bring that up because Dave Filoni, that's who he is. He knows all that little trivia bullshit. But yet, what he fails to understand is Star Wars. So, I'm not a trivia, I'm not a theory, I'm not an opinion channel. I'm this is what Star Wars channel is. Anyways, no, I can't. I can tell you that Hammerhead was an actual character called Hammerhead. He does have another name, which right now I don't remember, and he was a bounty hunter. He's in the cantina. I will point him out when we get there. Most people don't know this, but I know this because his action figure back in the day on the card said that he was a bounty hunter. So, just a little fun fact. Last community post about Disney earning report brought out a bunch of delusional. Yeah, oh my God. And it's like, you show them the hard numbers from Disney, not like some journal site or opinion site or not my Star Wars gathered info. No, from Disney's actual own website. And people just, they want to deny it. They don't want to, so it's like talking to a wall. Again, people think I hate. No, I'm showing you the facts. And the facts are is that Disney's minus $685 million from $30+ billion in cash loans. And if that doesn't wake you the fuck up, nothing is. EU has beautiful stories and interesting aspects, but the rest of the adaptive canons made by people they didn't fully consult George. It's not connected to the G canon. It's like DC's Earth 2. Yeah. And again, most of the EU fits fine. It's beautiful. It's great. It's definitely part of the universe. It's right there. But you can't call it official canon because it's not. There's stuff that contradicts 1 through 6. And if George at any moment could just say, well, nope, that's not what happened. Well, then it's not canon. Splinter of the Mind's Eye, the first EU piece of property, literally established and proved that. Because it was this great story, a fantastic book by an amazing author, Alan Dean Foster. I would recommend it to anybody. It's gorgeous, it's beautiful, it's great. But literally, Empire Strikes Back came out and retconned that whole book. And that, from the first piece of EU, established that EU is not canon. Never was, never will be. You should make a video exposing Filoni and clone. I've been thinking about it. Well, there's 2 videos. The Ahsoka problem will come eventually. And I'm going to show you all the bullshit with Ahsoka. All the lies and mess and retcons and canon-breaking bullshit with Ahsoka. That's coming. Another video I've been wanting to do for a long time. I'm just so freaking busy and shit keeps coming up. But does Disney, what is Star Wars canon, and does Disney understand it? That's coming. Where I have the hard facts of what canon is. And then I've thought of, Dave Filoni something video, phony baloney, Filoni, something like that. But probably in the canon video is where I'm going to dismantle Filoni anyway. So something like that is coming. And I don't have anything personal with Dave Filoni. I'm not like have a vendetta. I hate the guy. No, nothing like that. It's just that, dude, you've been disrespecting Star Wars since George sold it. You're literally shitting on George Lucas. Not on my watch. 35 years old, from Glasgow, Scotland. I'm completely obsessed with the original trilogy. I refuse to watch prequels, sequels. First of all, nice to see you all the way from Scotland. Awesome. Welcome, Joe. I love the prequels. I don't think they're perfect. They're not the OT, but they're the Skywalker saga. So, sequels, that's a totally different thing. That's Disney fan fiction. And I don't expect that you have to love the prequels. All I ever say is that if you don't respect them and understand that they make a story, then you're maybe not a Star Wars fan, because that's what Star Wars is. Quite literally. But good to see you from so far away. A lot from you since finding your channel. Well, I'm glad you guys are. And I'll repeat, I don't pretend to know everything and be perfect, and not at all. But I can promise you what I tell you is the truth and it's the facts. And I'm never going to tell you what you want to hear, but I'm going to tell you the truth. Million voices crying out, yes. Ever watched the prequels? They're made by the same man who made the original trilogy that you love to do. Yeah. Two-way tie from my favorite sound effect. Blasters, lightsabers. Yeah, there's so many. Ben Burtt was a freaking madman. He's a genius. Every ship has a distinctive sound. Every weapon, everything. Lightsabers are lightsabers. But every character, everything had, Filoni's shows, considering he's a good writer, he doesn't write. And no, he's not a good writer at times, but he breaks lore. Many misunderstands that people shouldn't mistake him for Star Wars. He doesn't write. He was the director. He didn't write a damn thing. I mean, maybe he wrote a episode, but I've seen all the writers of the Clone Wars. I literally was looking at it like 2 weeks ago. He doesn't write. Good to see you, buddy. The mouse. Arguable. I love Dooku. But probably, being classic Vader or Luke. Neither one is. That's something that's hilarious to me. Are you going to give John and Dave control of Star? Neither one is anywhere in the realm of capable to run Lucasfilm. Dave Filoni knows some Star Wars lore. He doesn't know the first thing about running a company. He can't even get his own canon right. And Jon Favreau, he's a smart guy, but he makes movies and TV shows. He doesn't know anything about running a studio. Not to mention, if he's running Lucasfilm, he would never have time to make any shows or movies. So, what's the point of that? You guys want him, right? You want him to make a Mandalorian. Well, running a Lucasfilm, you're not going to have any Mandalorian. Neither one is even closely resembling capable to run Lucasfilm. But that just goes to show how thirsty some of you are. You're so desperate that you're just like, well, put someone that knows nothing about running a corporation to run a corporation because you're convinced they know and love Star Wars. Jon Favreau himself admits, I don't know this shit. Dave Filoni admits, I don't give a fuck about this shit. And you want them to run Lucasfilm. Holy shit. Don't believe it. It's a fact. Dave said it. Rian Johnson said it. KK said it. Dave Filoni was on the set with Rian Johnson watching Jake Skywalker happen. I don't need to say anything else. If you understand Star Wars, if you care about Star Wars, I don't need to say anything else. You think had the best music? AOTC. Oh, man. Wow, that's hard to say. Probably this one, honestly. But they're all great. I mean, it's hard to say. I love Boba Fett's theme, so that's not this one. Empire had amazing music. Jedi had amazing music. I mean, it's really hard to say. All of it. George, many times, Anakin's fall was Anakin's fault because of his attachments. It's an issue that people mistake the EU legends and Filoni's idea that the Jedi are correct. The Jedi aren't correct. The Jedi are actually pretty freaking great. But everybody wants to twist it like it's their fault and because Anakin and blah, blah, blah. You don't understand Star Wars. You weren't paying attention. It's that simple. We need someone who gives... Now, I'm not saying the Jedi were perfect. I'm not saying they didn't make any mistakes. I'm not saying they weren't distracted by a fucking Clone Wars happening all over the galaxy. But the Jedi have been around for centuries and they know what they're doing. Hello. We need someone who gives a damn and knows about as much as George and won't ruin anything for their own characters. Well, there's few people on this earth that are him, and you're on one of them's channel. Not saying that I would work for Disney. Well, if Disney paid me a lot of money, and I mean a lot, I'm going to squeeze the fuck out of them. Like millions and millions and probably hundreds of millions of dollars up front. And full, unequivocal control. Not a fucking peep from Iger, KK, nobody. I run this shit. I would consider it. Outside of that, no, I don't want anything to do with it. And I'm not the only one. I'm not saying that I'm the only qualified person. Just saying. We need someone who gives a damn and people were happy JJ came back. I wasn't. I knew he was. Yeah, I wasn't happy he was there in the first place. Confirmed the KK saying, no, he said, we look forward to her being here for many years to come. He absolutely confirmed that she's not going anywhere. Rinzler lead, he seems to know, because of ego, because Disney, well, because, first of all, George put Kathleen there, unfortunately, and because, you know, but that's why he left, because he saw that the shit was upside down. It was no longer Star Wars. And he says it in my stream. If George was still there, he would still be there. Many interviews that the Jedi felt like they failed after Order 66, but he only really blamed Anakin for his own fall and the rise of the Sith, not the Jedi. Yeah, again, the Jedi weren't perfect. I'm not saying that they were perfect or flawless. But this whole thing is they were lost and stupid and didn't know what they're doing. And oh, Lord. Meanwhile, they've been defenders of justice and peace for thousands of generations throughout the galaxy. But, you know, they don't know what they're doing. Remember the names of anything in the Rise of Skywalker or new Lego Star Wars game came out? Forgot the names. Boskin, Dengar, yeah. That's because there's nothing to connect to in the sequel trilogy. Dictionary of all the characters, yeah. Want to become a member. Right underneath the title of the stream, like where the like button is, it says join, right? And subscribe. If you click the join button, it will show you the details of each level and the price of each level. The lowest level is $1.99, and you get those little icons that I showed you. And then I don't remember them. It's been a while since I set them up, but I believe it's $1.99, $4.99, $9.99, $24.99, or $49.99, if I remember correctly. And obviously, each level you get more stuff. Now, if let's just say your third level, well, you get the third level plus everything before it. So you get level 1, 2, and 3 perks. Understand? If you're level 5, you get all the perks. It's not that you just get that level. So you can cancel at any time. You can change it. Like if you want to join the lowest level and then go later higher level, or you could be like a level 4 and then decide, I just want to be a level 2. You can at any time change that. Granted, it's like a monthly thing. So if you were to join, well, then it's going to charge you for the month, and then next month you would be canceled or different level. But you have the option. If you click the join button, the details are there and you can look at it. But after the stream, if you go to my channel, you should see it. If you are subscribed, you're going to see there's a video there. Channel memberships. If not, look through my videos, click the video tab, and look for, there's a video that says Not My Star Wars channel memberships. It's like a 3-minute video that I made that shows you and explains it all there. Also, when you click the join tab, if I remember correctly, the video should be there. So not only can you see the details of all the memberships, but you can watch my little video that explains memberships. So there you go. Right underneath the like and dislike button, it says join. Now, if you're on your phone, it's in the same... it's to the right. It says Not My Star Wars. It's on the left side. This on computer, it's on the right side. You've got join and then subscribe. On phone, Not My Star Wars is on the left. Subscribe is right underneath. And then just to the right of that, like in the middle, it says join. And there you can see all the details and or join as a member. So there you go. And I appreciate it if you at least check it out. Rock on. Yes. As a matter of fact, just for you, my good friend and one of my older supporters, rock on. I can only have 4 right now because of the amount of members that I have. Once I get like 5 or 10 members, I can add more. So I will constantly be adding more. It's just I can only have 4 slots. Now, if there's a particular emoji as a member that you want, let me know. And sure, I have Boba Fett there because that's my boy. Geode because, hey, he's the hottest Star Wars character. My little logo just for the fun, and then Yoda. But if you want Vader or Leia, or I have a bunch of them. So eventually, when I have enough members, I can put several, and you'll have all kinds. But right now, I can only put 4. I have to have more members to unlock more spots. But if you become a member, let me know. What do you want? Greedo? I don't know. Do you want the penis monster from The Rise of Skywalker? You let me know. But yes, I actually have a bunch of emojis. R2, a whole bunch, but I can only put 4 right now. So just let me know. And if you didn't notice, I just changed them. Because before it was Vader, Yoda, my logo, and a drooling Jabba. Now it's Geode, Boba, Yoda, and my logo. So, also when you become a member, you get a little icon next to your name. And when you type in chat, which I just changed those too. I think Geode might be the first level, I forget. So Radic, if you type something, you should see a little, you might have to refresh your page, but you'll see like a little icon next to your name because you're a channel member. So that shows everyone that you're a channel member. So refresh your page and try that. Anyways, thank you. Anyone that at least checks it out, I very much appreciate it. And listen, I don't ask anything of anybody, but you want this channel to grow? I need to get a better mic. And there's things I need to do. You want this channel to grow? Well, there you go. More emojis they're ready. I can't unlock them yet. But if you become a member, let me know what you want. Interesting stories with the corrupt Jedi Order. But that idea is not canon to George's intentions. That's the idea of fans and writers. Correct. And I love Star Wars fan films. There's some amazing ones out there. But if you're the official owners and Star Wars channel, you need to respect canon. Not just make bullshit. With George, the Jedi were blinded by the Sith, not a fallen corrupt order that lost their way. Yeah. And it's not to say that they didn't, like, with everything going on, with the Republic so big, with so much interference, and then the Clone Wars, and then, you know, the Chosen One, and all this stuff going on, that they didn't get a little bit blinded. Nobody's denying that. But to say that they're just dumb and aloof and get fucking real. I think a corrupted Jedi Order is a cool idea. Well, don't mind changes for comic books as long as it is disrespectful. People make the dumbest complaints. Yeah. Never the snap. Yeah. D. Hammerhead. Mama. Naden. Yes, thank you. He is indeed a bounty hunter. Which, I'm sure there's some book out there that says it, but I know that because I'm a Star Wars fan from day one, and the action figure on the card said bounty hunter, as it did for Greedo. As for Vader, it said the Dark Lord of the Sith, and as for Palpatine, it said Emperor Palpatine. So if you were paying attention, long before Jedi, never mind the prequels, I knew who Palpatine was. I knew that Vader was the Dark Lord of the Sith, and I knew that Hammerhead, the guy in the back of the cantina, was actually a bounty hunter. Thank you, D. Spider-Man, Gwen Stacy, yes. Were not allowed droids in the cantina. I never really knew. He just doesn't like droids. I don't know. I would think it's because they're bad for business. You have all these bounty hunters and different aliens coming in there, and they're like, why are these fucking clunky droids everywhere getting in the way? They're not buying drinks. I can't, like, hook up with it, or I can't make a deal with it, or trade, or buy, or, you know what I'm saying? So I think they're just bad for business. That was always my presumption. They're just in the fucking way. That's, you know, because I've never seen like an official thing. Maybe somewhere deep in some book it says, but I've never heard George or any reference to it. I always assumed it's because it's bad for business. Splinter, back and read it again. I don't know about that. It's still a great book. It doesn't fit in canon. Comics, the second Robin was Jason Todd. Hammerhead, yeah. I always call him Hammerhead. Yeah. Solo, Lord. It is, but it's not George's intentions to corrupt the Jedi Order can work in Legends and Filoni's Filoniverse if his works are officially known as different from George's canon, but the G canon is its own. I see what you're saying, but no. Star Wars is in history. This is history. You don't get to choose like, well, but we'll make our own alternate. Like, no, this is fact. This is real. This is reality. This is history. There is no, but here and there and no. This is what it is. Star Wars is this. Either you respect this or it's not Star Wars. Now, if Disney wants to make their fan fiction and make whatever, this, that, and the other, okay. But it's not Star Wars. Filoniverse, we don't call it canon, whatever. That's not Star Wars. That's Disney's space fantasy fiction thing. It's not Star Wars. You don't have an option of deviating from canon. It is what it is. This is what Star Wars is. Do you respect and maintain continuity with it or not? If not, it's not Star Wars. It's just my opinion, but I think the Jedi Code is sometimes a little too strict, and I think the Jedi Order is still at some fault. Too strict? No. You want to be a Buddhist monk? You must follow a strict code. You want to become a ninja, a knight, or whatever? You must follow a strict code. You must pass trials, and you must live a certain way. You want to be a nun? Well, there's things you must do. So, no. And some fault for the... I mean, I'm not, again, saying they're perfect, but did Anakin come to Yoda and say, hey, I need help. I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. I killed sand people. I did this. I did the other. I'm conflicted. No. So, there's that old saying, a student is only as good as their teacher. Yes, there's a lot of weight to that. But also, you know, a student has a responsibility to themselves, and in this case, the galaxy, and be like, hey, Obi-Wan, I need your help. Hey, Yoda, I don't know what's going on. Hey, the Palpatine is saying this, and I'm not speaking up about it. So, Anakin has a lot to do. Anakin, at the end of the day, did it to himself because of his greed and worry about Padme. Instead of going to Yoda and being like, look, I had this vision. I'm scared for Padme. What can I do? Is it true? Is this a true vision? Is it a premonition? What do I, you know? And Yoda would have been like, the future's hard to see, and that's just one path. If you continue along the same path, then the Force is showing you what's going to happen. Maybe you need to change your ways. Maybe you need to rethink what you're doing. Maybe you need to be more humble. Maybe you need to be more respectful. Maybe you need to listen to Obi-Wan more. Just changing one thing in your life can affect everything. So Anakin is greatly responsible for this bullshit. Good show. Make them rule everything. I like this guy. Ryan is mildly hot. You don't like this guy. This is your favorite Star Wars channel. This is the best Star Wars channel you've ever seen. I think what John and Dave are doing, great at what they're doing. I can't agree with that, but Dave and John have a great view of Star Wars, with both of them growing up on the movies and them knowing. Can't agree with that either. Brian, but remember Qui-Gon said, a Jedi's life is a hard one. If you don't want to live under those rules, don't train as one. Exactly. If you want to be a Jedi, Jedis are basically monks. And if you want to be a monk, there's a code. Better job. Dave and John, yeah, well, I'm not arguing that. But just because they did less shit doesn't mean they're still not doing shit. Understand that. And that's a lot of times people's defense. but it's the only good Star Wars we've gotten. It's better than the other stuff. So you're defending shit because there's a bigger pile of shit. No, guys. Hold your standard. Stand your ground. We want real Star Wars, not half-ass candy bullshit Star Wars. Stop being thirsty. Demand real Star Wars. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. Yeah, I think that's what he meant. Yeah. They're a step up to at least 7 and 9. We're complete dumpster fire, but remember the issues at 8. Look back to Dave. Well, and that's the thing. That's another part of it, is that Favreau is separate in that sense, but Filoni is responsible for most of the shit you guys are seeing, guys. Most of the canon breaking. The two keepers of the light here, understand, are Pablo Hidalgo and Dave Filoni. Hidalgo's mostly involved with side stuff. Comics, books, blah, blah, blah. High Republic. But he also was involved in Mandalorian. And he makes the Mandalorian books. Filoni's more the live action. The movies, the shows. And both things are all jacked up. So if the two people that are supposed to be the keepers of the light, that know this shit and are behind the scenes running the shit, not running it, but like guiding it, well then, you're trusting in either one of them? Question about KK is a stockholder meeting was planted by Disney to get their message across that she is not leaving. I don't know about if it was planted, but regardless of the whatever, he said she's here for many years to come. So, had money, I would be a member. No problem. I don't ask or expect anything from anyone. Just know for as little as $2 a month, you can support the channel. So, that I've only been exposed to only one of the sequels, refuse to watch them. Good for you. Young Booth Man, I don't recognize you, so welcome. There you go. Let me look on this side. Yep. Which I can change that. If there's something else you want, I can change it. But I figure, you're a member of Not My Star Wars, so there you go. The thing is, here in the internal chat on StreamYards, I don't see the chat like on YouTube. So that's why I had to check. But there you go. Oh, by the way, if you don't know how, when you in the chat at the bottom, there's like the smileys and all that stuff. You should get an option for Not My Star Wars emojis, right? And then you can use the stuff, the Rock, the Boba Fett. Next character introduced in the High Republic, a Force-sensitive mycosis stronger than Majin Buu. There you go. Sounds like you would make a great fit on the High Republic story group. Parents were killed by droids. Could be in EU. It's possible. I don't know the story, but it could be. There was a squid, or maybe you're just like being funny and saying that's why. Yeah, but I always, again, the movies are what canon. We have to go by what we see in the movies. So my assumption was always they're just bad for business. There was a squid head, a snaggletooth. Yep. The squid head is a corn. Only if your Lando would be allowed to hook up with droids. Well, that's true. Lando would have had a great time at the Mos Eisley Cantina. Or maybe a bad time because no droids were allowed, but in an open cantina. Anakin didn't care about the Jedi Code. He married Padme in secret. Well, I'm not going to say he didn't care. But he did put his personal, right, interests above them. Which was where he fucked up. The second you go from that discipline, you go from that code, is where you fall. A monk that is, doing shit loosey-goosey compared to a monk that is 100% disciplined, is that the loosey-goosey is never going to reach achieve the level of enlightenment and skill as the one that's, right, that's disciplined. When I was young, the whole droid deal seemed like a joke on racism, but I did research and found out it was because they can't be served their machines and take up room, plus they're used as spies. That too. Yeah. So like I said, yeah, it does kind of come across like he's anti-droid, but there's always a reason for things, guys, and it's because they're bad for business. The Code of the Jedi wasn't the problem, but the corruption, hypocrisy, and politics. The Order doesn't really have politics, so. And there's not really corruption in the Order. There was corruption in the Senate. Corruption in the Order? There wasn't corruption in the Order. On the contrary, they were all very loving and moral and disciplined, and there wasn't corruption. There was the Fallen 20 that left the Order, Dooku. But corruption in the Order? No. There it is. You can get a pile of shit and paint it like a rose, and it's still a shit. Mostly legends on droids not being around in cantinas, but of course Disney will take the racist against droids jokes among fans of Parler. Yeah. You're anti-droids. I can't. Let me see if I can see it here over here. There he is, Geode. You should have access to all of them, don't you? You should have 4. Boba, Yoda, Geode, and my disc. Let me know if you only get 1, or can you not do all 4? You should be able to. Or are you only getting... I'm curious of that. George said Jedi were meant to fight war, so Palpatine knew what he was doing. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to the movie. Since you guys love chit-chatting so much. There you go. Cool, you got all of them. Good. I was curious about that. Awesome. So, yeah, if there's a particular icon you would like, let me know. Maybe your favorite character or something. You're only my second member, so you get the benefit of influencing that now, early. Later there will be much more, but right now you have the influence. You have the benefit of if there's a character you want. Obviously, Star Wars, not. I'm not gonna put like Spock or something there, but yeah. Cool. All right, I am at 4328. This is right when the sand speeder comes up to the stormtroopers. How long have you had these droids? About 3 or 4 seasons. They're up for sale if you want them. Good thinking on your toes there, Luke. Because obviously, if you would have said, "Well, I just got them." Let me see your identification. Do you have identification in Star Wars? Do you like carry around a state license ID? I'm just being funny. You don't need to see identification. Which was, again, the brilliance of George. At no point does, well, I mean, there is references like, Jedi mind tricks don't work on me, but that's later, From the beginning, you see Obi-Wan and what he says, and like you totally pick up on like, oh wow, he can manipulate these guys, So we don't need to see identification. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Well, there you go. One of the most iconic phrases in all of history. These aren't the droids you're looking for. I always liked the commander, how he has that orange. You can go about your business. You can go about your business. Move along. Move along. Again, super iconic dialogue there. Which is funny because people are like, I hate sand, and you don't even get why he said that. But anyways, it's like people like want to always pick out like, I hate this, and it makes Star Wars look bad. But yet you're forgetting and failing to acknowledge like some of the most iconic sayings of all time are all over Star Wars. I am the Father, move along. These aren't the droids you're looking for. I mean, there's so many. Get to the chopper. Oh, sorry, wrong movie. There's a lot of extra shit here in Tatooine, which I'm not crazy about all of it, but I guess that he did it for a reason. It's to show you that Tatooine is much bigger than what we had a perception of. Because again, to me, Tatooine was like this little village, and now it's this massive thing. Alright, bye to the Jawas, disgusting creatures. I can't understand how we got by those troops. I thought we were dead. The Force can have a strong influence on the weak-minded. You really think we're going to find a pilot here that can take us to Aldron? Hold on 1 second, guys. Give me just 1 second. I heard some knocking. I just want to make sure it's nothing urgent. I will be right back. Okay, just wanted to be sure everything's good. It just popped in my head real quick, so I'll just mention real quick that also channel members, if there's a different perk you want or something you would like me to change or do or whatever, just let me know. I mean, I can do different stuff. I get to choose what the perks are and what things are there, so just letting you know. Where are we at? 325. Okay. Let me see. Got the rock. I'll join as a member out of support for your channel tomorrow. I'd like to see the dildo mechanic from Ross Mary Poppins. Okay. Well, become a member and I will think about it. I do have Mary. Now, when you say Mary Poppins, are you talking about Leia? Or are you talking about my Mary Poppins, which is Rey flying with an umbrella? So, but yeah, I appreciate it. Bad feeling about this. There you go. He doesn't like you. I don't like you either. You just watch yourself. We're wanted men. I've got the death sentence on 12 systems. There you go. What a piece of junk. Yeah. If he doesn't return, he was probably kidnapped by Disney. I'm here. The mouse can't stop me. Don't worry about that. Sirens outside. No dildos in Star Wars. Well, but there's a French tickler. Hoppins as in Leia flying the Superman. Okay, I got you. That I would have to make, but it could happen. And by the way, it wasn't like the front door or anything like that. It was here. I heard some tapping, and but it was the room next door. I just wanted to be sure. When I'm streaming, like, they know not to bother me, but just, out of precaution, in case of anything. Carrie Poppins. Yes. I lost some brain cells because of that. Which part? Mary Poppins? Yeah. Leia Poppins. All right, let's continue. Only watch your step. This place can be a little rough. I'm ready for anything. We'll see about that. I mean, I guess at this point, after everything's happened. That one guy with the hookah vape, whatever, he's new. I was never a fan of the guys in like astronaut suits. I always felt they're so out of place. Like, why would they need suits to breathe when all these other species could breathe? But, whatever, it's George's world. Cantina Band. Chewie. Speaking of sound effects, right there after they show Chewie, then it cuts to the door, 3PO, R2, Luke. There's that, I have no idea what the hell that thing is, air unit or whatever, and with the cross and has the lights that go. I obviously can't make the sound effect, but that was always one of my favorite Star Wars sound effects. We don't serve their kind here. You're droids. By the way, since she's so underappreciated, 4543, there's two women at the side of the bar that no one seems to acknowledge, and there's no women in Star Wars, there's no diversity. Well, there's two women there, and the closest one smoking the little I see you. Why don't you wait out by the speeder? I heartily agree with you. Greedo. Walrus face. I'll have one of those. Are you young? Are you old enough to drink some? By the way, I'm sure most of you know this, but if you didn't, the bar has a bunch of cylindrical, elongated, I don't know what to call them, pipes, objects, metal. Those are IG-88, by the way. That's where IG-88's head comes from, is the things hanging from the cantina there. It's IG-88's head. Hammerhead. He is at 4620. Pretty obvious who he is. And I did indeed have that action figure a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. He doesn't like you. I don't like you either. Which is kind of silly. Like, who do you go up to and be like, "We don't like you, and you better watch yourself because I'm wanted on 12 systems." It's like when you're like having to say that, it kind of like weakens your argument. But anyways, you'll be dead. I saw something there. That guy says, "Hold on a second." Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. To be honest, I started watching Star Wars because of the sequels, so I'm quite new to Star Wars. Oh, there you go. It's okay. It's always good to get into Star Wars. Here's what I suggest. I don't know how much interest you have, but on a weekend or, in a week, watch all 9 in a row. I mean, honestly, I would tell you not even waste your time with 7, 8, 9, but just for the point. Watch them all in a row. Not months apart. Within a week, a weekend, so that it's all fresh and you really see what's happening. Do a marathon. Watch all 9. And very quickly and easily you're going to say, oh, there's this Skywalker saga, and then there's these 3 jumbled up mess of a fucking train wreck thing. When you watch them separate, like a year apart, you don't remember, you're not connecting dots. But then again, that's what Not My Star Wars is here for, to help you connect those dots. But for anybody that's like, oh, but the sequels were, but they're Star Wars. Okay, I challenge you. Watch all 9 films within a week. Better, a weekend. And you yourself are going to see that shit isn't Star Wars. But cool. Well, there's some people, not everybody sees Star Wars. So, yeah, I missed the prequels. Okay. Oh, well, you're new. I completely understand. You're free to love whatever Star Wars content you want. I hope you understand the issues behind Disney and all those people that went in their direction. Walrus says, okay, that's the Tanaka sisters, 2 women in content. Yeah, the one closest, kind of pointy nose. She's smoking the... I see you. Anyways, because there's no women in Star Wars. When SJW say there's no women, there you go. Not talking about women, but women. That's true. You got a point there. Bar, Hollywood Boulevard. Oh, cool. Hey, dead girls. Nice to see you. Always happy to see dead girls. Tanaka, yeah. I've always wondered what Jawa juice, blue milk, and other Star Wars food tasted like. Jawa juice tastes like Jawas. They put them in the blender and heavily respect George because despite all the inconsistencies, when other people write Star Wars, he gives them their own sandbox to play in as long as he can tell his own story. Yeah, and I mean, I have nothing against other people doing stuff. Just a second. Someone's going to the store. I'm like, get me some chocolate. I'm having a chocolate fit right now. So, anyways, if Disney were to say, this isn't canon, we're just making like some Star Wars stuff because we want to make Star Wars stuff and we want you to have Star Wars stuff. Okay. But when you have the fucking nerve to say, this is the Skywalker legacy and I'm Rey Skywalker. Absolutely not. You're disrespecting, and Not My Star Wars is going to smack your bitch ass down. but I love fan films and all that stuff. Actually, I don't like the sequels, and I'm watching the Clone Wars now, so I don't know what the issue is Filoni, because you don't know the old canon well enough to understand where they're breaking canon. But if you watch closely enough, or you watch Not My Star Wars, then you're going to see. Of course, they don't return the favor because all these people want to make Star Wars what they want. That's a big part of it. Would you tell a newbie to watch them in order? I personally would say watch 1 through 6 in that order. 1 through 6. A lot of people have like the machete mixed up, which I don't see why the hell you would do that. That's just crazy to me. And some people say watch the OT and then the prequels, which is okay. I mean, if you really, I think why people say that is because they want you to fall in love with the OT first, so that, you know, because they diminish the prequels, so they want you to fall in love with the OT first, and that's the standard, and then everything else tries to fit around it. And I get it, but to me, real Star Wars is real Star Wars, and if you pay attention, well, then it doesn't matter if you watch OT first and then PT. It's all going to fit anyways. So to me, it's like you might as well watch it 1 through 6. See the whole saga as exactly as it unrolls, as it unravels. That's what I say. This is the thing. When you have to go to extremes to defend something, to like make sure, well, this is your first impression, and that way I can defend my stance, well, then you've already lost. Something that's true, genuine, full of love, made with love, will always stand on its own. So, and yes, some people, they watch the prequels first, are influenced by that, and then they think, you know, oh, well, the OT is not as good. Or same thing with Clone Wars. I had a big problem with the Clone Wars cartoon. A lot of people watch that, and they're like, that's how I came into Star Wars, and I don't really like the OT. And then it's like, well, fuck, you don't know a damn thing about Star Wars. Because if it wasn't for Boba Fett, if it wasn't for the OT and all this stuff, you wouldn't have Clone Wars, you wouldn't have Attack of the Clones, and you wouldn't have the cartoons. So, I get it. But at the end of the day, if it's true, if it's genuine, and you have a brain, then you shouldn't have to influence someone's decision. They should be able to watch it 1 through 6. As George Lucas says, it's one movie. Now, if it's do or die, you'll have to pick and choose. Well, OT all day. I mean, that's a million miles away the best Star Wars content, and what started it all, and what's true and genuine. And if we didn't have the prequels, Star Wars is just fine. If you don't have the OT, well, Star Wars is like, well, what the fuck happens? I mean, you see that Anakin becomes Vader, but then that's not the most important part. The most important part is Luke, Vader terrorizing, the Emperor taking power, Luke redeeming his father. So the PT wouldn't. I mean, it works. It's a good trilogy, but it wouldn't stand up alone as much as the OT stands up on its own. OT, if there was nothing ever made, a book, a comic, another movie, a show, fine. Star Wars, beautiful, done. PT needs a little more. And then obviously all this other retconning, canon-breaking bullshit doesn't work at all on its own. That's another true testament to what is real. If the Clone Wars cartoon by itself doesn't stand on its own without context, then that in itself shows that it's not canon or not that good. Understand? If it can't stand on its own 2 feet, then you need to look in the mirror and say, is that real Star Wars? Because the PT can. The sequel trilogy certainly can't. It can't stand on fucking a shoestring, never mind on its own 2 feet. And the PT, while again, to really be complete, needs the OT. The PT, if all we got was the PT, okay, well, we saw Anakin as a little boy and he becomes Darth Vader, and then we have to speculate him terrorizing, but we know what happens. Can you smell me? You should look at Andy Dick's Marilyn Poppins. That was funny. If you ever want to see a funny Mary Poppins and Marilyn Manson mock comedy, too, talking about, okay, Andy Dick's Marilyn Poppins. All right. I know Andy Dick. I don't recall that sketch or film or what you're talking about, so I will look into it. I still haven't watched 9. I never had interest, still could care less. Yeah, you don't need to. Rock on. I think you're thinking of Jamba Juice. There is no Jawa juice. There is in fact Jawa juice. Hello. There is Jawa juice. Don't, I don't know if you're being funny, but there is indeed Jawa juice. Don't watch it, you'll regret it, yeah. I have friends who watch all 9 and say that there's a connection. Of course, these friends only watch Star Wars for their feelings. They don't have to understand the lore. Well, okay, but how old are these friends? And they're not being honest, because anybody objectively watching the films will be like, what the hell is this fucking mess? I'd love an order of dewback ribs with some Carillion brandy. Yeah, apparently, according to Dave Filoni, crate dragons are a delicacy that you barbecue, which I don't know. I thought that was pretty weird, but okay. I'd love an order of dewback ribs with Carillion brandy. There you go. Hey, good. Thank you for reminding me. Carillion brandy, that is in the EU, is it not? Or are you making that up? I think I've heard of Carillion brandy. I like the little ribs you put there. Because someone recently asked me about liquors in Star Wars, and as I'm not a huge EU expert, I couldn't think of really much. So I was trying to think of what stuff there is. And I want to say the Carillion brandy rings a bell. Rey Skywalker, Soy Walker, or Palpatine. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Like Ahsoka and Grogu don't exist. Yep, they sure don't. Only in Mickey Mouse's brain do they exist. Why not Ahsoka? I can understand Grogu, money milking machine, but why Ahsoka? Because she breaks the entire OT. The only Jedi are Obi-Wan and Yoda. Potentially Luke and Leia. If Ahsoka's alive right now, where the fuck is she? Why isn't she helping the rebellion? Why isn't Obi-Wan and Yoda seeking her out? Why are they dealing with a boy? Why isn't she seeking them out? Understand? Now you've diminished the entire importance and sacrifice of Luke Skywalker, because if Luke fails, oh well, who gives a fuck? Ahsoka's there. No. The Star Wars is called A New Hope. Why? Luke Skywalker is the New Hope. Why? Because he's the only one left. If he fails, we're all fucked. That's why Ahsoka cannot be alive, because now she negates the importance of Luke Skywalker. The point of Luke is that he's it. That's all we got. Luke, when I die, the last of the Jedi, you shall be Yoda. There are no other Jedi. There is no Ahsoka Tano. Now, she would have been fine if she died before Order 66. No problem. Cool. She was great. She was Anakin's apprentice. Fine. No problem. I loved her. Fine. Good. But the second that she got past Order 66, bullshit. She diminishes the entire OT. The whole point of Luke redeeming it. Why didn't she join Luke to help take out the Emperor and Vader? Because she doesn't exist. Or she's a complete coward. Either way, no good. Ahsoka's trash. Ooba. Ooba. I need to get a clip of that just for you. Anakin training a Padawan doesn't fit with the films, but as a character she's alright. Yeah, and I don't argue that. I'm not crazy that a Padawan, well, I guess at that point he is a knight, because we see in the Clone Wars, original, real Clone Wars, that he's a knight. So I'll say that. But a knight to have a Padawan? But, as I've said, number one, if George Lucas says so, none of us, I cannot argue with that. Number two, to be fair, this is the chosen one, who's way ahead of everyone at his age and in general, who is a loose fucking cannon and needs some responsibility. That was the point of Ahsoka, is to reel him in and show him some responsibility, that he now is responsible for a life, instead of always putting Obi-Wan through like, oh shit, what are you going to do next? Now he has to think about the responsibility of protecting Ahsoka. So that's why I was always okay with Ahsoka. I loved Ahsoka. I thought she was great. She was cute. She was cool. I had no problems with her. And then the second that phony, baloney, macaroni, dumb Dick Dave let her live past Order 66, even though George Lucas says she dies before Order fucking 66. The second he did that, I want nothing to do with Ahsoka Tano. She breaks the entire franchise. Best character from Clone Wars, since she's the only one who has any character. But what about Obi-Wan? What about Yoda? What about Anakin? Rethink what you just said. I think she was awesome in Clone Wars. I'm just saying. Rethink what you just said. As much as I love the Clone Wars, I grew up with, despite all its issues, is a lot more adaptive to the films and makes more sense. Yes. And that was never canon either, but it was much better. There is? I'm not sure. There is what? Part where she and younglings went to Ilum. I lost you there. But there's all kinds of problems with yes. One, you don't bleed crystals. You go to Ilum, the crystal chooses you, and through the Force you make a connection. That's your crystal. Blue, green, whatever it is. Okay? There is no, well, I'm going to bleed it and change it, and that's not how it works. So that's one of many. Romulan ale. Oh, come on, man. Hey. Damn it, you.
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams.
Get development in Clone Wars, but it's not done completely organically. There's a lot of cuts of time when characters mature. Filoni is known well for this. Yeah, and again, I loved Ahsoka in the early Clone Wars. She does get a lot of development. She was a great character. I'm not one of those people that saw her in the beginning and was like, that stupid little brat. I loved her. I thought she was awesome. R2E and all that nonsense. I had a little girl at that time. I loved Ahsoka. It's not a matter of me personally not liking the character, so I'm going to bitch about it. No, on the contrary. When you break the entire fucking OT, then yes, I've got an issue with you. That's my problem with Ahsoka. And Dave Filoni. Carillion Ale and Brandy are both in the EU. Correct. Thank you for reminding me. Good to know. But Carillion Brandy I didn't remember, but Carillion Ale, yes, I do remember seeing that. Can't develop a character properly without time skipping. Yeah. Filoni's not a writer. First of all, he's an artist. And he directed. Everybody seems to think like he wrote and created all this shit. No. George Lucas created Ashla, not Dave Filoni. Ashla. That's who Ahsoka was. 2000. Oh, fuck. It's amazing. Become a channel member, you can watch the entire thing unedited, without commercials and all that shit. You can see one whole beautiful movie. I'm just putting it out there. Ahsoka is not a Jedi. She left the Order. Oh, really? She uses the Force. She uses lightsabers. She learns who Grogu is through the Force. She knows about the Seeing Stone and how to direct Jedi. The episode is called The Jedi. In Rise of Skywalker, she's a Force ghost. Nope. Ahsoka cannot be alive. Yes, Leia has the potential. Leia is not a Jedi. She has midichlorians. She can be a Force user, but there's a difference between having Force affinity and being a Jedi. That's just like saying, well, I practice karate or I'm a Buddhist monk. Two very different things. George wanted Ahsoka to, yes, he absolutely did, to further Anakin's turn, but of course Dave wanted her to live. Correct. And when you're going against George Lucas's wishes, that shows you who Dave Filoni is. Thank you for subscribing, William. Hi, I appreciate it. The other is Leia. Correct. There is no Ahsoka. Well, honestly, she died before Order 66, but in this core crown jewel Star Wars, Ahsoka's been long gone. Honestly, like Ahsoka, many Jedi gave up being Jedi after Order 66, according to George and Filoni, but my issue is Ahsoka making so many appearances in the OT era, if this is the case. How did Ahsoka die? No. But it doesn't matter how. What matters is that George Lucas says she fucking died. Why? Because of the problem I just discussed. Now she has totally diminished and broken the OT. Snips. Yeah, I thought that was cute. Well, but he's asking as far as how we should supposed to die, I believe is what he was asking. But if you're asking currently, well, she hasn't died yet. She's still fucking going. She's 5 years after Jedi, and she's 35 years after Jedi because she's in a fucking Force Ghost in the Rise of fucking Skywalker. So I don't want to hear that she's not a Jedi argument. I'm the wrong person to come to with that bullshit. I know you're kidding. I'm just saying, in general, if you're going to come to this channel and talk some shit, you better know what you're talking about, because I do. I never trust a guy that's not an archaeologist or cowboy, but wears a cowboy hat. There you go. And I have nothing against cowboys, but I think it's ridiculous when you're like living in the city and you're wearing a cowboy hat and boots. I mean, dude, you've never even stepped on a fucking farm. What the fuck are you doing? Anyways, George Lucas might have said Anakin trained a Padawan at the beginning, just like how the Clone Wars was originally intended to be canon. But as things happened, the show went its own way and decanonized itself. Correct. Because I have the quote where he said the Clone Wars is canon, and its intention was that it was to be canon. But that doesn't mean that Dave Filoni didn't go off and do some other bullshit and totally decanonize the thing. Because the idea was that it was going to be canon. But when you're contradicting and disrespecting everything that George said, well, guess what? You decanonized yourself. Good job, Disney. There is Jawa juice. Yes, I have it all the time. Like I said, I throw a bunch of Jawas in the blender. And that guy says, nice one. The Clone Wars stale character, he's the same for season 1 through 7. Obi-Wan comes off as too much of a troll like season 4, had the chance to blow up the ship Grievous was on, but he warns him via hologram, and Yoda isn't in the show enough to have any real development. Yeah, there's lots of things. At the end, Ahsoka, knows that Palpatine's in control of the Senate, or at least a Sith is in control of the Senate, and that Anakin's about to fall to the dark side. Maul tells her, we sit there and see the shit. She's right there in front of Isla Secura, Ki Adi Mundi, Mace Windu, Yoda, Rex is with her. Is there... I said Windu, right? So, Adi, Isla, Ki... I'm forgetting someone. It'll come to me in a minute. But there's several masters there. Ahsoka walks in just minutes after Anakin goes to tell Palpatine about Grievous. And Yoda looks her in the face. Is like, is there something you want to tell us? And she's like, nah. When right then and there, she could have ended the entire Clone Wars, let them know that there's a Sith about to take over the control of the Senate, and it needs to be dealt with, and to prevent Anakin from falling. Because right there, if they would have said, hey, Anakin's being groomed and he's about to turn to the dark side, Yoda, Obi-Wan would have rushed to Anakin, been like, dude, what's going on? We heard, don't fall. What's the matter? What's going on? Let's fix this. Let's work this out and stop the Sith. Instead, bitch, punk-ass, fucking bullshit-ass Ahsoka, Dave Filoni, pet motherfucking bullshit. Fuck Dave Filoni, honestly, really. I like Obi-Wan's sass. They did say something about Ahsoka's voice being heard again. Yeah, she's a Force ghost in The Rise of Skywalker. I can confirm this. I heard it in the theater, and I have the film, and I don't know in the physical, but I have it. I've had it before it came out. I had it, and she is a Force ghost, and so is Kanan bitch ass Jarrus. Ugh. Low, it's fun and all. Filoni tends to exaggerate things like making Grievous a complete joke. Dave Filoni, like episode that is hilarious. Oh my god, he's this fucking monster. He's so awesome. Right over. Yep. And you're probably never going to see season 3, so. Let's see, she survived Order 66 despite George Lucas saying she died. She survived Vader from Ezra saving her, time travel, and she continues to live on. She survived Darth Vader, Darth Maul, and Darth Sidious. Get the fuck out of here, Dave Filoni. All three, any one of them would have squashed and whopped the fucking floor with little Ahsoka Tano, who weighs 10 pounds and is 3 feet tall. Get the fuck out of here. Love Fridays because of Not My Stars. We shall be here all night. Hey, so I was wondering where you guys were hiding at. Good to see you. I didn't. I was missing you. And Dead Girls. 100% the cowboy hat is just Dave attempting to hide his balding. Yeah, but I've seen him without his hat. I think it's to hide the stupidity. Get this dude. You know, like when he gets called out, he can just be like, Stacey 10. Yeah, I always like to say Stacey 10. Were they Kid Fister? Were they there too? Just a moment, sir. I really am a humble person. Know that. But Not My Star Wars was right. Again. This bitch-ass little fucking move that Dave Filoni did right here. Isla Sakura, Ki-Adi Mundi, Mace Windu, and Master Yoda. Okay? I was hoping to speak to General Skywalker. Are you sure there's anything you want to tell us? No, I won't let you. I won't let Grandmaster fucking Yoda, Master Windu, Master Isla, and Master Key know that, by the way, the Senate's run is taken over by a Sith, and Anakin's about to turn to the dark side. Because, you know. Because, you know. Fuck Star Wars, and fuck George Lucas, and fuck the fans, and fuck it all.
You know, Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
and
so
not nice pirate.
Shirt, Charles, it says, and Yoda, whatever.
Whatever.
And then also Yoda. Whatever.
Yeah, Yoda, whatever.
Then, yeah.
Dave Filoni makes me fucking sick. Unlike the other Force Ghosts of Souls, since most of the voices of those characters didn't train by the Wills on how to be a Force Ghost, Ahsoka must have called out to Rey. Yes. Kanan and Ahsoka wouldn't be Force Ghosts. They're not old enough. They're not enlightened enough. They haven't trained enough. That a Jedi Padawan that leaves the Order would never be able to reach enlightenment to become a Force Ghost. Who the fuck are you kidding? Shakti. Plo Koon. I like the idea that Ahsoka couldn't and I got what you're saying. You're trying to remind me of who it might have been. I like the Ahsoka couldn't believe Anakin turned as a flaw, considering her attachments to him. But of course, Dave makes her the one that's right towards the corrupt Jedi Order. Well, and if you have any doubt about something so serious, that Darth Maul is literally like, I don't even want to fight you. I just want you to join me because this is what's going on. And you're not going to at least say, hey, maybe it's bullshit, Master Yoda, and all of you. But apparently the Sith are running the Senate right now. And Anakin's about to turn to the dark side. Kind of important information. So right then and there, she was a traitor. She betrayed the Republic and the Jedi Order. Fuck Ahsoka. Up until right around here, fuck it. She was fine. Before this, but if nothing else, right here, this conversation, fuck Ahsoka. And Dave Filoni. Who also seemed to forget that Ahsoka has been retconned like 3 or 4. Yeah, her novel contradicts, Rise of Skywalker contradicts, Mandalorian contradicts, Rebels contradicts. It's all a fucking mess. Dave, phony, Maloney, macaroni. Yoda in Season 6, Clone Wars had a vision that Dagobah of Order 66 communicates with Qui-Gon, yet he doesn't do anything and seems to have the first communication with Qui-Gon Force Ghost and Rods. The first communication with the first Force Ghost, the first from the other side, is Attack of the Clones. Anakin in the Tusken camp. Anakin, no! That is Qui-Gon, who has achieved enlightenment and is crossed from the other side. Anakin and Yoda hear it. Dave, phony, baloney, macaroni. And yes, apparently Yoda has the premonition and sees the fucking Order 66, which, again, that's not George Lucas. Because Yoda, Grandmaster Yoda, is just going to be like, I'll let the Clone Wars Order 66 happen. Meanwhile, in Attack of the Clones, the war starts to break out, and what does Yoda say? I'm going to go to Kamino and check out these clones, right? And then in Geonosis, they're in the arena, and who shows up? Fucking old-ass Yoda. Parsecs away from Coruscant. Went and got the clones and saved everybody's ass. That's Grandmaster fucking Yoda, Dave Filoni. Dumbass. The High Republic. The Old Republic. Well, the Old Republic was, close secondary canon. You could say canon because Obi-Wan mentions it, right? But as far as like the books and what we know of it, it's right there. That's what they should have done. Yes, I love the Lego games. I love using the Force to grab the Lego bricks, the circle pieces. If you do, you're going to get Lego Star Wars, the Palpatine Saga. No. I've played the old ones. I haven't seen or played the new ones. So, but, maybe in my gaming streams in the future, I'll play some of the older Lego. We'll see if I can get a hold of them. I always liked those games. They were fun. All right, let's get back to the movie. Fucking Dave Filoni. I'm at 46:51, and I'm going to take a break here soon. Let's see where we're at. 4:05, so I'll go another half an hour. Probably end up being an hour, but and I'll take a little short break. But let's keep going. This little one's not worth the effort. I am at 46:51. Come, let me get you something. Man, he's just I wonder what, was he on his period that day, or what was going on with him? Because nobody did anything. He didn't say anything to him. He's just so angry. And then the second Obi-Wan's like, relax, I'll get you a drink. He's like, no. The old Doc. He's just angry. Oh, look, there's a severed limb and blood all over the fucking floor. But you always gotta remember, that the guy told you.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
By the way, a little side story. And I was going to make a video about it, but I'm like, this is so insignificant. But so you know, your boy, Freddie Prinze, is coming out of retirement. He's going to be on the new TV show with Punky Brewster. Or she's not Punky Brewster now, but Soleil Moon Fry. They've got a new show. It's going to be all about women, femininity, feminism. And I don't know. I read something about it. Anyways, little bitch boy is going to be on it. He's coming out of retirement to do a show with Punky Brewster. Because he, can't do a real movie or anything outside of Scooby-Doo. And he's going to be on the show. And part of his interview says how he went and did the reading for Kanan. Disney did not want him. He was not going to get the job. But Dave, phony, baloney, fucking macaroni, fought for him, insisted that his little bitch ass does bitch ass Kanan Jarrus, which is a perfect mix because they're both little bitch asses. And Dave Filoni ensured that Freddie Prinze Jr.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Is a part of Disney's fan fiction. So you know, that happened. Dave, phony, baloney, macaroni. So yeah, there's an arm and blood all over the place. Continuing on. Everybody goes back to their business. Hit Chewie. Chewbacca's first mate on a ship that might suit us. I do like the dewback here that's in the special edition. When they're out, they go outside and R2 and 3PO are there, and 3PO's like, I don't like the looks of this. There's a dewback they added in there. I do like that. There's little things that I do like in the special editions. Han Solo, Captain of the Millennium Falcon. Hi, I'm Leo the 10th is gay, and my ship is called the Vessel. Chewie here tells me you're looking for passage to the Alderaan system. Yes, indeed, if it's a fast ship. You've never heard of the Millennium Falcon? No, neither have I. Should I? It's made the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs. But that's time, not distance. I've outrun the Imperial starships. Not the local bulk cruisers. I'm talking the big Corellian ships. By the way, for anyone that doesn't pick up on that or doesn't know Star Wars lore or whatever, Corellia, where Han is from, is also one of the biggest shipyards in the Star Wars galaxy. A lot of ships, including the YT freighters, which is the Falcon. I forget the exact designation, YT-13 or something like that. Freighter is the model that is the Millennium Falcon. They also built a lot of the, as he says, Corellian cruisers. So Corellia is a very important planet in Star Wars lore, also in canon, because there's major shipyards there. Han Solo is from there. There's things like Corellian Ale. And this has nothing to do with the disgrace that is the Solo movie. I'm talking about real Star Wars. Another one, which if you're looking into lore and want to learn about and look into stuff, is the Kuat, K-U-A-T shipyards. They made a ton of Star Wars ships, mostly Imperial, but they make a ton of ships throughout the galaxy. That is more so deep EU lore, but they are very important shipyards to the Star Wars galaxy. In the prequels, in Attack of the Clones, you see all the guys that are on Geonosis. The one with the big head, that's Sand Hill. He's a leader of the banking clan. He is very important because he is one of the biggest funders and backers of the Kuat shipyards. The Kuat shipyards have built most of the Imperial ships, thus allowing them to cause problems for the Republic and the Rebellion. So there you go. There's some connections of Star Wars lore, the Corellian shipyards, and the Kuat, Kuat, shipyards. She's fast enough for you, old man. That's what she said. Who's the cargo? Only passengers. Myself, the boy, and 2 droids. And 2 lightsabers and the plans of the Death Star, but shh. And no questions asked. Some kind of local trouble? Let's just say we'd like to avoid Imperial entanglements. Well, that's the real trick, isn't it? You should have said that, Obi-Wan. For being honest. Gonna cost you a little something extra. 10,000 all in advance. Man, huh? I like this. We can almost buy our own ship for that. Who's gonna pilot? Or who's gonna fly it, kid? You bet I could. Yeah, well, yeah, actually could. I'm paying 2,000 now. 15 when we reach Alder. You guys got this over the ship. Docking date 94. Okay. He says you will get 15 when we get to Alderaan. That was an absolute truth because obviously the Republic has money. Bail is of a very high status on Alderaan. Certainly the rebellion. Alderaan itself, the Republic would easily pay him for to get those, get them and the Death Star plans to them. But part of why I make this point is because, one, Obi-Wan was speaking matter-of-factly, so then Han picks up on that. That's why I trust him. But also because I want to circle this back to something I've talked about in another stream, is that Star Wars was a time of nobility. And that's why, like, Obi-Wan says, so uncivilized. A lightsaber was a civilized weapon, because the idea is that it's like a civilized time where 2 men or 2 combatants, let's say, can look each other in the eyes and fight straight up, mano a mano, face to face, eye to eye, not like all these tricks and extra shit and people shooting you in the back and all that. No, like 2 warriors can face off and respectfully fight. Now the Sith are always got a little trick or something, it's not to say they don't, but in general, like if you want a straight up sword fight with the Sith, then for the most part they're going to be respectful and fight you. So just going back to like the nobility of Star Wars, the times of Star Wars, there's that, Obi-Wan telling Han that you'll get 15 when we get to Alderaan, and then Han saying, okay, cool, we'll make a deal. Because there's a level of nobility in Star Wars. There's no nobility in Disney's fan fiction. Which again, the people at Disney, including phony baloney, don't understand Star Wars. By the way, speaking of, let me get this disgrace off the fucking screen. Give me a second. Alright, so the next picture I have is a little bit ahead, but it's a cool picture, and we will discuss it when I get to that point. So just a moment. Alright. Check the chat real quick. The High Republic. Lego games. I saw there was a couple things. Clone Wars. Show on its own. Fun on its own, but it shouldn't be taken seriously. I'm done ranting on the show because I don't want to get it annoying. I'm not saying that the show is terrible or not interesting to watch or fun. All I'm saying is that that's not true Star Wars. That's not canon, and that's what matters. I don't tell you not to watch it. I don't tell you not to like it. I'm not saying that if we're hanging out and you're like, hey, you want to watch the Clone Wars? Okay, sure, it's fun. Same thing with Mandalorian, but you really want to watch for real Star Wars? Well, then I wouldn't even bring up the Clone Wars. But, you know, also for that matter, the first few seasons are really fucking slow, and there's just like a bunch of retcons, but, you know, it's fun, sure. But just because something's fun, just because you like something, doesn't mean that it's good. And it doesn't mean that it's canon. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that you are saying that. I'm just saying as a general statement, because this is where people get caught up. But I love The Mandalorian. That doesn't mean it's canon. That doesn't mean that it's proper Star Wars. It just means that you like it, dude. There seems to be a difference between Obi-Wan mentioning the Old Republic that lasted for years until Vader, and the EU Old Republic, which goes back into the corrupt check. Yes, and that's, again, why the EU has never truly been canon, because it contradicts, and you cannot contradict 1 through 6. I don't like Kanan. He seemed like a decent Jedi Padawan to... I did like Kanan. He seemed like a Padawan to Knight, but I cannot say the same for Freddy, who has shown his ass on Twitter. He showed his ass all over the place. I always thought Kanan was pretty lame, and it's like nobody even knows about him. Nobody cares about him, but whatever. I know that some people like him, I guess, but he's always a doofus. And that whole the Bendu and all that, that's all Dave Filoni's fucking fantasy. It's dumb. Even though I do like most of the character and main storylines of Rebels, it does not change the issues of the show and inconsistency of Star Wars continuity. Yeah, that's a whole fucking mess, Rebels. And I think the animation is just lame. I don't like I think they totally cuck Thrawn. I mean, the whole shit is garbage. That show is trash, fucking dumpster fire. Fuck that show. To be honest, the only character from Rebels I didn't like was Ezra. Ugh, trash. I liked Ezra, but I hate how Rebels wrote off the dark side influence in one freaking episode in season 3, but treated it like a fun. YT1300F. Thank you very much. That is indeed what comes from the Corellian shipyards, as well as several Star Wars ships. And so you know, the Millennium Falcon, like R2, there's tons of them, guys. It's not like there's only the Millennium Falcon. There's actually a lot of them. There's one Millennium Falcon, but there's many YT1300Fs, and there's many R2 units out there. Boba Fett's fire spray, there are a few out there. There's only one Slave 1, but where were those lures mentioned? The Kuat shipyards and stuff like that. It's been a while, but I can point you in the general direction. Dark Empire, Heir to the Empire, the Bounty Hunter stuff talks about some of this. I want to say Shadows of the Empire, Heir to the Shadows of the Empire, Dark Empire. Look in there. Here, I can tell you. I can look for you. Well, I'm not sure which part specifically, but like Kuat shipyards, if that's what you're getting at. I can actually tell you where they're mentioned. It's just been so long that I see that some of Disney's fan fiction mentions it. That's funny. I would have thought they totally forgot or didn't know about that. Let's see. They are in the Kuat system, in the Kuat sector. They are part of the Galactic Republic and Galactic Empire. Kuat drive yards, Depon shipyards, Andrim shipyards, Kuat main spaceport, Kuat security forces, military space station, residential space station, supply station, shipyards, mall shipyards. In the Old Republic game, but I know them from the books. Look at that, from Star Wars Insider. Holy shit. Imperial Commando, 501st, Empire at War, 5 Days of Sith, Adventure Journals, Mandalorian Armor, Slave Ship Hard Merchandise, X-Wing Iron Fist, Coruscant in the Cold War, Core Worlds, Complete Star Wars Encyclopedia, The Essential Atlas, The Essential Guide to Warfare, the card game, Sons of Fortune, Imperial Handbook, Strongholds of Resistance. I'm pretty sure there's some other ones, but I will tell you this, and again, you may not know, but I've mentioned this before. I lost all my collection, and I haven't looked at a lot of those books in a long time. So one, I'm going off a deep memory. Two, like I would have to see the covers and stuff to spark a memory. But I can tell you this. Empire at War, Star Wars Empire at War jumps out at me. And hard merchandise is like, dong, a big bell went off. So look for hard merchandise. Okay? Those two really jump out at me right now. Again, I'm going by a deep memory, but Empire War and hard merchandise in particular are really jumping out at me right now. So there's a good start for you. You can, of course, Google it. All I did was Kuwait Shipyards. I'm on Fandom. You can also look at Wikipedia. Well, this is Wikipedia. Well, actually, no, this is Fandom because Wikipedia is separate, correct? Yeah, Wikipedia is its own. Do they have an entry? I don't see a Wikipedia entry. Anyways, you can Kuwait Shipyards, Kuat. Hard merchandise, very much. Here, let me look real quick. Very much jumps out to me. Slave Ship rings a little bit of a bell too, but yes, hard merchandise. Book 3 of the Bounty Hunters. Yes, absolutely. That book is not only awesome, it's mostly about bounty hunters, but they talk about the shipyards and Boba Fett's morality, about bounty hunters. This, I believe, it's been a long time, but this might be the story where Bosk thinks he's slick and tries to steal Slave One, but then he learns a hard lesson that Slave One itself is like its own entity and fucks Bosk all up and actually imprisons him, and Boba comes back and Bosk is in a cell inside of Slave One, because Slave One is no joke. It has all kinds of traps and tricks and sensors and stuff on it, which again, Mando, little pansy bitch, Jawa, he goes away for 5 minutes and Jawa strip his ship to hell. Oh Lord, Mandalorian's such a terrible show. This is an excellent book. I remember from the cover, I remember from the title, and I'm remembering the story. This is an excellent book. Have fun. Hard merchandise. 1999, Phantom Spectra by K.W. Jeter. It's book 3 of the Bounty Hunter Wars. If you like bounty hunters, the series is amazing. And there's a lot of cool stories within there that also, aside from bounty hunters, but especially if you like bounty hunters. But if you want to learn about Kuwait Shipyards, there's many mentions and ties to this. Preceded to this is Slave Ship, which, like I said, that rings a bell. Absolutely. That's number 2 of the Bounty Hunter series. It's an excellent book as well, and perhaps Slave Ship is the one where Bosk gets tripped up and caught in Slave One. I believe that might be the one. But either way, that series is amazing. After that is The Truce of Baccarat, another one of my absolute favorites from the EU. So, this is 0 to 4 ABY. So, after the Battle of Yavin, basically the first Death Star being blown up. So, from after the Death Star is blown up to 4 years, which is Jedi is 5 or 7 years. Right now I'd have to look at the timeline, but right in there. So a little bit before Jedi. Maybe around roughly Empire. Let's see, perspectives by, you see Prince Shisor. These books were awesome. Hard Merchandise was a fucking fantastic book. And this is, I'm remembering from so long ago. Beautiful stories in here. Okay, so I think Slave Ship is the one where Bosk gets tripped up by Slave One. Yeah, Hard Merchandise. Awesome, awesome story. That series is great. There you go. Kuat shipyards. I love the added scenes at the end of Return of the Jedi where you see celebrating a Bespin. Yeah, I like them. Been interesting if at the end of the show Ezra became a dark side inquisitor and killed. I personally can't stand Ezra. I think he's stupid. So, whatever. Little Aladdin. On top of that, you can tell me if your master takes away a Sith holocron from you that's been manipulating you and your emotions for 6 months, you'll all of a sudden come to your senses. Yeah. Fun and baloney. Ezra isn't canon. He's basically Space Aladdin. Him and Aladdin have the same backstory and introduction, not to mention they look the same. Yep. If you think Rebels animation is bad, look at Resistance. Oh, yeah. Resistance is a whole another bottom tier. Like, Resistance and High Republic are like the bottom of Disney. But, jeez. Started reading Heir to the Empire. Yeah, that's a good one. Abomination. Yes. Have you ever compared the radio drama to the film? Personally, yes. And I've thought of uploading them. I just don't know if anybody would really be that interested. I could possibly do a stream if you guys like. If you want to look. That, I'd have to double check the copyright, but that we might be able to listen to together. That might be interesting. I'd have to double check, but I think I can maybe get away with that. If you guys want to do that, let me know. I just didn't even consider a video because that would be this whole long, holy shit. But on a personal level, yes. Great stuff. So are the novels of Star Wars, but they're not canon because they contradict. All the novels contradict. And even some of the novels came out before the movies, but they're not canon because they contradict the movies. And per film, per George Lucas and many directors, and per, the word canon, like, what's canon is the films. That's the rule, So novels, comics, EU, toys, all this other stuff, unless it strictly adheres to the films, it's not canon. So the very novels for the Star Wars series aren't canon because they contradict. The radio dramas for the Star Wars series aren't canon because they contradict. Now, again, some of those came out before the movies. So the Star Wars novel was canon for like 3 days, and then the movie came. Well, I don't remember if it's 3 days. Just an example. Then the movie came out, and well, that goes out the window because the movie is canon. Splinter, that was canon, and then Empire came out, and well, that went out the window. But yeah, I've heard them. They're awesome. I might be able to get away with that on the stream if you guys want to do that. I'm down for it. Seeing Star Wars reminds me of Alien and Alien Isolation. Both have the 70s retro future aesthetic. Yes. Look who's back. The better Falcon models in better conditions. The one of Han is described as a piece of junk. Of course, is special only because. No, man, it's because of L337. Didn't you know that's what makes the Falcon special? Yes. They have it. The Falcon has its own characteristics. Obviously, he's made modifications. Same thing with like Slave One. Like Slave One, there's fire sprays. They were originally there's different stories, but one of the stories is they were used by Mandalorian police on Mandalore. So those are serious ships to begin with. But Slave One is like a whole other level. Like, honestly, Slave One can take on pretty much any ship in the entire Star Wars galaxy. That shit is badass. Now, again, I'm going by EU. But if you read the EU, like, Slave One's no fucking joke. What you see on screen, times that by 1,000. There's all kinds of shit going on in Slave One. You've only seen but a fraction of its payload. Slave One can go up against pretty much any ship in the entire Star Wars galaxy. Now, granted, against the Star Destroyer, okay. Against the Death Star, okay. I get it. But I'm just saying, like, 95% of ships out there, like, Slave One will fuck your shit up. Because that's a very customized fire story. R2 is another example. He's not your typical R2. He's never erased his memory, plus he's been in every important event in Star Wars, so he's privy to and been through shit that all other R2s have not been through, so he's a whole other level of R2. But yes, the Falcon is special because, you know, Han and Chewie, of course, but also because it has their personality in it, their modifications. It's not perfect. It has shit that breaks down. It looks like junk, but it also is the fastest ship in the galaxy, right? Speaking of Shadows of the Empire, wouldn't it make an awesome movie? Absolutely. I remember reading the book and being blown away how great it was. I love Shadows of the Empire. Now, there's a couple little canon problems there. But yeah, Shadows is always one that sticks out of my mind. I love Shadows. Yeah. The vast majority of it was. There was one or two little dumb stories there, but most of it was fantastic. Loved the EU. Star Wars books, there you go. I think about reading Star Wars books, and I'm starting with Thrawn, fantastic. I just spoke of a few. Shatterpoint, Darth Maul, Shadowhunter, Hard Merchandise, the Bounty Hunter series. There's Tales from Jabba's Palace. There's Shadows of the Empire, Splinter of the Mind's Eye, Truce of Baccarat, I really liked. There's tons. I would have, if I, one of these days, if you guys want, I'll look at the whole list and we can talk about them. There's also a massive game list. We could do a whole stream about that as well. But there's just some off the top of my head. Those are all fantastic books. And there's stuff like Rogue Squadron and Jedi stuff, you know. Tons of beautiful ones. Luceno and Zahn, you pretty much can't go wrong. But there's others, you know. Two Ideas, Good Alien, Isolation, but no. If it's good, they're not going to want to do it. Would you like Boba Fett film respecting Lucas canon? Oh my God, would I? And it was always going to happen. He was literally going to make a Boba Fett movie, and then they fucked that all up. Of course I would, dude. Boba Fett's the greatest character of all time. Of course I would. Oh yes, there's many. The EU, vast connected universe. I'd recommend Darth Plagueis, Darth Bane, Shadows of the Empire, Heir to the Empire. There's some, yeah, there really is. Plagueis I have not read. I know that everybody props that book up and says it's a fantastic and all that. I'm very wary because it's newer and I'm not sure that it's 100%. Well, none of the EU is 100% canon anyway, so there you go. But I feel that there's some. But to be fair, I've only skimmed through it. I've not read it, and everyone says it's fantastic. From guys that really know the EU, like Ryan Kinnell, to just even like casual people. Plagueis is very highly lauded, and I just haven't had the time and money to even think about that book. But yes, Darth Bane stuff is awesome. And there's a shit ton of comics too. Just Plagueis, I think there's a few things there that don't fit quite correctly from what I remember hearing and seeing. But overall, it's a fantastic book. I can't say speak personally because I have not read it full through, but everyone says it's amazing. Thrawn Trilogy, I would suggest Jedi Academy. Yeah, that stuff is great. It's how Jake Skywalker's Academy. Yeah. I've read, back until 2012, 80-90% of all the EU. Having so much information, a lot of it gets convoluted and mixed up. Having not seen that stuff in years and held them, looked at the cover, I forget some of it, I jumble some of it. But what I'm getting at is most of it was fantastic. There was very few and far apart a book like, that wasn't that good. Because there are a few that you're like, that wasn't that good. But for the most part, yeah, they're beautiful, beautiful books. Yeah, there's a lot of great, there you go, like Knights of the Old Republic, Clone Wars, Rebellion, Legacy, yeah, a shit ton of comics. Dark Empire. It's funny, like the ones that have Empire in the title are all good. Dark Empire, Shadows of the Empire, Heir to the Empire, all those, if you see the Empire, ironically, they're all good. Now, be careful. Look at the date. Everything till 2012. Because after that was Disney, and it starts becoming all a bunch of bullshit. And that's one of the things with Plagueis. I believe that's Luceno. And I think I say his name wrong. I've heard people say it differently, but being a Latin background, Luceno is how it would be said. I'm not saying that that's necessarily exactly correct. Just saying. If I'm not mistaken. $32 BPY. Yeah, but that's not what I want to see. Yeah, and you see here again is where all this shit starts to fall apart. In canon, Disney's bullshit fan fiction piece of fucking bullshit. He dies by 32 BBY. So what they're saying is by Phantom Menace. In Legends, or what I hate that Legends, EU, he's born 147, between 147 and 120 BBY before Battle of Yavin, before the Death Star blows up on Megiddo. Here they're saying dies 32 BBY as well. On Coruscant, killed by Sidious, according to the book. Would Plagueis be living on Coruscant? That's interesting. I mean, it's not impossible. I don't feel like he would. But, okay. Anyways, where's... usually they tell you when this fucking book came out, and it's not. For some reason, this is not. That's another thing. The Revenge of the Sith novelization. Most people are like, oh my god, it's amazing. It's better than the movie because it fills in all this stuff. There's 20 plus canon-breaking parts in that novelization. And here I'm saying that that also conflicts with the Plagueis novel. So, even though the Revenge of the Sith novel was meant to be official, it's not truly canon because it contradicts the film. Whether you like it more or not, that's a different conversation. If you like it more and that's what you want to enjoy, I'm not telling you not to. All I'm saying is, the movie is canon, the novel is not. Because the novel contradicts the movie 20 plus times. That I know for a fact because just recently I was looking at it. And all it takes is one contradiction to decanonize yourself. 20 plus. And by the way, let me talk about that because I've never really talked about that before. And I always think about it and I never say anything. You're in court. Let's say your trial is 1 year long. You're asked 100 questions. Throughout that year, you have told the truth 99 times. And once, whether it be the last question in the third month, in the 6th month, or the first question, but let's even just say the very last question, you lie. And you get busted lying. The judge and the jury aren't like, well, we're going to assume that the 99 other questions that you answered are correct and truth. But this one time, we caught you, and we're just going to say, okay, that was a lie. No, that's not how it works. The second you're caught fucking lying in court, the jury and the judge assume that every fucking thing you said was a lie. You have fucked yourself. It's called perjury. Dave, phony, baloney, macaroni. Now, you're not caught lying once, but now, out of 100 questions, I busted your ass 53 fucking times. So the other 47, I don't give a goddamn if they were the truth. You're a liar, and everything you said is a lie and not worth a damn. So when I say what is canon and what is not, you make one violation, you get thrown the fuck out. It's no longer canon. You don't have room to lie and change and twist and bend. No. That's not how truth, history, or canon work. George Lucas does not break continuity, not one time. So therefore, phony baloney, KK, Pablo Hidalgo, Badaldo, and all these other people cannot break continuity. And the second you do, you are non-canon. I can't find 2012 reference book of the Sith. Okay, cool. I'm trying to find when this damn novel came out. Okay, Luceno, correct. Write a novel, books announcement of Star Wars.com, first source identified Plagueis as Moon. March of 2007, it was announced the novel had been removed from the publishing. Sue Rastoni, she was another author that did a lot of books for Star Wars. Ironically, and I won't get too much into it, but she also, speaking on the canon, she was like, at first I thought everything we were writing was canon, but then I later found out that no, actually everything we were writing is not canon. She herself, who's written a lot of novels and was very close with Lucasfilm Publishing, admits that no, it's not canon. Official explanation for the cancellation was this was not the right time. Delvin Palpatine stories. Novel was placed in Darth Bane, Rule of Two. Blah, 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 blah. Panel continuity. The Celebration 4 convention revealed that his identity as Moon was came from Lucas. Like everything in Star Wars, the first source to give him a canonical image was the Jedi vs. Sith Essential Guide to the Force. July 27th, 2010, information from sales database leaked indicating that the novel was once more publishing schedule. Sue Rastoni subsequently confirmed the announcement. The novel was finally, here we go, released January 10th, 2012 in hardcover. Okay, so I stand corrected because I thought it was a little bit later. Now, again, EU is not canon, but being January 10th, 2012, by all means, it is authentic EU right there with canon. So I do need to get on the ball and read that novel because everyone has said that it's really a great novel. Admittedly, I have not had the opportunity. But there you go. I've confirmed it for you and myself. January of 2012. 2 thumbs up. From Not My Star Wars. All right. Anyways, I've been meaning to make that court analogy for a while because people don't always seem to get it. And this is the thing. It's not just in court. It's in real life, guys. You're dating somebody. All right? I'm going to use me as a man. I'm dating a girl for 6 months. And then everything seems great. And then I catch her in a lie. And it could be like this dumbest little lie. Now, that doesn't mean that 6 months were great. And just because she told a little fib, I'm going to be like, you bitch. But one lie tends to lead to another one. And another one, and another one, especially when you're trying to cover the first lie. So, and me, I don't play games. I'm not like, oh, well, whatever. I'm going to confront her. And maybe not confront her, but sneakily get her in a trap to admit that she made the lie. So, maybe it was just a stupid little thing. Sometimes you tell a little fib to someone because you don't want to hurt their feelings or whatever. I get it. But a friend, a colleague, a business partner, someone you're dating, you catch them in a lie, and maybe it's a little thing and it's not that important, but maybe it's a big thing. Or maybe it leads to other lies. Because usually if this doesn't match up, then you start thinking and looking, well, you see that this, and this don't match up. Now you found 5 lies. So now, although the past 6 months were great, then you realize, well, what's the context? What's the pretense? What's going on with all this? Because now I know this lie. So now that you know this lie, or worse, 5 lies, now all those 6 months kind of get thrown out the window. Now, don't they? Now, some people are like, well, fuck it. I'll take you shitting in my mouth. Me, I don't play that game. There's one thing that I detest in this world is a liar. And in real life, just like in court, someone shakes their faith with you, then it all starts to fall apart. Now you can't really trust anything they say because you've caught them in 1, 5, 30 lies. And a lot of times people will continue a relationship or keep a business or doing whatever because, it's convenient, it's comfortable. You'd rather not lose all the good and blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, now you're dealing with lies. So even though you might love that person like you love Star Wars and you want it to continue and you don't want to let it go, just know that the whole thing, Dave Phony fucking baloney, is a lie. I don't put up with lies. I put up with truth, facts, canon. Ezra and Aladdin are manipulated by an older villain into venturing into a dark temple that collapses. New canon stuff I'd recommend books like Master and Apprentice, Lost Stars. Those I can't recommend. Anything after October 30th, 2012, I cannot and will not recommend. It is not canon. Novels have interest. And just like I say, the EU is not canon. Well, the EU's here. Disney stuff is like some other planet. The novels have interesting aspects, but they still feel like their own universe. Yeah, that's true. No, never have. Job of the screenwriter. They basically write not just the script, but like the outline, the story of what the movie is what you're going to film. Like, here it is on paper. So you have direction, right? Because the script specifically is your lines. It does give you cues like, looks off into the distance or turns abruptly or, stuff like that. But in general, it's your dialogue. The overall outline, what a screenwriter writes the movie. So, this is the story of what happens in Blade Runner, for example. That's why there's screenwriters and scriptwriters, because often, like, here's somebody that develops a story, but then what's all the dialogue and what's the elaboration of what they're doing and saying. Now, often they could be the same person, but just saying that there are scriptwriters and there are screenwriters. Screenwriter is basically someone that puts the story of a film on paper. We noticed on Rods that Padme had a big belly during her funeral. We think it's to hide the fact that she gave birth from Palpatine and Anakin. A big belly? When she's on her back? I mean, she's got her hand there with her little snippet. I don't remember her having a big belly. I'll have to look again. If that's the case, yes, that would be the logical thing. I don't recall, though. Maybe she's just a little bloated, and I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, you just had a baby, plus you're a corpse. I'll have to look. It never really stood out to me. I do remember, like, I kind of like can see what you're saying, because I do remember, like, you can tell, like, but that she has a big belly. I don't know. I'll have to look. But if that is the case, then yes, that's what I would assume, is to throw off that. Although, the reason why that doesn't fit for me, what would happen on Earth if that happened? She's that late term. Even if she literally died, what are they going to do? C-section, get those babies out, right? They're not just going to be like, oh, well, the babies are there, let them die, right? Now we're talking about Star Wars, where the technology is like way ahead of us. You see what I'm saying? So if you really think it through, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for her to be buried with a belly with the babies there, right? And Palpatine, considering he tricked the entire Senate and Republic, I don't know. I think he would probably figure out, like, well, obviously she can't have a belly because the baby, right? He's assuming Vader, assumed baby one would be there, right? So the assumption has to be that he not only killed her, but the child, right? So not only that's what Palpatine uses to leverage Anakin, but that's why Anakin literally turns, is because he believes he killed not only Padme, but the child. Here's the thing, if he believed the child was alive, that would give him hope, and thus he wouldn't turn. Potentially. But the whole linchpin is that he truly believes that he killed Padme, thus in turn killed his child. You see what I'm saying? And that's why he's like, oh, fuck, I lost everything. I really went too far. Not only did I kill my gorgeous little wife, but I fucking killed my own kid. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't really fit. I'll have to look. Maybe it just kind of seems that way, or but I never even thought about it because, it doesn't really fit. But that's interesting. I'll have to look at it. I've never heard any kind of reference as to full, because Palpatine and Vader are no dummies either. And I feel that if Anakin had any hope, any doubt, any possibility that he would have, well, I mean, then again, he does turn, and then later Palpatine says, well, it appears you killed her. He does say, well, I felt her. No, I thought she was alive. I'll have to go back and really look with a good fine-tooth comb there. I just think, we're talking about a society that's so far ahead of us that wouldn't even have been a thought. Not even for us, right? You're going to remove the child, so it's kind of a stretch. But I'll look back at it. Maybe I can find something there. Interesting point. Splinter is what Lucas would have done with if he had had to make the sequel low budget and couldn't get Harrison. Yeah, well, that was the premise of the book, is I need a sequel and I need it to be cheap. So they contradict. The early books before the films were clearly used for George to work on his concepts. Not always. Most of the EU is, hey, I love Star Wars. I want to write some extra stories. Can I write a book about it? Okay. These rules you must follow. What are your ideas? Okay, you got 5 concepts. Yes, no, consider, and okay, yeah, you can do that. Go. And then Zahn or whoever would write their story. So it wasn't really for his concepts. A lot of that, like Zahn created Thrawn. Zahn created Mara Jade. Know this. That was not George Lucas. Furthermore, George Lucas is not a fan of Mara Jade, which breaks my heart because I love me some Mara Jade. She's my favorite EU character. So. Splinter, that's only early written work of Star Wars before the films that I didn't read. The cover looks good. Yeah, it's a cool story. It came out. It was being written when Star Wars was being made. It was meant to be the original sequel before they knew that it was going to be called Empire Strikes Back and what the whole thing was going to be. But everything changed after Star Wars took over the world. But Alan Dean Foster is another fantastic author, and it's a cool story. And that is literally the first EU book. I've had people want to argue with me this, and I'm just like, holy fuck, are you dumb? That is the first EU book. Anywho's, I like most ship in the original Phantom Menace trailer. It had the TIE Fighter Screech and had a cloaking device. Yes. In some of the games, it had a cloaking device. Sith Infiltrator. Yeah, that was always one of my favorite ships. Slave 1 will beat the shit out of that ship. Yeah, it's a cool ship. Which, he's got such a badass ship, but, like, he never does anything in it, so it's kind of like, God damn it. I don't really get to see it, but it's cool. Who doesn't love talkative? Yes. Well, isn't that what makes the Falcon special? We're solo. Yes. I'd appreciate hearing what you have to say about the novels. Yeah, we can do that at some point. It's a long list. Lucas first, I found out Lucas recommended drawn design. The Plagueis EU design are pretty different. Yeah. You can, sure. You're always welcome to send me stuff, guys. Is my favorite author. I'm very busy. I will get to it when I can, but you're always welcome to. Favorite author at EU to be continued from when Disney sells. I'd like Kusena to be in charge of it. Zahn, I think, is my favorite of all the EU. But yeah, Kusena was great. Adaptation of Revenge of the Sith, written by James Kusena. It's a good companion to the movie. Yeah. And again, the Rot's novel is amazing. I'm not trying to diminish it. Just saying that at the end of the day, it breaks canon. Because there's a lot of people are like, oh my God, it's better than the movie, and it fills in all this stuff, and it's great. And hey, by all means, it's awesome. But because you like that stuff more, and what those ideas, concepts were more, doesn't mean that that's true. It just means that you like it more. That's not canon. What's canon is what you saw on the screen. If you didn't like that, well, okay, that's fine. You don't have to like what George did, but facts don't care about your feelings. Wow, that's Rott's novel moments or canon breaking. Yeah, there's over 20. Which, if you guys want, we can do that in the stream as well. 20 something times, yeah. Sure does. That's why I tell you guys all the time, the only thing that is canon is 1 through 6. And it's not me being stubborn or I don't want or I don't. It's because I have taken years of time of research to look at what fits. And the only thing that fits is 1 through 6. The only thing that does not break continuity is 1 through 6. All the cartoons, all the comics, all the books, all of it, at some point or another. Maybe 3 issues of the comics are great, but when you get to like number 5 of 7, it breaks continuity. And because that series is one series, well, guess what? You can't just say, well, comic 5 will take out, and 1 through 4, and then 6 and 7 are canon. No, that's not how that works. You made a series, and if you fuck up, you fucked up. And that whole series, now, Luke Skywalker. That's how it works. You must maintain 100% canon 100% of the time, or you are decanonized, like it or not. And that's what I stress. There's so many beautiful things out there, but at some point along the line, they go and fuck it up, including the EU. And it's not even like because Zahn isn't talented enough. It's because, again, people have this mistake that Lucas went to Zahn and was like, hey, I want you to make up Thrawn and write this whole story, and I want you to do all this, and blah, blah, blah. No. Zahn came to Lucas, I want to write a book. These are the basic concepts. Okay, sure, yeah, you can do that. Go. And Zahn wrote Heir to the Empire, and that was the end of the conversation. Lucas didn't go back and double check and read it and make sure, and nope. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be canon. This is canon. The EU is a separate, close thing. So Lucas didn't have to make sure it's 100% on point, because at the end of the day, it wasn't intended to be canon. The movies are canon. Understand? contradicts Lucas' version of his novel. Plagueis creates Anakin from a failed experiment of using the midichlorians to create a dark side being, yet according to George. I have the proof, not only on paper, but I actually have the interview. It will be coming into the canon video. I haven't brought it out because it's a small little thing, and to make a video out of that doesn't make any sense. It's like a little quick thing. But George Lucas, from his lips, yes, Palpatine killed his master, Plagueis. I'm paraphrasing, but that's literally what he says. There's no question that 1, Palpatine kills Plagueis. 2, that the wills, the Force, create Anakin. There is no Plagueis or Palpatine or, Shmi got busy in a Burger King bathroom. None of that. The wills create Anakin. That is 10,000% confirmed from George Lucas. Was gonna put that, but didn't have enough room because of 2000. Yes. Technically, no one can free themselves from perjury when given a chance to recant their lie on the stand. Yeah, and that's the thing. Not only does your one lie now make everyone assume your other 999 answers are a lie as well, but even if we're like, okay, we're just gonna say that one thing is a lie, well, you fucked yourself. You've committed perjury, and it all falls apart. And that's the thing. Any other fandom, listen, I'm not trying to diminish Star Trek or Doctor Who or My Little Pony or whatever. There's massive fandoms out there, but there's no stricter, more loyal, more rabid fans than Star Wars. You cannot play with canon, period. You can go off and do whatever you want. Don't get mad when we all laugh at your rock. But if you want to be successful in Star Wars, you cannot fuck around. And it's the same thing in court. You cannot fuck around, because once you're caught in that one lie, your whole case just goes, oh, fuck. And that's the same thing with Star Wars canon. The second that Dave breaks one thing, he's fucked. And if I made a video, there's hundreds of times Dave Filoni has broken canon, disrespected George Lucas, disrespected the lore. And you know what's sad? Is it all revolves around fucking Ahsoka. All of it. World Between Worlds, Resistance, Rebels, Rise of Skywalker, all of it revolves around that fucking Ahsoka. Thus, Dave Filoni. Palpatine and Plagueis trying to create life and fails, so the Force creates Anakin to destroy them as punishment, but it's still consistent to the idea that the Wills created Anakin to destroy the Sith. Yeah, I haven't read the novel, so I can't say 100% what it breaks or doesn't or whatever, but either way, I've heard nothing but high accolades for that novel, so. It has 20 or so contradictions with the movies, but with the rest of the EU, it fits perfectly, especially with the Clone Wars multimedia project. Star Wars references, yeah, but at the end of the day, what matters? What is it that matters? George Lucas, canon, Star Wars. So, it's not to say that a lot of this stuff you can't enjoy or have fun with or whatever. All I ever say, all I ever ask is watch what you like. Enjoy what you like, but just respect and understand what is true Star Wars, what is actual canon. And anything outside of 1 of 6 is not really Star Wars when you really technically look at it. Not official Star Wars. EU, again, it's right there, same galaxy, the stuff that doesn't contradict and mess around, okay, but nah. Yeah, let's just break it. Man, I never can get through these movies. You guys, while I also jump into all the chat, was enjoyable, though it contradicts. Yeah, it does. And again, maybe you like the novel more than the movie. That's okay. But doesn't mean it's canon. Doesn't mean that's real. I think it was a fake belly, not actual belly, to make it seem like the child also passes. Yeah, I got to watch that again and really think and connect some dots because, again, in that high technology, you would already presume that the baby was removed. You wouldn't just like leave the baby there, right? Now, you could argue she gets killed on Mustafar. She's there. There's no ambulance or doctor around. She dies. There's too much time passes. The baby dies. And I mean, there's one argument, but I don't know. I'll have to look at it. But you're making me read. Yeah, we've gone into a whole EU thing here. X-Wing, favorite starfighters, and Naboo. Yeah, the Naboo was cool. I kind of prefer an X-Wing, but yeah. Or Slave One, which will wipe fucking its ass with all of those things. But anyways, Darth Vader, first reaction when he sees Obi-Wan for the first time. Well, you see it in the movie. Just watch the movie. At the end of Star Wars, right there. Obi-Wan, Yoda forgive. Ending of Star Wars, Return of the Jedi. Did Obi-Wan and Yoda forgive Anakin for what he done when he killed Palpatine and bring balance to the Force? Yes. Now, did they actually say, "Oh, we forgive you, Anakin"? No. But there's the understanding. Here's the thing. Anakin's redemption doesn't really truly redeem him because he killed millions of people. He killed all the Jedi. He did all of these terrible things. So it's not to just say, well, okay, you're all good. Like, it would have been awkward if he lived, right? Like, he's hanging out on Endor with all these freaking Ewoks. Like, oh, and by the way, I've destroyed, like, half the galaxy. His redemption is more of a personal one. That he comes back from the dark to the light. Now, the reason why Obi-Wan and Yoda, and also his son, but more so Obi-Wan and Yoda, would forgive him, but this would go without being said, is because, one, they knew him very well, and they knew that he was a good kid deep down inside. But also because the one that does all these terrible things is Darth Vader, not Anakin Skywalker. So when Darth Vader is redeemed back to Anakin, there's not much to forgive. He's back. He's light. He's who he's supposed to be. He's not. That kid, Anakin, isn't the one that did all these terrible things. Darth Vader did. So yes. Now, did they have a conversation like, "Oh, it's okay, we forgive you"? No, of course not. But that's the point of Anakin's redemption. That's also the point of his fall, that all these terrible things he does is as Vader. But also, Lucas, again, being genius in all the dialogue and in the actions of the movies, he shows you, he tells you. And what do we see at the end of the film? Anakin's Force Ghost. To become a Force Ghost, you must be a Jedi. Sith cannot become one with the Force. You must be a high-level master. You must be enlightened. So therefore, Anakin could become a Force Ghost. He was also the chosen one. So probably if he didn't do anything, he would have gone to the... Like, had he died as a kid, I would imagine baby Annie would have potentially been a Force Ghost anyways, because he's so connected to the Force. Such high midichlorians. He is literally, like, created by the Force. He is the Force. So therefore, his body would die. He would automatically just, But yes, Lucas shows us because he's a Force Ghost. Again, to be a Force Ghost, you must be a Jedi, you must be good, you must be enlightened, you must be light. But also, that is a triple confirmation of his redemption, and that if the Force itself embraces Anakin and forgives him, naturally, Yoda and Obi-Wan, Luke, and pretty much the entire galaxy, even though some of them wouldn't know what happened or who he was, but pretty much everyone at that point would accept him and forgive him because, again, it's like, kind of the same concept. When you die and your spirit moves on, right? Assuming that this is what happened. None of us know because we're here. But assuming, regardless of your religion and belief, most of us believe that you die, your spirit goes up or down. For the most people believe. Okay? So if you're this terrible person, but at the end of the day, God brings you in, receives you within his kingdom, then you've been redeemed, correct? You've been accepted. So if the Force itself has accepted Anakin, and he is a Force ghost, the Force has forgiven him. The Force has been put back into balance. The Force understands that it was Vader that did that, not Anakin. Therefore, naturally, all the Force users, in particular in this case, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and of course Luke, Leia, would forgive him. How to fix the Force healing? I haven't forgot that. We're going to get to that at some point. I'm so busy, man. I agree with you about Star Wars fans being rabid, but those brownies, yes, are a close second. I hear they're pretty crazy. And that's the thing, it's no disrespect to any other franchise, but honestly, like, here's fanatics, right? And then here's Star Wars fans. Like, we're a whole other level of crazy, attention to detail. You must respect motherfucking canon. Disney on their own chose to, they had a machine that could print billions of dollars per day, like just like that, like billion here, billion there, no problem. Give me Star Wars, I'll be printing so many $1 billion bills. You got your guys has fucking spin, and they chose to just. It's their own dumbass fault. I'll be here 12. Oh, the canteen. Yeah, well, because I always talk to you guys. That's the problem. Sometimes I feel like I should just do shit and not talk to you guys, but that's really why most of you like my streams, is because we hang out. It's hard for me to get to the movies, yes. I might have to do another part 3 at this point. Well, we're at 5 hours. I still got 7 hours to go, so we'll see what happens. What I feel bad is for someone new, it's like, oh, they want to see the thing, and then it turns into like all these conversations. It's hard to like watch the deep dive because I don't get to focus on the film. But I don't have people to hang out with and talk Star Wars about. And you guys want to hear and ask and talk, and so. Do you think E.T. is canon? Well, of course he's canon. E.T., of course, is canon. Not just because E.T. himself is fucking canon. That's motherfucking E.T., dude. Extraterrestrial. Elliot. But E.T. was in the Senate. So, according to George Lucas, E.T. is motherfucking canon. It's not do I think. He is. In a second live stream attempting to finish a movie. Yes. And it looks like it could possibly turn into a third. And I don't do it on purpose. Sometimes I just mean to just do the movie. But again, if you guys are going to talk to me, E.T. canon, that's so funny. Yes, he technically is more. That's funny, right? An alien from a totally different movie and franchise, another director, is more canon than 99% of other Star Wars media out there. Look at that. Speaking of what, and listen, guys, when I say canon, it's not because it's the stuff that I like and I want it to be canon. For the good and the bad. There's silly little things in Star Wars I'm not crazy about. I love all the Star Wars stuff. Music, characters, vehicles, I love all of it. I'm not like, oh, I hate Jar Jar and Dexter. No, I don't have a single thing in Star Wars I don't like. Some of it I like a lot more than others. Okay? It's not that I fanatically love everything. But it's never a question of what I like. It's a question of what George Lucas says is canon. And E.T. is motherfucking Star Wars canon. That's what it is. Speaking of what if, I wish Dark Horse, that's totally making me like think of a meme or something like, E.T. is more canon than your shit, Disney. Oh, I'm going to come up with something. Thank you for, because E.T. is canon. That's so funny. I wish Dark Horse Comics did an Infinity series on the prequels. Dark Horse was awesome. A little fun fact for you. Marvel had been around a long time. I don't remember the exact, I think the 30s or something. I don't remember. Don't quote me on this. I'd have to look it up. When they first started making comics. They're very old. I believe DC was maybe first. Again, I'm not a comic guy, but they're both been around for a long time. Marvel was around before Star Wars. They had their success, and then they were like all but bankrupt. They were fucked. Star Wars came out. They made the original Marvel Star Wars comics. Star Wars alone is what saved Marvel. We have Marvel today because of the Star Wars comics. That exploded Marvel. It became this big, huge brand and saved their asses. This is a fact. So many things that Star Wars did, and one of them is, you like Marvel and you like Marvel movies? George Lucas. Had Star Wars, one of the things I would do is create a system where you have 1 through 6 official Lucas canon, everything else is fan and writer continuity. Yeah, I mean, that's something they could certainly do. But the problem is not only do they just disrespect George in the canon and his story and his vision and his continuity, but then they take it a step further and claim that their shit is canon and that Rey Skywalker is fucking Skywalker Legacy, that's the official movie set and that's canon. That's where they really like double down, like, well, fuck you, we're gonna shit all over your shit, but also we're gonna say that this is the truth. And it's like, oh, you guys are so fucking dumb. So again, I've said it a million times. Disney chose this war, not me, not the fans. But they done fucked up. Because this is the wrong fan base to try it on. And there's this guy called Not My Star Wars. And that shit isn't going to go unnoticed. It's not going to go unheard. And if I have to do it my goddamn self, Disney's going down. They will sell Lucasfilm. Thank you for subscribing. You? Bergenson. Why you? Sorry, I don't know what you mean there. But thank you. Why you? I don't know. I would also include Lucas's special sequel and ideas as part of the official. Well, yes, that's what's supposed to be done in the first place, is make George's movies, not Skywalker. Yeah. Oh, God, I would love to as well. Finished product. It was optional to make them tree. He gave them tree. Yep. And they did the Luke Skywalker and threw him away. Disagree with me, but I'd make 2 universes. Lucasverse, Will's trilogy, EU universe. I'd make the Disney stuff. Well, no, I don't totally disagree with that. Number 1, if I today took over Lucas, number 1, I would, well, there's a lot of little things I would do, but to directly address this, I would reiterate to everybody, I don't give a fuck what you say or think. 1 through 6 are canon, period, and that's it. Number 2, Legends is EU. This Legends bullshit is out of there. That's nonsense. It's EU. All the Disney nonsensical fan fiction bullshit, if anything, is Legends. That is, if I don't just hit the delete button and make it all go away. Because most, like 99%, that's what's going to happen. Bye. Gone. But EU would be, I would even probably go as far as to call it 1.5 canon. Or, I don't know, I'd have to come up with a clever name. But like, you know, again, here's canon, here's the EU. Not here, not there, not like, there's the EU. Then probably I would have a third layer, games, toys, you know, cartoons, whatever. And then Disney, I wouldn't even call it, first of all, it wouldn't be Legends because there's nothing legendary or respectful about it, so you wouldn't even get that. What I would probably call it is fan fiction, just to punch Mickey in the fucking mouth. And that's, again, if I didn't delete it, because most likely I would just delete all of it. But if I did keep it, it would be called fan fiction. Star Wars fan fiction. Or Star Wars fictional universe. That's what I would call it. So that it's real clear to everyone from 80 years old to a kid that's for the first time seeing it. From the second they see it, they say, oh, there's something called canon, all right? Then there's the EU, which is very closely tied and related to canon. And then there's the fantasy fiction universe. Okay. So I know if I'm reading this, maybe I'll like this fantasy stuff, but that's not really Star Wars. From the get-go, you're going to understand that that's fictional universe. So. And there you go. This is what I do in all my streams. We don't tend to get shit done because I end up talking with you guys. But again, that's why a lot of you guys like my streams, is because we all hang out. Just wondering if E.T. is canon or we acknowledge him as a fun little Easter egg. Well, no, he's canon because he's in the films. I mean, you can't get around that. I mean, it is an Easter egg. It is a little fun nod to Spielberg. But the films are canon. He's there. He's canon. He's part of the Star Wars universe. You can't... Lucas doesn't do Easter eggs like that. Like, well, I'll just put him in there for fun, but he's not really real. He didn't exist. I mean, he's literally part of the Star Wars universe. He's part of the Senate, right? ETs were in the Senate in the capsule. So that means they have a say in the Republic. So, absolutely, they are canon. Composed the soundtracks of both Star Wars and E.T. It's actually a tribute to his good friend Spielberg, but also to Williams. Fair to just say the EU is non-canon because it isn't George Lucas's vision. What I would do, however, is touch it up a little bit, like decanonize The Force Unleashed. Well, it was never canon. Dark Empire. None of that stuff was ever canon. And again, it's not because it's not by George Lucas. That's where some people get tripped up. It's not an ego thing. It's about the God created Earth. And if you want to come along and start making adjustments to the planet, then that's not canon, because only the creator creates what is canon. Now, if you are a separate God and creator, and you respect everything that the original creator made, and you're just expanding it, by all means, we're all for that. I'm all for the EU. But the second you contradict what the creator, the maker, made, you have decanonized yourself. Just by definition of the word of canon. It's not even an option. It's not an opinion. It's not a feeling or a thought. It is what it is. It's fact. It doesn't... I or someone else could write a full canon novel. And fine. Movie, show, whatever. Now, it could always be in jeopardy, at least up until 2012, because it could be 100% canon, and then George comes behind and is like, well, no, actually, I want it to be different. So now in the movie, I did something different, and now your novel gets crushed. That happened too. But there's nothing saying that other people can't create canon content. That's why I get pissed off, because Filoni can and should be creating canon. It's not a problem of George being around. I can create canon all day long. Not a problem. This seems to be a problem for Dave Filoni. It's not that it's a problem. It's that he doesn't give a fuck, guys. That's what some of you don't want to understand or accept. Dave Filoni don't give a fuck about George Lucas or Star Wars. He cares about Dave Filoni and Ahsoka Tano. Not my Star Wars. That's what not my Star Wars. As long as everyone understands that and they admit that it's not really canon, then whatever. There's official EU Star Wars universes I like, but they're not canon. Well, yeah. I never tell you guys what to like or not watch. I never tell you what to watch or not watch or whatever. All I'm telling you is don't come to me with the Rise of Skywalker is canon, because I'll fucking smack the shit out of you. No, it is not. And it's not because my feelings are hurt. It's because I defend the truth, history, and facts. And I'm not going to sit here and let you talk nonsense. That's what that's about. It doesn't have to be canon to be great. Don't work, that's fine. The EU is its own continuity. Yeah. Well, yes and no, because the EU contradicts itself. Plus, there's like 3 versions of Boba Fett coming out of the Sarlacc. I mean, there's EU is not perfect. Most of it is fine, fits in just fine. But Mark Hamill should have walked off. Yes. Was forced. No, he's not. At the end of the day, you can quit any job, dude. They were going to take his paycheck. He wasn't going to be able to be Luke Skywalker. That's different. But at the end of the day, he's not. It's not like they have a chain around his neck like, you can't leave the set. No, he could have been like, fuck that, I'm out of here, and called his agent and left. At the end of the day, dude, he chose money over integrity. At the end of the day. Contract or not, he can break that contract. He'd be like, fuck no, I'm not doing that. That's not Luke Skywalker. Furthermore, he could potentially have helped sue Disney for that nonsense. But he didn't. He didn't grab his nuts and he didn't stand his ground. He sat there and let Jake Skywalker happen. He could have walked right off the set. So could Filoni and any one of them. They are choosing not to. Any contract, you can break it some which way or another. Are the penalties for doing so? Sure. But at the end of the day, your integrity doesn't have a price. You can walk the fuck out. You might lose that job. You might lose millions of dollars. You might not ever work for Disney again. Maybe you're banned from Star Wars. But your integrity, you walk off the fucking set. Nobody can control that or take that from you but you. And Mark Hamill bitched out. And he didn't just sit there and watch Jake. He fucking acted and did Jake. So it's not like KK had a gun. It's like, all right, you got to act this scene. You know? No, dude, he could have walked right off that fucking set. Lucas sequel trilogy, and I know it would contradict the EU, so I would continue as a separate storyline, aka parallel universe. It's cool to think of it like that. Well, but I mean, I suppose it would contradict the EU, but the EU was never canon, so it wouldn't matter. Right? Lucas would tell his canon story. So, make it clear what's canon. Yeah. Well, it's really simple. 1 through 6 are canon. EU is a very close secondary 1.5 canon. And everything Disney has made is a terrible, horrible, disgusting, laughable fan fiction. I mean, pretty simple to... Oh, I will. Believe me. I don't care if you're Mike Tyson. You come to me with that shit as canon, I will smack the shit out of you. Trust me. So in the Disney fan fiction Mandoverse, genes exist because the grip guy showed up on screen in the Game of Thrones universe. Starbucks. Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. Very good call. That is correct. Starbucks is canon in the game of fucking dumbass Thrones. And the Gene guy is canon in phony baloney macaronis gay ass stupid verse. Cool. I will look at them. Oh. Another fun trivia fact. Elliot, it's not working in E.T. parallels young Anakin. It's working in the Phantom. Hold on. Fun trivia fact. Elliot's, it's working in E.T. parallels. Young Anakin's, it's working in the Phantom Menace. Not quite sure what you mean there. And notice, I didn't say that Elliot is canon, or his little sister, I can't remember her name for the life of me, little Drew Barrymore, what a cutie she was, or his mom, or the NASA, or the scientist. None of that I'm saying is canon. ETs, extraterrestrials that visit Earth, maybe or maybe not canon. Well, I guess in Spielberg canon, right? Those aliens are canon. Elliot, well, no. Earth doesn't exist in Star Wars, remember? But man, the ETs are some badasses, huh? If they can travel from the Senate galaxy, Star Wars galaxy, all the way to the Earth galaxy. Intentional or not. I know you already made videos on the Kenobi and Andors, but I'd be interested to see maybe a live stream to discuss. Sure. I have more I've been meaning to make a video about Andor, but I've just been so busy. I have some other details and interesting tidbits about Andor, so we could potentially do that. Time traveled on his, and I promise you, I'm the only one, because I'm the only one that bothered to dig around and find the shit that I found, and I found some interesting little things about it. E.T. probably time traveled on his ship to the future and traveled outside of the Star Wars galaxy since his people were in the galaxy. Yeah, sure. No problem there. E.T. and his home takes place in the Star Wars galaxy right now, while 1 through 6 is eons in the past. Yeah, it's hard to say. But then again, ETs are badass because apparently they can travel through great distances, but also around for a long time. So, I don't know. It's not funny because I never even thought of any connection between like Earth and us and ET and the Senate. I never really thought about it. But there's some interesting things there, when you think about it. It's funny. But, in all fairness too, and being serious, ET is canon in Star Wars. I mean, literally. Does contradict itself. There's already 2 versions of Boba's origins. Yeah, there's a few. Mara Jade. There's some things. There's some stuff that See, and that's one thing. Like, if I own Lucasfilm, one thing I would have a story group, but that story group wouldn't be creating new shit. It wouldn't be this High Republic mumbo fucking dumbass shit. No, I would have people that love and know Star Wars lore. Just example, I'd be like, hey, Ryan Kennel, do you want to make like a few $100,000 a year and help me? Like, we're going to go through the entire EU, find the best stuff, see what contradicts, fix any discrepancies, anything that contradicts, blocks, breaks. First and foremost, the canon, 1 through 6. Second, and also very important, within itself. If there's 3 Boba Fett stories, then let's solidify 1 and let's, instead of he does this, he does that, he does that. You understand? I would want to get all the EU in perfect line and straight, to the point where maybe we could say, okay, this 100% fits in the timeline, in the Star Wars timeline, and we can call it canon. Or at least instead of a 2.0 or 1.5, like a 1.1 canon. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, only the films are going to ever be canon. We could get it so close, so meshed, to now the reader can literally read all these gorgeous books in a timeline with the movies, and there's no but, no, none of that. It all is ironed out. I would love to do that. That's what I thought Leland Chi was doing with the fucking holocron. Apparently he was in the back room jerking off, because here we are there's 6 different canons and this and the other, and the shit's all over the place. And no, it wasn't good enough, so we threw it away, and we're gonna make legends and all this fucking dumb shit. What the hell were you doing? I thought that was the whole point of the holocron, but apparently, But that's what I would do. I would get it all ironed out, fixed, so it all meshes, all lays nice and neat. Not 3 stories of that and 2 stories of the other and 5 different versions of that. All one thing, and Gertie. Yes. Gertie, thank you for reminding me. Gertie. Yes. It's been a while, man. I gotta watch ET. I love ET. Buffering. Buffering happens. Aspiring director, and if someday I will get big, I will never touch or make a Star Wars project unless it's satire. I can't do work George Lucas did with Star Wars. Well, you don't know that. You might create your own beautiful universe. The problem with Star Wars is that anything you create, Disney's going to claim it. And you're never going to be able to make a single red penny off of it. So, if you're willing to spend a bunch of time and money, and some people have spent, like, Theory spent $100,000. I know guys that have done better shit for $2,000. But anyways, whatever. There's people that have spent a lot of money on fan films. Most spend about $2,000 to $5,000, and there's some gorgeous fan films out there. Regardless of what you spend, and the time you take to write it and film it and all that, you will never get a cent out of it. Because Disney in particular will be like, nope, we're claiming your shit. So you can never make money from it. So that's something you have to accept. You will never get full credit. You will never get money. You will never, if you're willing to just throw money at making a Star Wars thing, then God bless you. If I was a multi-millionaire, I would do all kinds of cool Star Wars shit, even if I couldn't make money off of it. But, that's the problem. So you have to consider that. But outside of that, you can write a million other stories about other things. Make your own universe. I will give Disney credit for this. For example, Theory, they could have sued him. They could have literally taken a court and got all kinds of money. Never mind. He's like, it's funny to me. He's like, well, I couldn't make money and monetize it. And dude, are you serious? They own Star Wars. Of course you can't monetize it. You're lucky they didn't fucking take your ass to court. Because let me tell you something. They took a fucking elementary school for $250. They were going after them for playing a goddamn Lion King that nobody cares a goddamn about at a PTA meeting to raise funds for that school of elementary kids. And you think you're going to make a whole freaking fan film and put it on YouTube and make money. Nobody gives a fuck about how much money you spent, dummy. You should know better that you're not going to make money off of that. He's lucky he didn't get sued. That's what he should be thankful for. Anyways, Disney's pretty... ironically, some shit they're like nutzos about. Some stuff like that, especially YouTube, they don't tend to... I've had them block, like, for example, they blocked my Clone Wars cartoons, which was technically Cartoon Network, so to this day I don't know that they really had grounds to do that, but they did do that. But for the most part, if you're not taking big chunks of their stuff, they not only let you use it, but they let you monetize it. I've never heard of a channel getting taken down by Disney or Disney, copyright. This is another thing. Like, Disney will maybe copyright claim where you can't monetize a video. And they can, block the video where nobody can see it. But I've never heard of Disney copyright striking a YouTube creator. Has it ever happened? I'm pretty sure it has. But that's not typically what Disney does. So I don't know why they're so kind and why they don't go there. But I will give them props for that. Some studios are like, okay, as long as you're not getting crazy, we'll let you use this stuff. Some are like, man, they see one blip of your thing and they're like, claimed, they want to strike down your video immediately. But Disney actually allows you to do shit. Even Not My Star Wars, where I shred the shit out of them every day. But, just think about that you can do Star Wars stuff. It's not that you can't, and you could make it theoretically canon. You could make it great, but just know that you will never make a penny. one change. One change to see canon? Please clarify the question. I'm not quite sure what you mean. If you could make one change to see canon, do you mean like something from the EU that I would change so that it would become canon? Please clarify the question. But if that's what you mean, I can answer that. I'm just not totally sure what you mean. Make one change to see canon, would it be? What would it be? I think that's what you mean, but please clarify. I think what you mean is if there's one thing that is non-canon that I could change or make fit and bring into canon, what it would be, let me know. Yes. Which, that reminds me, we'll do that. And High Republic show, Geode and animation. I haven't heard that they're going to do a show. It wouldn't surprise me. Who knows? Who cares? It's all, Disney's way beyond anything serious or canon or any of that, so it really doesn't even bother. It doesn't matter. I haven't seen anything official though. That's the thing. Aligning the EU to come close to the canon is a big undertaking, and the current story group is too lazy to do what I know you'd be able to accomplish. Well, and here's the thing, like, okay, let's go back to 2012, October 30th, 2012. I bought, or George Lucas is like, here, dude, I know you love Star Wars, here it is. Here's what I would have done. All right. I would have put out a call. I'm making the new Star Wars. It is George Lucas's sequel trilogy treatment. You do not get to alter it. You do not get to opinionate. You do not get to write it. Here it is. If you are a professional director, or if you're a director and you want an opportunity to make this, you do not get to alter it, have an opinion, shut the fuck up, and make these movies. Holler at me. I'm not even going to start seeking out people. I want you to show me the love of Star Wars and that you're willing to work on this and shut the fuck up. Okay? First. And my first priority would be making those sequels. That's at least a 10-year project. And again, I would memorize them. And if I see you breaking canon, I'm going to fucking smack the shit out of you. You must make what is on this paper. Now, we can call George if we need to have a question. If we need him to elaborate. He said he will consult, for Christ's sake. Jesus Christ. So then, that's the first priority. Make the sequels while George is still around, still spry, still interested, still willing, still has some time, still has some interest. Let's get these sequels done proper, correct, respectful, canon. First priority. In the meantime, I'm creating a story group, and I will be personally a part of that story group. And I would seek people like Matt Wilkins. Ryan Kinnell is someone I would greatly consider. There are many people that love and know the EU very well. Stick Kenobi, OG Star Wars. There's people that know the EU better than I do. Now, would I know them if I wasn't Not My Star Wars? Potentially not. I'm just saying examples, okay? But the people that I know right now, there's 4 great examples. I would bring in 5 or 10 people like that and be like, guys, here's a room. Here's every last comic, every last book, every last piece of media. And we're going to start tackling all of it. And we're going to make all of this one continuity. And we're going to get it all on paper and figure it all out. And if there's 3 versions of this thing, okay, then we're going to map that out on a big board so we all can look at it and we can all think about it and all work it out to where it fits and it works correctly. And if at the end of the day there's 3 stories we're going to logically look at as a team and decide what truly is in the best interest of Star Wars canon. What will make sense looking back and going forward. And I don't care if it takes 3 fucking years, 5 years, 6 months. Myself, Maybe I can't be there every day and do that all the time, but there will be a team dedicated to getting all the canon, and that also includes cartoons, comics, toys, games, everything under one canon. The movies will always be the true canon, but everything else we need to get, instead of it being, it needs to be, okay? So that at least most of it can. And Disney took this, threw it in a blender, threw it off the side of a building in a washing machine that's tumbling with 18 marbles inside and lubricant. So now it's really tumbling and spinning even harder. Then it tumbles down a rocky hill, bounces all over the place, gets shot out of a cannon, sprawls around in the air, gets caught up in a tornado, gets spun around and shot out, crashes and goes all over the place. And here's the Disney canon. And instead of trying to fix this fucking cluster Filoni bullshit fucking mess, beep, delete. And we go back to George Lucas. We fix all the proper sub-canon. We make a proper timeline with the shit proper, correctly worked out, not contradicting. And if there's 2 or 3 stupid stories, well, we throw that shit out. That's fine. And if there's conflicting stories, then we work it out to where we get the best one, and we throw out what we don't need. We make a nice, smooth timeline so that a child 10 years from now can come and see a correct timeline and say, oh, here's all these books. And I can sit down and enjoy them with one continuity where they're not all over the place and this mix up and this and blah, blah, blah. No. You can sit down and enjoy them. They fit in with the movies. And while the movies are the only true history, at least all of this fits and respects, and you can enjoy it. I don't care if it cost me $1 million in 4.5 years of a group of 10 people to figure it out. We will make the proper holocron and fix this shit. That's what I would have done. Movies, first and foremost, the sequel trilogy must get done. And on the side, what we're going to be doing, not games and High Republic and then this and the Clone Wars and all that bullshit. Shut all that bullshit down. I don't want to hear about that. We must fix the EU and we must get the sequel trilogy done. Now, with the sequel trilogy comes action figures and supplementary novels and visual guides, and we make a game or 2 or 3, and okay, I'm all for that. But trying to do all this, monkey mess, 18 projects, and we're going to come out with 10 shows, and Mandalorian would have never happened. I would have made the Boba Fett movie years ago. That's not even like, I would have made Underworld. I would have made 1313. Not only did he have all the concept, but he even had projects like in progress. I would have literally made Underworld. I would have literally made 1313. Like, why are you trying to reinvent and do extra shit? You had gorgeous stuff right there. And you took Boba Fett shit to make a Mandalorian to guess what? Nobody gives a fuck about Mandalorian, so now we're right back to Boba Fett. And now it's going to be all about Boba Fett show, and you're never going to see Mandalorian Season 3 because not only is it not going to be made, but nobody gives a damn. So you went through all this to avoid Boba Fett to end up back to, well, it has to be a Boba Fett show anyways. Dave Filoni. I would have saved us all that time and money, made a proper Boba Fett movie to begin with, him blasting out of the fucking Sarlacc on the big screen. Everybody would have been like, holy shit! And that movie would have made $1 billion fucking dollars, and everybody would have been like, holy goddamn, there's Star Wars. But, anyways, back to the point is what I would have done from the beginning is fix the EU, gotten it all straightened out. Not, well, it's a mess, so we got to make a Legends. You have the Holocron. You have guys like Leland Chi that have been around forever. Pablo Hidalgo, Dave Filoni, and they couldn't sit down and fix the goddamn EU. Anyways. But all of that requires a brain and love for Star Wars. There's none of that at Lucasfilm. Disney strikes us down, we shall become more powerful than they can possibly imagine. Correct. I do. You just needed to, well, not on the app itself, but I take screenshots from Disney Plus all the time. If you, maybe it's the screenshot you're using, or you're saying because the app itself doesn't have screenshot. Yeah, well, because they don't want you using Star Wars shit all over the place. But I take, this is, so what you're looking at right now is a screenshot from Disney Plus. To the current Star Wars canon, I would delete it. That would be my change, because it's not canon. And it not only is that it's not canon, but it hurts. It literally spits in the face of canon. And we've gone to a whole other level with Disney. It's not like, well, we're just going to make our own shit. No, Disney pulled its pants down and shit on Star Wars. So one change, bloop, delete button. Filmmaker too. George inspired me a lot in life to the point where I build my own universes and make my own content while making Star Wars stories for fun. Yeah, cool, awesome. And again, I'm not. I hope you didn't misunderstand. I'm not trying to discourage you. By all means, if you have the time and the money and the love to make Star Wars fan films, there's so many that are awesome, and I would support you. And when I say support you, like, you know, morale. I think that's awesome. All I'm saying is, just to be real, you know, you would never make any money off of it. So know that before you spend $100,000 on an okay fan film. Anyways, George Lucas Star Wars is about the Skywalker family. Yep, Skywalker saga. Sometime, well, to be fair, 7, 8, and 9 were going to be about the Wills. So it was going away. I mean, it was about some parts of the Skywalker, but it was heavily about rebuilding the Order. So it wasn't about Skywalker kids. It was about 2- and 3-year-old Jedi, rebuilding the Order and the Temple, and the story of the Wills and how the midichlorians and all that kind of stuff. So it's a little more than the Skywalker saga and family, but yeah, I mean, that is obviously the core, and that's at least the Skywalker saga 1 through 6, absolutely. Just saying that if 7, 8, 9 would happen correctly, it would have been a little more. Sometimes I make Star Wars projects heavily inspired by George's continuity and lore, and other times I lay back and do loose Star Wars stories like EU and Disney. And again, if you want to like take Star Wars inspired stuff and do something totally different, even if it breaks canon, that's okay. It's not. Don't misunderstand, guys. It's not to say that you can't do non-canon stuff, or that you can't enjoy non-canon stuff, because that's where some people get it twisted. Like, you're gatekeeping. No, shut the fuck up. You're not listening. You can like and do what you want. One thing you cannot do is to call it canon. That's it. Really, no way do you have, yeah, do you? Isn't fully developed. I'm not making you to. Okay. Well, if you do at some point, let me know. I'll be happy to look. Episode 9. They were like, it's Skywalker saga after the terrible disrespect to the Skywalkers, but the constant preaching about Rey being her own person. Yeah, it's a whole fucking mess. So stupid. Where's Ahsoka? In Dave's fucking panty drawer. That's where Ahsoka is. Now the Skywalker saga bullshit. Now it's the Skywalker saga. Those films over 9 Mary Sue Rey is not the Skywalker saga. That's the Palpatine payback trilogy with Disney's dirty socks in between. Correct. Very good. MCU, Captain America, Iron Man, and Black Widow are now gone. Who's going to fill the void? Well, but Black Widow's not technically gone, right? Because in May, her movie's coming out, so. Who knows? That's another thing. Marvel had a lot of success, but that shit's done. This whole MCU and Girl Thor, like, that shit is going to bomb so fucking bad. Marvel's done. I don't know what they like. Good luck, Disney. See, and at Marvel, being superheroes, and there's so many stories on it, doesn't really have a canon. I mean, it has hardcore fans that expect you to respect Spidey, for example, right? His story. But it's not a strict canon like Star Wars, because there's so many stories. What Marvel fans expect is you to basically respect the character. But Marvel now wants to take it to a whole lot, like Thor is not going to be a woman. Now you're just going a whole, again, Disney doubling down and going a whole other step. Now you're just like disrespecting the character and changing things. And the MCU is going to take a huge hit because these next movies aren't going to make billions of dollars. Sorry to tell you, Disney. But I could have saved you the time and money ahead of time. But, hey, don't listen to me. That whole thing of Marvel, making billions of dollars, and they thought Endgame, well, we'll make more next time. That was a one time and done, and you can forget about that. Han, Land, Luke are gone. Yeah, she filled the void, all right. MCU past Star Wars. Well, I guess in certain ways you could say that. I don't know if you mean in a specific way, but I'd be down with connecting all the canons into one sub-canon or near, and everyone that loves the former fan continuities will have to go into the fanfic section. Yeah, and this is the thing, I really want to stress for EU people out there, because I will tell you, because it is a fact, and I have the quotes from Lucas to back it up. EU was never canon and will never be canon. Period. Too fucking bad. But I love the EU. I adore the EU. The EU has some of the best stories in Star Wars. The EU is a treasure trove to be able to pull stuff into canon. And I would give it the highest respect. I would do my best to make it as canon as possible and to bring in things from the EU. I wouldn't even be thinking of making the story. I got a whole fucking 35 years of books to just make Star Wars. And it's just that sadly, sometimes EU people get caught up on, but it has to be canon or it's not real. No, it doesn't. That's the thing. Relax. It's not canon. It's going to be okay. It's still the most beautiful and important stories outside of the canon in Star Wars. It's still, if I own Lucasfilm, would get the highest regard and respect and be there and be marketed and loved and shown and integrated and all of that. This is the thing. Canon is history. So it's just like, guys, you go to school. You read a history book of this is what happened in Pearl Harbor on this day in this way. It has to be correct, factual, 100%. It cannot be tweaked or turned or opinionated. It has to be factual events that happen. Now, in your same school, you read the Odyssey, don't you? Or at least we used to. So it's not to say that you can't have important parts of literature in your life that enrich you and are fun and are important, like the Odyssey. But at the end of the day, you must know that this article on Pearl Harbor is canon. That's fact. It's history. And the Odyssey, you might like the Odyssey more. It might be one of your favorite books. It's fun, whereas this is homework and it sucks. But this is fun and you love it and it's great and you buy it and you have the movie and the disc and the VCR tape and the toy and all that's fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, you understand that this is fantasy. This is a story. This is fiction. it is important to understand the distinction between this and this. That's what's important. It's not that this has to be any less than this. It's just that there must be a distinction. Because when you start to blur these two, now we get all fucked up. Now, history doesn't matter anymore. Now it's, well, what I say is history. Kennedy didn't get sniped through the head in his car. He got killed in the library with a candlestick by My Little Pony. Understand? So canon cannot ever, ever be twisted, bent, turned, skewed, opinionated, felt. None of that can happen. It must be strictly factual. And at the end of the day, maybe you prefer the Odyssey over all the history books in the world. And that's okay. But you can't say that the Odyssey was what really happened and it's fact. That's where we got a problem. Because that kind of shit changes society in general. That causes major problems on Earth and humanity. And that will not be happening on my watch. So people can be like, it's just a space wizard fantasy film. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. You're on my channel 43 years later talking bullshit because the shit's fantasy and you don't care about it. Shut the fuck up. Obviously, you do care. It's like playing chess with a fucking child. It's ridiculous. So it is important that there is canon, because it's like any history. It must be adhered to and respected, or we're all fucked. But that doesn't mean that it's belittling or diminishing anything. It doesn't mean that the EU isn't just as valuable. The EU is 10 times the size of what Star Wars canon is. So you could theoretically make 10 times more, 100 times more money off the EU if it just fucking respected the shit and used it. You could have made a ton of money off of it. More so than you could have off in films, potentially. Dumbass Disney. Dave fucking Filoni. Yes. Yeah, most likely I got control. I'm deleting all the Disney shit. So I don't give a fuck if you like Mandalorian or Rebels. Too bad, too fucking bad. And you know why I had that attitude? Because in 2014, when they made that shit Legends, everybody's like, just stop crying, you fanboy, you're a baby. Oh, you want to disrespect our lore? Okay. You better hope I don't get control of Lucasfilm, because guess what's going to happen to your feelings and your fucking lore? Shut the fuck up. Fill the void. Yes, you filled the void. All right. Oh, God. What a mess that shit was. George Lucas's... No, it's not my canon. George's canon. If I could make one change to George... There's nothing that I would or that I could change. Star Wars is not yours. Star Wars is not mine. It's George's. Your feelings do not matter. Your opinion are zero. It's what the maker says. So there's nothing that I could or would or want to change, dude. That's like me saying, hey, God, I want you to make women different. Or I think grass should grow differently. Or, air should be... That's not for me to question. I'm lucky that I get to breathe air. And that's part of the problem, is that everybody wants to make their Star Wars. But I don't like this, and George didn't that, and Anakin didn't this. Shut the fuck up. Here's a painting. Do you like this painting or not? If you don't, shut up, move on. If you appreciate it and love it, great. Nobody's forcing you. But This is the painting. Do you like the Mona Lisa or not? If you don't, shut the fuck up and move along. It's really that simple. It's not for you to opinionate, suggest, change, I want. All of that is irrelevant. It means nothing. All that matters is what George says. Period. Now, you have what George said and did. If you are smart enough and have a big enough heart and you adhere to what he did and continue to follow those rules, you can make your own thing as long as they respect and follow those rules. By all means, you can do whatever little thing you want. But for you to say, what would you change? No, you have zero say. There's nothing I would change because it is not my place to change any of it. Do I prefer the originals over the special edition? Yes. Is the OT the crown jewel over everything else? Absolutely. That's not even a conversation. Yes. But that doesn't mean that I have any say to be like, well, I want to take this out and change that. And it's George Lucas's story, dude. That's why I don't get hung up on that shit. Because at the end of the day, it's what George says. Do I not really care for fucking Jabba in A New Hope? No, I don't like him there. But at the end of the day, if I own Disney, it's not like I'm going to be like, well, I don't like Jabba, so I'm going to take him out. That's the problem. Is when you start thinking that you can do shit to Star Wars, you done fucked up. One, you're not a Star Wars fan. And two, how fucking dare you even think that you could go in and be like, well, this is all great, but I don't like Jabba, so I'm going to take him out. And now Star Wars is perfect. Nope. Absolutely not. That's not how that works. Like it or not, that is what Star Wars is. If you're not a fan of that, then you're not a Star Wars fan. And that's okay. It is what it is. It's what George says. Period. Fuck your feelings. Fuck your opinion. It is what George says. There's not a question of what change would I make. I don't have any say to make a change, even if I own Star Wars. There is no my canon. There's George's canon. There is no such thing as my canon. I don't have a canon, a head canon. It is George Lucas canon. The only thing I talk about is George Lucas canon. May not be canon, but it's more canon. Oh, well, that's not an argument at all. Of course it is. Again, it's like just there. It's pretty much right there. It's canon, but it's just not official 100% canon because at the end of the day, it conflicts. And at the end of the day, George can come along and be like, nope, that character you like that did this? Well, nope, that didn't happen. So, at that point, why not just make new stories that align 100% with GL's story? Well, you can. So, sure. Palpatine cannot come back because in canon, he dies. That is not an option. Anakin's descendants, that you can do. Jaina and them, they can fit, sure. Palpatine cannot. Marvel fan, I'm most upset that they're doing away with the past storylines that were successes for current or made up storylines that are man, it makes me crazy because this is the shit that I'm talking about. Star Wars, you have no opinion on. This is what people don't understand. Like, for fun, yes, we can opinionate on shit. But this is what scares me, is that people think, well, but if I owned Star Wars, I would do this and that and change this and take that out because that was dumb. And then you see, you didn't love Star Wars to begin with, and you have no place to do so. That kind of shit, makes me nuts. If you don't fully love and respect and understand what is Star Wars, then you have no business being around it. Period. That's like, I bought the Mona Lisa, I own it, and I put it on my wall, but I did the Joker thing and started painting on the thing because I think the Mona Lisa is better this way. Then you never understood or appreciated the Mona Lisa to begin with. And I don't give a fuck about the Mona Lisa. It's just an example. I wouldn't buy that dumbass painting. I don't think she's pretty. But I'm just saying, if I were the owner of the Mona Lisa, I have the fucking nerve for me to be like, well, but in this frame, it would be better. Or if I, it made her smile a little more, I think she would be better. I mean, really? That's not the point of buying that property. to change it. The point is to own the thing because you genuinely love it. Thanos snapped their feelings lore as well. Oh, yeah. I mean, as many of you know, me, I don't play around.
Wipe them out. All of them.
In a heartbeat, even from just a business decision, just get it all out. Get that spaghetti bullshit out. Get it out. Delete. Out. And we continue from October 30th, 2012. Brand new day, October 31st, 2012. Well, guess what? It's still George Lucas Star Wars. Not all this nonsense. Out. Trying to fix Disney's stupidity will take more time than me just getting the EU aligned. I'd make his Ula lives. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I'll give you that one. Listen, guys, I love fucking Boba Fett. If I had an opinion, I would have made Boba Fett a badass, just smoking people, disintegrating dudes, doing all kinds of shit. You think I like that he falls into the goddamn pit and burps and all that? You think I like that shit? No. But if George Lucas says that's what happens to the best bounty hunter in the galaxy, well, too fucking bad. That's what happened. I don't get a say. I don't get an opinion. The slave girl, the Twi'lek, Jabba's. Remember when you first see the slave girl, Jabba's got on the chain? Stripper. Well, I don't know if she's a stripper, but yeah, the slave girl. Yes, correct. Poor Ula. Do we need to bring Ula back into canon? Save Ula. Let's start a hashtag. Save Ula. Now, I own Lucasfilm. This is a fun concept. We make a little side fun story, comic, something. Okay, no problem with it. I see what I would have done. Like if I had a Star Wars show. First of all, I would have made Underworld. Stop fucking around. Duh. But outside of that, I wouldn't be opposed to a live action show where every episode is like a fun spin side story. Like Ula, what if she survived? What happened to, this droid in this, where did this ship come from? Little fun side story just for non-canon, just to... I have no problem with that. As long as you clearly state what is what. And you're not convoluting the universe. You have a separate show that's doing fun things, okay? All for new characters and ships and stories and all that. Ula. Sell my Lamborghini and the buyer decides to push it off a cliff. That's his right. He owns it. Yeah, by all means. Nobody's arguing that. But why did you buy the Lamborghini in the first place? You see? That one minor thing I would change is CGI edit a medal on Chewbacca at the end of ROTJ. Well, if there was something that I felt strongly about, well, then I would call up George and be like, hey, does this make sense? Would it fit? What do you pick? To me, it would always be, George, would this be canon? And if him, for whatever reason, it's like, nah, it doesn't fit because of this, or not, then I would say, okay, well, Ula lives as Rancor Voodoo. Yeah, I suppose you are correct. Poor Ula's a Rancor poo-poo. Yeah. MCU Captain Marvel is worse than Rey. Ooh, that's a tough one. Captain Marvel's just a cunt, but does she really break canon like that? Is she just? I mean, they're both Mary Sue, so they're all equal in that. They're both ironing board bodied, cardboard cutout, boring ass actresses, so they're equal in that. So which one damages the franchise worse? I think Rey Skywalker. I don't know a whole lot of Marvel history. I know very little Captain Marvel, so someone that knows her better than I do can argue. But from what I see on the outside, I think that Rey is much more damaging. Elma. Comes back, Anakin died for nothing. Well, it's not even just that. It's that George Lucas out of his mouth, and also Ian McDiarmid out of his mouth have both said he's dead, and he never comes back. And this is long before Lucas ever sold the franchise. Never mind exploring it or... Palpatine died. End of conversation. Done. Way to chew bubblegum and kick ass, yeah. See, here's the thing. Star Wars is, while it's fantasy and science fiction, Star Wars is very real. That's what made Star Wars so charming, is that while it's fantasy, it has rules. And if one of the rules is, well, you're going to bring people back to life because you want to, then you've eliminated all the fucking stakes. What was the point of Anakin joining the dark side? What was the point of Luke going through all this shit and losing a hand and doing all this bullshit so that he could redeem his father? There was no point whatsoever, because you did all that to kill the Emperor, and he'll be back. So now the whole shit just makes no sense. It's pointless. You've taken away all the stakes and the point of the fucking films. The point is everything that everyone must suffer through, so that Luke can be put into position to redeem his father and bring back balance to the galaxy. That's the fucking point. So by taking away the stakes of he'll just be back, you've completely broken and destroyed and shit on Star Wars. It's so simple, and people just don't understand this simple concept. None of it can fit the original sequel outlines. Mara Jade's all the kids. Ben Skywalker doesn't exist. Same with Yuuzhan Vong. So why not just make brand new stories? Well, if you're doing being respectful and doing George's stuff, well, then no argument. No, it doesn't fit. What I was understanding is that if, assuming we're doing the Disney Mickey Mouse method, well, then yes, all that stuff could fit if you adjust it. Now, if you're saying that, why bother fixing the EU because it doesn't fit with George's stuff? It doesn't matter. The EU was never canon and never will be canon. So it doesn't have to perfectly be canon. It can be side stories for you to continue to expand on and enjoy the Star Wars universe and bring money to the company. Just because it's not canon doesn't mean that it's not worth potentially doing. But there's a difference between one, versus a canon, and then two, taking it a whole other level where, well, I'm just shitting on the franchise. That's what Disney does. Whereas what I would do is, yeah, there would be that very secondary close canon, but it would also be respectful to the fucking canon. That's the difference. That it would respect George Lucas and Star Wars. Not just willy-nilly, well, since there's no canon, we'll just shit all over everything. It's a big difference. So, while Mara can never be canon, as much as it's a knife in my heart, because I love me a voluptuous redhead, as much as Mara can never be canon, doesn't mean that she can respectfully be done and have action figures and beautiful stories and be a close secondary what if canon. Why not? There's a difference between getting creative, and then there's a difference between going a whole other level and just shitting all over everything. Understand that. Video Man animation looks like he belongs Street Fighter. Yeah, he does, how he's bobbing like that. But that's to remind you, don't fuck around on this channel because Video Man will get on that ass. He's ready to fight. What if George thinks the Clone Wars ending is okay? Like he doesn't have the energy to revisit it. Just a moment. Whoops. Watch your step. I will pull him out at any moment. First of all, no, George would not, because he clearly stated that she dies before Order 66, so that by default would never happen. Number two, he has never broken his own continuity and isn't going to begin to do so for Dave Bologna Sandwich fucking Filoni. So that's not, it's not even, I'm not even going to explore it because it's not even a pretend reality. It's, and I got news for you. George loves Star Wars. It's his kids. And if I got it or someone like me was like, hey, George, I just want to make sure everything is correct. Fix it. Be respectful. Get it right. George would be like, of course, dude. Please fix that fucking mess. I don't have to know George to know that that's what exactly he would want and for what he would say. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you would spend more time, energy, money trying to untangle the ball of string and fix it than you would just bloop, delete, and do it correctly. So that's why I say, you know, number one, first of all, fuck your feelings because you didn't give a shit about Star Wars when you all did that bullshit. And number two, I'm going to spend my time fixing your dumbass mess. All right. Bloop. Delete. Ula were standing before me, I'd gladly strip her. Yeah. And don't get me wrong. She was Mamacita. I don't know her name was Ula. Oh, I didn't know her name. Yes, that's the famous Ula. Yes. Poor Ula. Oh, yes. Ula lives matter. Ula's life mattered. So I just can touch stuff outside. Well, sure, of course. Again, I will repeat. It could be 1,000 years later, or we could go 3,000 years back and do a whole Sith thing. I'm all for Sith all over the fucking place, wrecking shop and fucking shit up. I am all for that. As long as you think it through and you understand where the ripples are going to go leading into the prequels and, most importantly, the Skywalker saga. And as you take the time, you write it down, you have a group of people that have love and knowledge, and you double, triple, quintuple check each other and make sure that it's going to maintain continuity. Dude, I would make some Star Wars will make you guys shit your pants. I am all for all kinds of stuff. It just must respect 1 through 6. That's it. It doesn't have to do anything with Skywalkers. It doesn't have to do anything with those movies. It just must respect and not break continuity. It's really very simple. So Bane, Revan, Plagueis, Darth Krayt, Mara Jade, all these things can happen. They just need to be tweaked so that they respect continuity and rules. Because Star Wars has rules. Some people don't seem to understand that Star Wars has fucking rules. That's not how the Force works. No. You know, Star Wars does have rules. But absolutely, canon go thousands of years behind, thousands of years forward, or it could be the next day after Return of the Jedi. Or the last day before the prequels, whatever, or anywhere in between. You just must respect. Without respect, we reject. Fun talking to you for 6 hours. Much respect and support. Thank you. Good to see you. And I'm here every Friday. Still got about 6 hours to go. I guess I'm going to have to do a part 3, A New Hope, at this point. Captain Marvel got blown away. I've never seen the movie, so. Broke canon by giving Agent Nick Fury the cat while the retired pilot got the gun. Also, she had nothing to do with the naming of the Avengers by fan fiction. Okay. All of that is over my head because that's way too much Marvel lore that I don't know. And I never saw the movie, so I'm like totally lost there. I know Nick Fury. I know Captain Marvel. Outside of that, I of course know the Avengers. Chewie didn't get a medal because Leia couldn't reach to put it on him, and unless she used a stepladder. Come on, man! Don't you know the real story? That Han sold his medal for some drinking money? Disney fucking Star Wars. Captain Marvel has 9 reboots. Has had 9 reboots. Yeah, I've heard in the comics, right? She's what's her name? Oh shoot! Again, I'm not a big comic guy. Monica Rambeau or something like that, right? I was never a huge comic guy and all the Marvel stuff. You know, I liked it. I watched some of it, but I don't know all the stories and all the, you know. Just this guy though.
My spider sense is tingling. What's next?
Love me some Spidey. But outside of that, I don't know all the other guys too much. And yes, I've heard that she has all kinds of stories. First Captain Marvel was Billy Batson. Captain Marvel was Marvel. Right. Okay. Who was male? Right. I do remember something about that. Contradicting his own story by making canon Carol Danvers, right? When she became Miss Marvel, she said she never wanted the captain title because she didn't want to walk in his shadow. Not to mention, the first Captain Marvel was Monica Rambeau. Okay, here you go. Man, that's spooky. Sometimes I say shit and then it's like, oh, there it is. Oh, I do remember some of it, apparently. What was that? I love Ula. She's the first Star Wars female to have wardrobe malfunction. Got away with it. Ula. Respect 1 through 6, and if possible, add a few decapitations. There you go. This is the thing. It's not that hard. It's really very simple. Miss Marvel and Captain Marvel is a dude, but he dies and then takes the title. Wow, did I actually catch up to the chat? Fan community section, we can have EU Legends, Loose Established Run, Disney Dumpster Fire of Stories, and the top G canon 1 through 6 and sub-organized canon. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you could accommodate Disney stuff, but 1, you chose to disrespect us? Well, guess what? Now I'm going to disrespect you. Bloop! Delete. 2, I don't want my kids or my grandkids even knowing about that. Why even confuse them and convolute and make this? Get that shit out. Just delete it. Believe me, we're all going to be much happier and better off. Just delete it. You'll have 3 people crying for a month. Oh, you deleted Ray. And then next month they'll move on to Strawberry Shortcake and forget all about Ray. So everybody already forgot about Ray. So it's really, just delete it. You know, all 16 Raylos out there are going to be like, Arr! Monica Rambeau. Very close for Captain Marvel. She was even African American in the 60s. Yeah, I remember some of that stuff. Again, I'm no Marvel or comic expert, so. Was comics on Shazam. He was originally called Captain Marvel. They went bankrupt. They sold it. But the design Marvel bought his name and gave it to their own design. Rambeau was the first female Captain Marvel, but the first Marvel Universe Captain Marvel was Marvel of the Kree Empire. At least I'm merciful enough to let those assholes keep their trash fire cannon in the fanfiction section. I know a lot of friends who would try. Listen, I'm a very kind person. Had they shown an ounce of respect, it'd be like, okay, if you guys like the Clone Wars, fine, I'll leave it. But this is the thing. You talk shit. You disrespected and opened your fucking mouth and acted like assholes. You at Lucasfilm, and then you fucking Raylo and Nutzos and assholes, fans that want to be like, hey, shut up, Star Wars isn't for you anymore, you move on. Okay, so like I said, I get that shit, bloop, delete, shut the fuck up. Period, done. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Sucks, but I still maintain Billy Batson and Captain Marvel. Universe Justice League even had to introduce himself as Captain Marvel. You understand? If you want respect, you must give it. And for 9 years, everyone in that Disney fucking Musketeer lunacy wanted to act fucking cute. Okay. Give me control and watch how cute we're gonna fucking be. This is the same thing I do in real life. I don't mess with nobody. But if you come at me, you better be sure. Brie Larson, Captain Marvel, walks in her own shadow. Thank you very much. Too busy canceling old cartoons to care about Rey. Oh, yeah. I think it's funny. Some people were like, oh, but in 10 years, everybody's going to love them and they're going to be great. And all, but everybody already forgot about them, dude. What are you even talking about? The prequels, I understand not everybody loved them, but for years, everybody was bitching about them and talking about them and going on. And yet you still had the action figure and you still made the comparisons and you still had the forums and everybody was talking about them. The sequels, literally nobody even talks about them. There are no toys. There are no comics. There are nothing. It's just forgotten. But you think in 10 years that people are going to care about Rey Skywalker. And here's the thing. You may love Rey. She may be important to you, but you're one of 35 people on Earth. And when you open your mouth, you're like, but she's great and she'll be remembered. No, you're trying to speak for a fandom that, sorry, doesn't give a fuck about Rey. You, in 10 years, one of 35 people, may remember her in 10 years, but you do not speak for the fandom. And the fandom has been long forgot about the sequel trilogy. My little brother went 6 in Clone Wars. I told him no, watching Disney's movies were optional. I said nothing about them breaking canon. And he, knowing Star Wars for 10 seconds, said these movies made no sense. And that's the thing. If you're not influenced to believe that, well, but Rey is real and Rey is how it should be, and this, you just objectively watch the 9 films. Anyone with a fucking pea for a brain will figure it out and be like, one of these things is not like the other. You don't have to be that smart to only hate her because Mara was married to Luke in the EU. I'm sure if he wasn't, George wouldn't have the problem. Well, and that's what I said. The EU, if you just make little tweaks, he can still have sex with her. He can still hook up with her. They can still be friends. They can be allies. They potentially could even have a child, although the child is risking attachment. But there's many things that could happen with Mara Jade. He could, if nothing else, enjoy her for a week long of paradise, and then, something happens. She gets killed or something. But there's no, or she could never turn to the light side. She could just be the Emperor's hand, and she wants revenge because the Emperor got killed, and blah 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 blah. Although there's only the rule of two, so it would be tricky. But there's ways where Mara could be. You just have to make some tweaks. But yes, that is the biggest problem with Mara Jade, and that's why he said that she will never be, because Jedi do not marry. Period. And it's not in the Old Republic or the prequels. It's that Jedi do not marry. Not 10,000 years ago and not 10,000 years later. They do not marry because they understand the discipline of not having attachments. So never fill the name Captain Marvel. After all, Jedi don't get married, they take vows. Wants us to all know it wasn't made for you. Yep. Romantic storyline with Luke learning not to let his feelings run out of control, unlike Anakin accepting to let go of Mara. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities there. It just has to be very carefully considered and done properly. But there's Mara could happen. And me, personally, she's my favorite EU character. I would do everything in my power to try to make it happen. I would not force it. I would not be so fucking stupid like Dave Filoni. That I gotta have Ahsoka, so no matter what, I'm gonna fuck up the whole story and just throw her in there because I gotta have her there. No. I would do my damnedest to make her fit. And if I see on paper she doesn't fit, well then I'm sorry. Mara Jade wouldn't happen. It's just that simple. It's called not having a fucking ego and not being an asshole idiot. You saw right through Disney shit. Well, and again, most people, if you're not outside influencing, you just watch it. You're just like, holy shit, this is not Star Wars. JJ, Brian, KK, they know. Filoni, he knows that shit isn't Star Wars. They're not going to say it because, they all know that shit is nonsense. Have sex. Jedi aren't celibate, of course, according to George, but remember, Jedi don't get married, they take vows, and they can't have attachments. Well, to be fair, George doesn't say that they aren't celibate. He doesn't actually say, well, they all just slip around because they can't get married. He doesn't say that. But he does say, well, they can't get married. That's the problem. It's the attachment. So I'm not denying that, yeah, theoretically, they could have an affair. I'm just saying that sometimes people mix that up too and say, well, George said they could have sex. No, George did not say that. He said that it's not a problem that they can't get married. But he doesn't say, well, the solution is they just go around and have sex. No, he doesn't say that. The most important thing is they cannot have attachments. Because here's the thing, people get, again, tripped up. Jon Stewart asks them, well, but they can have one-night stands or something like that, he says, to that extent. But George Lucas didn't say, yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what they would do. They would just sleep around because, they can't get married. You see, people often want to take shit that George hints at and make it more or surmise, and you can't do that. But don't get me wrong, I have no problem with Luke enjoying Mara Jade. I love Mara Jade. I would make her happen if I could. Recast Captain Marvel with someone who's likable. MCU recast Bruce Banner. Possibility. Fingers and toes crossed. Light side of the Force is selfless, and the dark side is selfish. We can love people, but we can't possess them. Yep. Yeah, and there's nothing saying that, right? You can't care about someone, you can't enjoy time with them, and all that. But all I am saying is that Georgians say, well, but the solution is, well, Jedi would just go off on the weekend and like bang some ullas and then, come back to the temple and it's all good. No. You not even looking at the other sex, not even, why are nuns celibate? So you don't even have the temptation, understand? That's why they live in a monastery and all that, because so that you don't even have the temptation. Because let me tell you something, a handsome man, even a normal, pretty, middle-of-the-road man, gets locked in a monastery with a bunch of nuns for a weekend because, I don't know, some reason the world shut down and you're probably going to get raped by all those nuns because you have now the temptation. And I know that sounds crazy or whatever, like, no, that wouldn't happen, they're righteous, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sure. Put fresh fucking steak in front of a bunch of hungry people and watch how they act. That's why you don't have men around monasteries like that, around nuns, because you eliminate from their mind that temptation. And it's the same thing. Sure, you could technically go have sex with another being and not get married, but now you're getting tempted and you're starting to have all these extra thoughts. And guess what? You got all these Captain Save-A-Hoes that also want to get attached to a stripper. Okay? Light side of the Force is selfless and the dark side is selfish, right? And I'm not trying to attack strippers because I actually happen to know a few. Not that I'm into that thing, just saying I know a lot of people. I've been many places. I'm not trying to degrade anyone. I'm just saying. It's usually not a healthy thing to date a stripper. That's all I'm going to tell you. Doesn't tend to work out well. Though the recast of Rhodey was bogus, Disney breached contract and ripped off Terrence Howard. So it's totally possible for Disney to breach contract with Brie Larson. Sweet. But sucks for Terrence Howard. So Luke and Mara could have a relationship similar to Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn. They don't marry, but well, I mean, technically, yeah. But here's the problem again. If someone came along and like raped Goldie or like Kurt found out that she was cheating or something, you think Kurt wouldn't have a reaction? If he could prevent her death, he wouldn't do something? Not saying to the supernatural level, selling his soul, but like if a bus is coming, he wouldn't put his hand out because she's just this girl I'm around. Understand? I'm pretty sure they're pretty attached to each other. So, but yes, in theory, yes, that is the idea. That as long as you're willing to not here's the thing, and let me put it in real blatant terms. You could be a very righteous guy. You could even be a virgin. And you could go 1 week into Vegas, get a stripper, and maybe not even like pay her, not even like prostitution. Like you meet a stripper, you two click, you have a wild weekend of sex and crazy and all that. And then she goes back to work and you leave Vegas and you never see each other again. And you just had a wonderful weekend of fun together. Fine. But what tends to happen, especially if you're a virgin and went through this whirlwind of, you're now going to get pressed. You're going to be like, well, I want more. And I'm going to be jealous because other people are around her. And everybody. So now you're showing up at a club all the time. And you're in the corner, hiding in the dark corner by the drapes. And you're watching all these guys putting money in her thing and smacking her ass. And now you're going to get all in your feelings. And you see. So by tempting yourself, by even going there, you're setting yourself up to now get possessive. And if you start to get possessive, now you get an attachment. And you get an attachment, what happens? You fall to the dark side. And next thing you know, you're in the fucking strip club, chopping down younglings. I know, like the scene with him saying he didn't want to drink, but then the scene jumped to him and Tony drinking. Jedi having one night stand leaves some Republican credits on the nightstand saying I can't form attachments. There you go. Now, some are strong-willed. Some can go in, have their little one night, one weekend thing, and go on and be about your life, and no problem. But some that are not as strong and not as, could fall and get, crazy. Luke Mara, Obi-Wan and Satine, Friends with Benefits. Yeah, again, well written, well thought out, well done. It's not impossible. And I would try to facilitate Luke by all means getting Mara in my vicarious way. For Luke, I will give him Mara as best as I can. But if at the end of the day it causes problems, I'm not going to do the selfish, phony, baloney, dumb dick, fucking breaking Star Wars shit. Kate Blanchett could definitely play Duchess Satine. And to be fair, I mean, it is implied that they had sex and all that, but we don't know that Obi-Wan actually slept with Satine. They have a romantic care and love for each other, but they didn't necessarily get it on. From what I remember in Clone Wars, there's no absolute affirmation that they got dirty. Do they have feelings? Yes. Do they have a connection and love for each other? Absolutely. Not denying that. As far as I know, yes. But that's one of those that he was stretching like it could be. Because I don't know anywhere that there's a connection to George Lucas with that one. That's, from my understanding, Filoni took that basic concept of just as long as you don't have an attachment, you can, you know what I mean? But again, you're playing with fire. Here's a flame. And you're like, well, let me see how close I can get that's Filoni. That's constantly Filoni. Let me see how close I can get without getting burned. And then most of the time he's like, my hand's on fire, but let me see how long I can keep my hand in the fire until nobody notices. You see, it's he goes way. Whereas me, I would be like, here's the fire, here's George Lucas. Okay, I'm staying as close to George Lucas as I can. I don't need to get my fingers burned to learn a lesson or to try to be cooler than George Lucas. On the contrary, I'm going to stay nice and unburnt and respect George Lucas. So then, by respecting George Lucas, I don't even have to, even in the back of my mind, even worry about getting burnt. I will never get burnt because I will always be here. Filoni's the opposite. Let me see how far in the fire. Let me put my dick in there and my foot and my jacket and my hand and my life savings, and I'll throw my kids and my family and my friends. Fuck it, throw it all in the fire. Let me see how far I can go with it. That's Dave Filoni. I cannot say officially, but to my understanding, yes, that's phony baloney. But on that one, like I said, because he's taking from George Lucas's, and it's not a totally crazy twist. It's just him pushing the fucking limit. He's done much greater violations than that. Concept works for me. It just shows Obi-Wan's strong will, and yeah, maybe Obi-Wan was disciplined enough. I don't have a problem with it. That's the least of problems. That if Obi-Wan was boning Satine, okay, cool. I'm not mad. It's not a problem. But it does bring up in question, would George be okay with that? Because if Obi-Wan is so wise, so mature, so disciplined, would he even, you understand? You see what I'm saying? If he's a true monk, would he even be going there? And I know there's an argument. He's very wise and all that, so he would have the self-control to understand that they can, blah, 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 blah. But it goes back to, what is a Jedi? A Jedi is a monk in a temple. He's not going around for the weekend and getting laid. Can you dig it? Storyline gets messy because the further away they get from Skywalker story, playing with fire. Same goes with the sequels. Yeah, and this is a big part of all of this mess, guys. Is all these people think they're so fucking smart. So they're like, again, here's the fire, here's true Star Wars. And they all think, well, I'm slick, I'm clever, so let me dance around the fire and see how close and how much I can dance around the fire. And that just right there shows you're a dumbass. Because if you have half a brain, you just stay away from the fire. Hello. Stop trying to be evil fucking Knievel. Okay? You're not smarter than George Lucas. You're not better than George Lucas. Do correct Star Wars. You may be better than him at everything in life. But when it comes to Star Wars, stop fucking around. Stop testing the waters. His feelings, he stayed true to the ways of the Jedi and the Force, and when she died, he let her go. That's another. Yes. Again, that's like the least of the problems, is that's a team thing. Brilliant. I think that Brilliant shows the parallels between the student and the teacher. Obi-Wan learned to let go. Yeah. When you're in charge of Star Wars, do me the favor and make Darth Talon happening. And Darth Talon's most certainly happening. And I'm going to show you that Star Wars ain't for fucking kids. Believe me, Darth Talon is happening. Holy shit. And like I've said in the past, I don't mind little side project, like a totally non-canon Star Wars horror movie. Sure, why the fuck not? I am so for zombie stormtroopers. I don't know why, but I just think zombie stormtroopers just all over the fucking place would be awesome. Darth Talon absolutely can happen. Now, I'm not saying that I'm going to make an X-rated fucking Star Wars. But if it's not just a side movie, well then, a very carefully made, because it does have to be respectful to the franchise and it does have to be respectful to kids. Star Wars to me is not for kids, but it's also not for adults. Star Wars is for 8 to 80-year-olds. We all can sit in the theater and cheer and cry and laugh and enjoy the most beautiful movies in the world. That's what Star Wars is. So no, I can't have Talon, wilding out, showing her tits and sleeping with guys and doing all kinds of crazy shit. Well, we could put her in there and she can kick some ass and she can look as sexy as she wants to be. We saw Leia in a bikini, so we can have some fun with Talon. She just would be bouncier and jigglier than Leia. And a little bit meaner. But don't you worry. Talon would happen. Me personally, Mara Jade versus Talon. Holy fucking snowball of... Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, it technically makes sense. Said people will use this technicality for nonsense with Jedi sleeping with anyone and nonsense like that. There's only problem. See, and that's the thing with everything. It's you must understand that Jedi are monks. And the second you start, it's the same thing that happened with Disney canon. They're like, all right, we'll just, bend this little thing. Then it became, well, we'll just bend this little thing. And then before you knew it, it's like they had bent 10 little things. And now the 10 little things have become one bigger thing. And then time keeps going. And then you got Pablo doing this, and you got Dave doing this, and you got Ryan Johnson doing this, and you got JJ doing this. So now you got all these clusters. And now before you know it, you've got all these problems, and it's just a big ball of fucking mess. Because each one of you just wanted to push it a little bit. You wanted to just test the fucking water instead of just respecting. And when you have disciplined monks now all of a sudden, well, it's just for a weekend, I'll get some for a weekend, and then nobody will know. You've already broken your own ethics code, rules, and shit falls apart. You can't do that. If you want to get some pussy, then don't become a goddamn monk. It's really simple. You know, but to start presuming that, well, this Jedi's more mature than the other one, and that because he's control and he can go out and get laid every now and then. It's like, now you start opening this whole fucking mess of, you know, who's smarter, who's wiser, who's more disciplined. It turns into a whole thing when you should just have a code, and this is what it is. Who thinks Funny Baloney killed Asajj because she was too popular? Most likely. Yep. It's like the Rey thing. You can't threaten Ahsoka, so now you got to get rid of Asajj. Which Asajj, again, was an amazing character. She would have fit more into canon than Ahsoka does. But, oh well. You see, because you know how I always say there can't be Jedi because you diminish Luke. I didn't say there can't be more Sith. Now, there is the rule of 2, but you could have Asajjs that aren't true Sith floating around and causing problems. That's something you could explore, or at least you could have in George's time. As we have the established movies, no, you can't mess with that. But you just see what I'm saying? Like, there are things you can do, you just have to be smart about it. Randolph from the EU and a canon. Yeah, I believe so. Because Disney's all backwards. That's why. She's one of my favorite Star Wars characters, Asajj. I think she's fucking dope. She's a fucking badass. And she's not like, it's weird saying she's attractive. Like, she's not like, you know, she's weird looking, but in a weird way, she's like magnetic, right? Like not polarizing, but like she has a magnetism to her. She's like so awesome. You know, you can't keep your eyes off of her, and like she's sort of such a badass. Like, I don't know. Dave Filoni and crew. Well, and that's a big part of it is Ahsoka. That's a big part of it. Yeah. Which I haven't read this story, but I do remember something about that. Yeah, Asajj, you know, again, wasted opportunity. She had charisma, yes. You know, cool story, awesome voice, amazing skills. Never cared that she was a girl or whatever. I just thought she was a badass. And I don't know. Just, you know, Disney. What else can I say? Fucking Disney. Okay, it's been 7 hours. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to stretch out. I need a drink. I could probably use a little snack. Hopefully they got me some chocolate. And we will continue. I guess I'm going to have to do a part 3 of A New Hope. Damn you. I don't know what to do there. Maybe I just got to come on and be like, fuck all you guys. I'm just going to do the movie. Because it turns in, this is the thing, like somebody that comes to watch this is not going to be like, oh, this is all broken up and all over the place. And it's truly my intention to do the movie, but oh well, we have a good time. That's the main thing. You know, I'm not mad, don't get me wrong. I just feel kind of bad because somebody might come and be like, oh, he's going to talk all about A New Hope. And then like we're talking about all this other stuff. Anyways. I'm going to take a little break, but we will resume here in a few minutes. I'm going to put on a video for you guys in case. Well, as always, I suggest you get up, get a drink, stretch, move around. Shake it out. I see Jeremy made a video. Geeks and Gamers Exposed, the untold truth. Oh, what a nutball. I'm sure half of you saw that nonsense of people making videos or made that video like, oh, these horrible people. All right, let me see. I was thinking about putting the polls video because that one, you guys didn't get to see the end of that one. Let me see where that is. Ooh. As D. Pentac would say, some vintage, not my Star Wars. So funny. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm not totally sure where it was last at, because I took a clip of something the other day. Oh, Snap Wesley. I didn't remember. I was happy that Snap flies into the side of a fucking Star Destroyer and okay, right, there's Penis Monster. Here's Snap. Okay. So I'll actually leave you here on the Claude Snap part because it's funny and okay. Oh boy. Disney fucking Star Wars. We definitely do have a good time. Yeah, and that's what it's about. I mean, at the end of the day, if this is what it turns into, you know, I'm not mad. I want us to have a good time, and if that's what it is, it is. I just feel bad for someone on the outside, right? That comes and is like, oh, cool, New Hope, deep dive, and it's like, oh shit, this went all over the place. But a pre-party show, yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe another day I'll do them more seriously, or just make a video about it. I don't know. Main thing is that we have a little community, we have fun. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter to me which direction it goes, as long as we're having a good time. Time, yeah, and I do, but it's still kind of, you know, if you're like an outsider, you're like, well, why is it like I gotta skip an hour ahead, and what's it? So, I mean, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Which becomes a whole other problem because I'm trying to do videos and other shit, and then I got to go back to my old live streams and watch the whole. Well, I can jump around, but still I have to like go through my old 12-hour live streams to find the points to set up the timestamps and do it. It's like it's just more shit on my plate to do. But yeah, absolutely. One or two of them I have done that actually, but and I guess I should get on it while I can. I want to say 30 live streams. Maybe I got to make that a priority before I end up with like 100 live streams. Oh, but yeah. Okay, I will put the polls video just because that one I've already played a lot of it, so you can finish that one. And so you have something to listen to while I'm gone for a few. Anyways, as usual, I'll be back in the next few minutes, 10 minutes or so. There you go. With the big French tickler. You know, and you know what's funny? Disney's a family company. And you got airheads that work at Disney that
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
We'll tell you that. And yet, like, the most, like, raunchy shit has been in the Disney stuff. The most disrespectful, off the wall. I mean, literally, a big fucking wrinkled penis. Anyways, I'll be back in a few minutes. Love you guys. Enjoy the little clip. Let me double check that the sound. I think I did do the sound, but just in case. Yes. Enjoy your time with the French tickler, and I will be back in a few minutes. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. See you in a few minutes, guys.
Cutie, as we like to call them here, that you're looking forward to seeing in The Rise of Skywalker?
Claude. He's a giant slug guy. I mean, it just screams Star Wars. Give me Claude. I want to see Claude.
Definitely Claude, because he's so big and I think he's going to have a big impact.
The winner of our poll, which new cute creature from Rise of Skywalker are you most excited to meet?
I'm here with somebody who is very unhappy with the results of that last poll, David Collins. I'm here with Greg Grunberg, Claude's buddy. Snap Wexley. Maybe you heard of him. How do you feel about these results?
I think that's just wrong. I mean, if you guys had met Claude, you guys would that would have been completely swayed the other way.
Claude's better one-on-one. That's the thing.
Exactly, and you don't want to get in a slug fight with that guy. I mean, he's just that guy gets on top of you. There's no getting off. Who would you want to hang out with, Babu Frick or Claude?
Well, Claude, definitely Claude.
He's about your height.
Exactly. So we could look each other in the eye.
Exactly.
And, I mean, I take it either way. Sometimes I forget to come out, but
that's amazing.
But it's so great. More carpet action coming right up.
At the premiere of Rise of Skywalker, there was people like, "Oh, Snap's back," and he was like, "Yeah, I'm back." And it was just funny to me because him knowing that he crashes and burns in the movie, he was so playing it off at the premiere at the blue carpet. He was like, "Yeah, I'm back. I can't wait for you guys to see me. I'm a resistance pilot and I'm gonna fight."
Greg, Snap Wexley's back, man.
Dude, we talked about this before. I could not be more excited. I mean, this is a bar that never gets set. Like, this is the biggest of the biggest of the biggest. I am really excited. I'm so thrilled. I mean, come on, Snap Wexley's back. That's the way it should be.
And well, so here's the thing that's crazy, right? Is there was a cast screening. Some people have seen a little bit of it or seen cuts of it, but you still don't know how much Snap is in there.
Yeah, I wasn't available, and you know, JJ's my best friend, so. This time around, he hasn't even let me see anything. He's like, he'll tell me, "Oh, God, greatest thing we cut today." And
Snap Wexley's back.
Exactly.
But now you have to leave because apparently there's a tall person here.
Okay, good.
Knowing damn well that he does nothing in the movie, just gets shot down and blows up in the side of a Star Destroyer. I just think the whole thing is comical, and I was happy. I'm sorry to say I've never been happy to see a rebel crash and burn, but I was happy to see Snap Wexley go poof. Jess Pava's, you have to be a little more hardcore to even know about her. I know her mostly from games, and she's cool. I mean, she's not anything special. She's not top tier, but I at least have a little bit of context, a little bit of backstory with her. It's nice to see a woman rebel pilot, and she had some skills, so I'm much more attached and invested in Jess Pava than I am to Snap Wexley. I don't know if most people picked her because she's a woman, maybe? I'm glad that people don't like this guy, because I just don't like Snapflixly. Who's more intimidating? Okay, I thought this was interesting. Snoke, who does nothing and just dies, or Kylo Ben? He's that helmet is so stupid. I'm sorry. I know some people like his helmet, but it's just so lame. With his helmet on, he's not intimidating. Without it on, he's definitely not intimidating. He just is a goof. He's not scary at all. I would laugh. If I saw like Asajj Ventress or Darth Maul, I'd be like, oh fuck. If I saw Kylo Ren, I'd just be like, dude, put away your Jesus Christ light thing and go away. Sorry, you're not intimidating. So I just thought it was funny. And most people agree that Snoke, who you barely even see and does nothing, you know nothing about him, he's more intimidating than Kylo. And well, he is. That's how pitiful the villain of the Disney trilogy is. Who has the better combat skills? Okay. Obviously, everyone's going to say Rey. I didn't pick FN 2199 just to be spiteful or because he's a male. Or the reason I legitimately picked him was because Rey is just a Mary Sue who's just completely hasn't even trained and is just unrealistically powerful. So does she really have combat skills, or does she just have like this mystical force that's pulling shit out of her ass and helping her do everything? So really, Rey like doesn't even know how to fight. It's just like the force doing stuff for her. So technically, this guy, not that he was so great, I mean, he's a trained elite stormtrooper who had a unique weapon, and although I thought this weapon was pretty dorky and that it stops lightsabers, I thought was pretty stupid, but whatever. He at least like has legitimate combat training and fights, whereas Mary Sue just like does off the wall Marvel shit. So who technically has combat skills? Well, yeah, FN 2199. Just being objective. I'm not hating on Rey, although I don't like Rey. It's not me being spiteful. It's just keeping it real. He's actually trained and got combat skills. She's just, I don't know, Marvel something. Which lightsaber would you rather use? Well, all day Anakin's. Sorry, I'm just taking the Chosen One's lightsaber over that stupid thing. Most people agree. Anakin's. Here's where it also gets interesting. Which character are you most excited to see in Star Wars Last Jedi? I know everybody's going to say Rey or Kylo or Rose. Well, guess what? Rey got 10%. And I think this is interesting because number one, Kylo always gets more love and attention than Rey. And number two, as you can see, Disney, everybody wants Luke. And you guys just insisted on making this idiot story. Rey Palpatine. The hell? It's not even like a question. Everybody wants Luke Skywalker, and you're making movies about Rey. From a business perspective, how stupid are you? There's a consistency of people want Kylo more than they want Rey anyways. So if you're going to make a Palpatine win, well, you should have just made Kylo the bad guy and had him win. Nobody cares about Rey. It's just funny to me. Anyways, it's unanimous. It's always unanimous. People want Luke Skywalker, and yet you have to do everything to try to erase Luke Skywalker. I don't get it. The Last Jedi Showdown. Your favorite characters, blah, blah, blah. Who would you want as your admiral? And they just killed off Akbar like he was nothing, nobody. Poof. And Aldo does like the dumbest, most unrealistic move in all of Star Wars history. I'm just glad that the majority of people see it, recognize it. Obviously, you're going to want Akbar over this idiot. Which fight was more epic? I think this tickles me a lot. Obviously, Luke and Kylo, although this wasn't even a real fight, and it just has so many problems, and it was dumb. And I'm not attacking the actors. Finn had so much potential. Phasma, they could have done a whole bunch of things with her, and they just trashed both the characters. Like, they were both worthless. And I think it's funny because so many people were hyping up Phasma, and she just went out like a bitch. Just nothing. Stupid. Like, oh, look at my extended lance, and then boom, my face is cracked and I fall into flames. She was just stupid, worthless. Who would you rather go on a mission? And I just thought this was hilarious. You would rather go with Chewie and a Porg. Chewie, okay, by all means, but a stupid Porg? What the hell's a Porg gonna do but chew up your ship, eat the wiring? But it just shows how stupid and worthless this damn side quest of two people that have no connection, or she's completely in love with Finn, but he has zero interest in her dumbass Rose, and they're on this stupid casino planet, and I mean the whole thing was just a time chewer of the movie. It was like to fill in space in the movie. It's just so dumb. So obviously, oh well. Which moment was more surprising? People say that Yoda returning. Well, as much as they do with Rey and all the nonsense, that didn't really surprise me. I mean, does it really surprise you that Yoda would be communicating with Luke? I don't know. That's not that surprising. We've known that Force ghosts exist. Yoda tells Obi-Wan that Qui-Gon has discovered how to commune with me from the other side. Whereas the hold-up maneuver was like, oh my God, they would have been doing this the whole time. It's just like out of nowhere, she does this stupid thing. Could have had a droid do it or autopilot. I mean, it was just, the whole thing was just so dumb. And they made this big point of her like bitch slapping Poe to then just in turn be like, well, I'm nobody. I'm just going to fly into the ship. It just, the whole thing was so stupid. To me, this was the bigger surprise that Rian Johnson had the balls to go here. Honestly, I was just like, wow. Between this and Leia's Mary Poppins thing, I was just like, wow, Star Wars is so gone. We have just gone into some other, what am I watching? Wow. The big reason I'm showing this particular poll is Rey or Kylo. And again, people want to see Kylo, not so much Rey. I know there's Rey fans out here, okay? And that's fine. If you like Rey, whatever. If you like ridiculous Marvel characters that are just better than everybody just because she's just better, okay, well, that's your choice. But it's interesting that the community, and I agree, would have rather seen Kylo. I think Kylo was a mess too. He just didn't develop him. He wasn't at all intimidating. And I'm sorry, Adam Driver, I don't think is a very good actor. Maybe in other stuff, I haven't seen him, but just thought Kylo was so weak on every level. But I'd rather him than Rey. And apparently most people do too, which is interesting to me that Disney does not listen. Who do you want to see in The Rise of Skywalker? Look at this. Jana, 0. Everybody bitches about Rose got all done, but nobody really, that's just you guys trying to be SJWs and make a point. Like, even you, the ones complaining, you guys don't want to see her. Honestly, nobody cares about Rose freaking Tico. Leia Organa got 1%. Wow. I mean, I'm going to assume because she is in real life gone, so that's why. But I mean, that's really sad. It really is. Everyone's princess, and she got 1%. Wow. Chewbacca, 1%. Lando, it's just like, wow. I went with R2 for the same argument as before. Where is R2? Where has he been this whole time? I'm seeing these two worthless idiots the whole time, so I don't really even care. I have no emotion towards either one of them. I don't even care if they're there. But where's R2? That's why I chose him, because it's not to spite anybody. It's like I genuinely want to see R2, and I haven't seen him for 3 movies. It's like, where the hell is R2? Look, even Poe and Finn, like, nobody cares. Nobody cares about these characters. Nobody cares about Star Wars anymore. It's so just been... Ugh. But it tickles me. Disney doesn't even know their own audience because nobody cares about Rey. Nobody cares about this stupid little girl that has no family, no name, no nothing. Nobody cares. Everybody would have much rather seen Kylo. I don't want to get into it all right now because I'm going to do a very deep scene-by-scene review of Rise of Skywalker, but just briefly, they should have just killed Rey. Had Kylo come back, he redeems himself, he turns into Ben, takes out the Emperor, joins the light side, and we move on with, while he's not a direct Skywalker, I mean, he is Leia's blood, so he's kin, as opposed to this thief. Disney doesn't even know their own audience. It really breeds that. Because when you think about it, let's just look at this business-wise, money-wise. Are you going to invest in 3% odds, or are you going to invest in 88% odds? And I wonder if the board at Disney is looking at this like, Bob, Kathleen, what are you guys doing? Here's the last 3 little polls, which are going to drive my last point. Who would you want as your Padawan? There's several choices here, but my line of thinking is someone that is their Padawan, right? Now, you could, for example, say Yoda or something like that, but Yoda's a Grand Master. I mean, really? He's going to be your Padawan? I think the choice is going to be obvious to a lot of you before I show you. Who would you want as your Padawan? And there's a lot of choices here. For me, long time, big fan, Ahsoka Tano. There's 2 interesting things here. There's quite a few choices. Petra, I know very, very little about. Zet, I don't even remember right now. Zet, he's the kid in Clones that comes out of the Jedi Temple, if I'm not mistaken. This is just a youngling. You don't know anything about him. Why would you want him as your Padawan? Whatever. Katuni, I don't remember a whole lot. I want to say maybe Rebels. I don't remember him too much. I can't really say. Obi-Wan, well, who wouldn't want Obi-Wan? He's already established with Qui-Gon, so it's just kind of silly. A lot of these guys are EU, so I'm kind of shocked for several reasons. One, Ezra's really well known. I would have thought just out of popularity, he would have been much higher. I don't know. Caleb over Ezra? Okay. Barriss. She's fairly known. And in fact, she was a Jedi healer, so I'm kind of shocked she's not higher, but okay. Anakin. Kind of shocked. People wouldn't want Anakin as their Padawan? Just thought that would be much higher. Over Katuni? Call me crazy. Somewhere like Obi-Wan. I chose Ahsoka. I will always choose Ahsoka. She's one of my absolute favorite characters. Love Ahsoka. From the very beginning, I was very happy that she's the highest rated here at 22. But this goes back to what I was saying saying a second ago. Disney doesn't know their own audience. You have in The Rise of Skywalker, she's dead. She's a ghost. And you didn't take advantage and use her. What if instead of Rey, some OP scavenger, what if you used Ahsoka Tano? What if we said, okay, we're not going to do Luke, but we're going to do Ahsoka Tano? Do you know how many people would have been like, yeah, and bought all the toys and went to the movies? And granted, as long as you kept canon, people would have absolutely fallen in love with Ahsoka Tano. Said you give us Rey. Disney doesn't know their own audience. Which character are you most looking forward to in Forces of Destiny? Well, I'm not going to get into all these characters. You know, Hera's cool. I love Jyn, but I just thought it was interesting. Number one is Ahsoka Tano, 32%. And while there's several options here, the most important is Mary Sue. Look, you even got Padme here. Sabine. So not only unanimously do people want Ahsoka, but even over Mary Sue, who isn't even second, by the way. Padme, Jyn, she's right there with Jyn. She unanimously is a character that people want. I'll repeat, Disney does not know their own audience. More than double. 3 times. Literally, almost 3 times. At 33, she would be 3 times. Just under 3 times people want Ahsoka over Rey. Should have listened, Disney. You should have listened. And this is June 29, 2017. All right, and the last one. What is your favorite moment in the Mandalorian trailer? I won't get into it too much. I'm very 50-50 on the Mandalorian. There's stuff that I do like about it, and as just to kind of neutrally, objectively watching it, it's fun. It's a fun show. It's not quite Star Wars in my opinion, and it just has so many mistakes and problems, and I don't hear any of you talking about them. Either you're avoiding bringing them up because you don't want to show the truth about the show, or you're just not noticing them. But I see so many holes in the Mandalorian, and I really can't get into it all the way because of just all the problems. I mean, it's just obvious, blatant. Yeah, they're the best thing since 2012, but there's just so many problems with the Mandalorian, and it's not me at all hating. I want to be clear about Boba Fett. Yes, it would have been much wiser to make a Boba Fett show, but whatever, it's done. It's just, man, there's so many problems in the Mandalorian, and I'm gonna make videos about them. But the point right now is that one of the biggest problems with the Mandalorian is that people talk about the show, how great it is, and they enjoy it, but be honest, do you really like the Mandalorian show because of the Mandalorian? No, nobody does. Nobody cares about Mando, Din. The show is popular because of Baby Yoda, number one, IG-11, and Cara Dune. Now, Cara's not there that much. She's cool, but she's not even there all that much for people to connect to her too much. But let's be honest, who steals the show? Baby Yoda every episode, and then IG-11 whenever he's around, he says like all this cool stuff. Mandalorian is like not even one of the cooler episodes. Was when all the Mandalorians come out with their jetpacks and flying all over the place. You instantly forget about Din. He's just like not even existent. It's all about all the other Mandalorians. Emily Swallow, the armor, everybody loves her. She stands out more. All the other characters are more interesting than Mando. So how good is this show when your protagonist is not even the reason why people watch the show?
And nothing has changed. In 2 seasons, it's the same nonsense. Nobody gives a goddamn about the guy that the show's supposed to be about. Oh, Disney.
Oh, look who I see in the chat. I guess you're a night owl like me. Let me, where are we at? So anyways, I thought of 2 things downstairs. And this goes back to the canon point, and I know a lot of you get it, and I know I've been repetitive about it, but just for anyone, again, that might be new and maybe just came in or just doesn't get it. You go to the library, you want to research something in history. There's more than one history book. And they may tell the story a little bit differently. But at the end of the day, if you're learning about Pearl Harbor, and forgive me because I'm not a world historian, I don't remember the date, but I'm going to make up a date. June 2nd, 1953. I honestly have no idea when the actual Pearl Harbor date was. June 2nd, 1953. And you start going, you pull 3 history books so that you can cite sources and write a paper and do this whole thing, and you want to learn about Pearl Harbor. And you go through, and they're all consistent, fine. Or you go through the 3 books, and one of them says Pearl Harbor happened on June 2nd, 1953. Another one says that it happened on January 16th, 1945. And a third book says it happened in, March 18th,
2007. And that's the problem with Disney, is that when you start to have all these different people that want to start making their own shit and doing all this, now it all conflicts. So now, a kid 10 years from now doesn't know what the fuck Star Wars is because it's all over the place. When all you had to do was maintain canon from the beginning. That's why it's important. That's why you cannot deviate or bend canon. Because now you've devalued the whole point of the story. It's just whatever. Whereas the beauty of Star Wars and Star Trek and Doctor Who and many properties was that the shit is consistent. That you could read it now or go back or 30 years from now. And it's all consistent. Long live the rebellion. There you go. I've had a New Hope playing on the TV, and it's on the medal scene. Chewbacca totally got snubbed, not getting a medal. Yeah. I don't know George's official explanation of that one. I think he felt like it wasn't just that important. Like people were going to really pick up on it and care that much. That the main heroes were Luke and Han, arguably. And don't get me wrong, I think Chewie absolutely should have got a medal. I'm not degrading Chewie, just saying. TFA Chewie getting snubbed by Leia, not giving him a hug was intentional by Jar Jar and KK. Yes, it rhymes all right. Rhymes with it. Let me help you out. Or do I still... No, I don't still have it, do I? Ah, God damn it. Ah, wait a minute. Inappropriate innuendo, the way they described Claude was that whole thing a joke? Yes. Disney Star Wars is an entire fucking joke. That's them laughing at us like, oh, you guys like Star Wars, huh? Here's our version of Mickey Mouse Club. I mean, you got a rock, right? So that's them literally laughing at us. Which is what pisses me off even more. It's like they've gotten to the point of they're blatantly laughing at us, trolling us, talking shit to fans, and there's still people that are like, no, everything's fine, Disney's great. I don't know. I mean, they've knocked out half your teeth, given you 45 black eyes, and yet you're standing there like, everything's fine. Lady Proxima from Solo is another wiener-looking alien. Yep. They seem to like wieners over there in Disney. Maybe that's why KK's still around. Maybe she's got a big old wiener. Thanks for subscribing, Jeff Oveson. Oveson or Oveson? Somebody in my comments today was like trying their damnedest to justify holdo. Oh, because, you know, just because she's a woman, she's supposed to listen to the man, and going on and on and on. I'm like, holy fuck, are you dumb? You're a small band of rebels. You're trying to figure out what's going on. He's the best fucking pilot in the galaxy, and you're arguing that she shouldn't tell him what the fuck is going on. I mean, how fucking dumb. An admiral in a goddamn dress with a halo and purple hair. Unbelievable. Yeah. And notice that they don't do like the tough polls. Like, should we delete the sequel trilogy or keep it? I dare them. I dare them. I would love to see a poll. Should we continue to post videos on our YouTube channel or not? I dare them. Hey, Junkman. It's not your Star Wars and I can have it. This Disney stuff, you're more than welcome. Enjoy it. I hate Ahsoka too. You've missed the whole previous conversation about her. Yeah. I liked her up until before Order 66. I had no problem with her. But after, I don't want anything to do with Ahsoka. That's Dave's little pet. Movie poll on their site. You'll be amazed the movie fans like the best. I think I maybe covered it in this old video. Don't hate her, but I do hate how they messed up the end of her storyline. Yeah. I wonder if I can. There's so many polls. I want. Can you tell me which poll you? I don't even know where it's at anymore. Interactive or where are there polls anymore? Do they even have polls? They used to. Who wore it the best? Who is the best Jedi? Oh, let's look at that one. Lightsaber robe, lightsaber showdown. Or were you just being funny? I can't remember if they have which movie. Some of these polls are just, which Star Wars creature would you like as a pet? I mean, you know, I guess for a little kid, but it's just like, let's see. Favorite. Which Star Wars movie is your favorite? There you go. What is your favorite Star Wars movie? Okay. Let's take a look. Who is the best Jedi? Let's see. Okay, I gotta select one. Who is the best Jedi? Well, this one's very arguable. Anakin, no, because he never even hits his potential. He's at his best as a Sith. Mace, arguable, although, I mean, it's off the, I mean, just being real, it has to be Luke or Yoda. Technically, Yoda is the Grand Master and the teacher of Luke, so 26. Obi-Wan is 23 over Luke. Qui-Gon is 4. Ahsoka 7. Anakin 11. Kit 3. Kanan 1%. Mace. Plo is 2. Luke would have to be over Obi-Wan, but just out of popularity, I see why people would say Obi-Wan. But Yoda, yeah, that's correct. I mean, you really can't argue that. Let's see. Which Star Wars movie is your favorite? This was May 20th, 2015. For me, it's Jedi. Empire doesn't surprise me. Sith doesn't surprise me. They don't even have the new movies here. Let me see if this other poll does. Yes, okay. Let's see what people say here. This ought to be good. This is from May 4th, 2018. So Rise of Skywalker wasn't out yet, but New Hope, Empire. Well, for me, it's Jedi. Empire, Rogue, Clones, Force Awakens is 2% with clones. Phantom Menace, 2%. Doesn't surprise me. A New Hope, 7%. Holy shit. Last Jedi, 12%. Yeah, right. Anyways, Sith, Empire, way above Last Jedi. Over Last Jedi or Return of the Jedi. Yeah, you're smoking crack. And over New Hope. I mean, really, be real. These are Star Wars. This completely breaks everything that is all of this. Anyways, oh, that's funny. I don't hate her. I don't hate her, but I do hate how they. Yeah. Maybe hate is a strong word. Never cared for the character. Yeah, I mean, I used to like her. At first, I thought she was okay. A lot of people didn't. I totally understand. A lot of people, she was annoying as fuck. But I didn't mind her. I liked her up until all the problems with Order 66 and now being around. Kylo's so high, it's like those whiny boy bands who can't sing. They just think they're attractive. I'm pretty sure that's what's really happening, not his character. Well, and another thing is, you only have a small percentage of people that actually know to look for this poll and go on it. That video, I don't remember how many views it has on it, but it's not many. It might be less than 1,000 views. So, if everyone in the Star Wars community knew about those polls, it would be interesting to see. Now, again, Disney not knowing how to market their own shit, because that website should be getting millions of hits every day of interesting polls and facts and stuff, and instead, you know, people just see the High Republic on the homepage, and it's like, oh, fuck. I'll rock. When George Lucas created Star Wars, his number one priority was story. Would you say Disney's priority was the same? And were the results of this successful or disastrous? I think we all know the answers to those. I don't think you're really asking me to answer. We know. Yeah, absolutely. Disney doesn't care anything about story. They care about making their own story and hoping that it sells. Disney cares about one thing. That logo, that thing that says Star Wars. And they thought with that they can do whatever they want. How far are we in this movie? Oh, nowhere. They just made the deal with Han to get the Millennium Falcon to get a ride off of Tatooine. So we've made very little progress from last stream. For what it's worth, anyone that's watching this, new, old, whatever, one of my first streams was, would Star Wars be loved today like it was in 1977? And in that one I go, it's about 4 hours. And in that one we focus on just that. It's me and Admiral and the Admiral, and we just, the Ambassador, and we just focus straight on A New Hope. We talk a little bit like about some Spaceball references and a couple things, but we're like right on A New Hope and go through the movie really in detail. Not as much as lore as so much as just looking at the film and why it would still hold today. So while I will try to continue the deep dive and all that, just, you know, for someone that wants to see just A New Hope and not all the extra stuff. Back then there was maybe 2 people in my chat, so that it's there. Lady Proxima. Just a moment. I mean, since you guys are name dropping and all, in the meantime, you can have this. But, you know, since I see that you guys are such fans, I do for my people. And since he's so highly requested and so highly loved, speaking of which, I assume most of you had seen my High Republic repair shop. If you haven't, go to my community tab and go look. You know, for you. A big old French tickler. I think it was Matt Martin of the Story Group that said on Twitter a while ago that canon is whatever you want it to be. But obviously that is so not the truth. Yeah. Well, he literally said that, and he said it's all fake anyways. That's a quote, not a paraphrase. It's all fake anyways. A guy that works at Lucasfilm trying to maintain canon, part of the Story Group. It's all fake anyways. Unfucking believable. Yeah. Yoda, whatever. Rios is an alien female with 12 eyes, can be seen outside of the cantina purchasing the land speeder from Luke as a course of giant bird creatures strolls by them. But does she look like a giant dildo? I know that scene, it goes by very quick, but you can see the giant bird legs pass in front of Luke. Yes. I don't remember seeing people camping out to watch The Last Jedi. Nope. Nobody did that. But that's because they didn't do enough marketing. If they would have told them about the penis monster, then everybody would have come in droves. Something more pleasant to look at, baby Jen. The past week, we watched a video compilation of fan reactions to Luke Skywalker's return in Mandalorian. KK and her crew's reaction. Luke, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm happy for a lot of people that, you know, we're happy to see Luke, but the CGI was piss poor. That episode of The Mandalorian was trash. They could have done much more with him. He's still going to be Jake Skywalker. And it's like Baby Yoda. The problem is that the reason Luke is there is not because they're like, hey, let's really, you know, do something nice for the fans. We know they love Luke. Let's make Luke. It's not why they did it. So it's the same thing with Baby Yoda. It was just to sucker your ass in. Just to be like, oh, look, we got you. Look, we're like Luke Skywalker. Member berries. And everybody was going to get excited, and it achieved exactly what they wanted it to achieve. Because they most certainly did not do it for you. They did it for them because Disney Plus was fucking tanking. So when you understand the motive behind it, to me, it totally diminishes. And I know the motive behind it because, number one, Jake Skywalker would have never happened. Number two, he would have been way earlier in the season. Number three, I had the interview where Favreau says, no, Luke was a last-minute thing. I just made it, it just kind of came up, and I just put him in there. Meanwhile, Ahsoka, they had planned before season 1 was even made. So it shows you where Dave's priorities are at. Not the face of Star Wars, but Ahsoka fucking Tano. If you're still around, Junkman, if you didn't know that. Because if Dave really cared about Star Wars, he'd be like, hey, we got to get Luke in here like ASAP. First thing. We got to reestablish that the universe is in the right place and that he's around. But yet, you know. Look back at how the events unfolded, you know what I mean? Let's bring in this character, see how that works. It only did so much. Bring in this character, how did that work? Did so much. Bring in Bo-Katan. They got him pretty excited, but not quite enough. Bring in Ahsoka. Wow, that really, but didn't quite do enough. Bring in Boba Fett. Well, that got a lot. Still not enough. Bring in Luke Skywalker. Luke wasn't for you guys. Know that. Luke was not for you. That was for them. Yeah, it's called marketing. They don't know how to market their penis monster correctly. It's funny, sometimes like I'll go take a break and like people pop in and then I come back and it's like, it's all good. Oh, the other thing I was thinking of is let me see if I can find it, because I thought there was something interesting that happened. Just a moment. Okay, I see your stuff there, MJ1. I will look at it when I have a moment. I have so many projects I got to get to. It's insane, but I guess better than not having anything. Gina is on the ball. She is a smart girl. Okay. So she put out this tweet, which a lot of you will know. Some of you may not. People who alter or destroy works of art and our cultural heritage for profit or as an exercise of power are barbarians. George Lucas to Congress, March 3rd, 1988. This stems from George Lucas being part of a project or a mandate with the Library of Congress of taking in films in their original state and preserving them in the Library of Congress so that there's always a hard copy that cannot later be altered or changed, or so there's always that original piece of history. George was a big part of this, so were other people, of course, and naturally he was involved because of preserving film. Some people say it's ironic or hypocritical because he changed his movies, but again, this is not someone else.
This is not you buying the Lamborghini and driving it off a cliff. This is not you buying the Mona Lisa and being like, oh, well, she should have a mustache. This is the creator improving his work because he knew what it was supposed to do. So that's a totally pretty invalid argument, but he was a part of this to preserve film and media for historical purposes. Now, Gina is a smart girl, but Gina also, when The Mandalorian was coming out, they were asking her, like, oh, you're a Star Wars fan, and this and this and this. She's a new Star Wars fan, like literally like 2 years. She started learning about Star Wars when she started working on The Mandalorian. That's not to say she never heard the name, but she really doesn't know much Star Wars stuff. Maybe now she's learned a lot, but when she first came on The Mandalorian is when, just a minute, although I think most people would rather see Baby Jim. She admittedly is a baby to Star Wars. Nothing wrong with that. If today's your first day with Star Wars, great. Just saying that she doesn't know, I don't know that she even knows what canon is. She doesn't know a lot of the ins and outs and stories over the years and behind the scenes and all that kind of thing. And again, maybe these past 2 years she's been doing a lot of research. So I can't speak to exactly what she does or doesn't know. But she herself said that she just started learning about Star Wars when she started Mandalorian. So for her to bring up something like this quote from George Lucas means someone is feeding her. Which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Just saying that I would be pretty surprised, not impossible, but I'd be pretty surprised that she had the foresight or the understanding to find this quote. Now, maybe she was looking for something in the same vein, and she ran across, oh shit, look at that, a George Lucas quote that's relating exactly to what I'm trying to say. That was possible too. But to me, it's like someone is feeding her this stuff because this is something that's pertinent to what she's about lately, or has always been about. Her current situation, plus Star Wars. So what I'm trying to get at in the big picture here is that regardless of how she got this quote, whether she stumbled on it, someone fed it to her, whatever, I think, and not really many people, everybody's making comments like here. Let's look at some of the comments, because I feel like people are totally missing the point here. I think George really shouldn't have sold Lucasfilm to Disney. Critical drinker. Worst mistake was to trust Kathleen Kennedy. Okay, well, I guess they are getting it. Everyone needs to get physical media. George should have reminded Kathleen of that quote. Okay. Like this one, I don't really appreciate this from Tom. It was great until we realized he didn't mean Star Wars. I mean, that's just, again, because you like Star Wars a certain way doesn't mean that the creator didn't understand and see that it was a different way, and he fixed in his opinion, what Star Wars was. This kind of comment annoys me. Star Wars sucks because, you went and made the special editions because you finished what you saw as Star Wars, Mr. Creator. I mean, really? Anyways, nothing against, Midnight's Edge. I watch their stuff all the time. Just saying. Destroying a work of art to remove a supporting actress from show when she posts wild shit online, and this is just an idiot. And not only an idiot because she didn't say any wild shit and you're just fucking dumb. You didn't bother to even read her shit, but actually this has nothing to do with Gina. This is the thing. Talking about changing works, Gina, I don't know her, but I already know that she's not thinking like, well, I'm Star Wars history and Lucas firing me is removing Star Wars history. She's not even thinking on that level. She's thinking on the level of she's realizing that Disney is just breaking Star Wars all over the place and not giving a damn. Now, I don't know Gina personally. I'm not in her mind. Maybe she is referring to herself as Cara Dune and that.
But I really don't think, I think she's a deeper person than that. And what she's referring to is that she's realizing that that this thing with Disney and Star Wars is much further and deeper than she realized when she was on The Mandalorian. She's realizing, like, oh, now that I'm seeing all these fans and hearing what they're saying, like, I was working on a fucked up show to begin with. She's better off not being on The Mandalorian. They actually did her a favor, which I think is very funny and ironic. But it's just interesting, you know, that she put that quote up. I just think it's interesting. Again, I cannot speak for her, but I don't believe that she's talking about, well, because they removed Cara Dune, they're destroying Star Wars history. What she's saying is that one, you shouldn't mess with history, but two, that there's many quotes like this. She didn't necessarily have to use this Lucas quote. I think she's directly saying to Disney, like, oh, now I see that you guys are just fucking up Star Wars all over the place. And since I see that, I realize that I'm better off anyways, because you're just a fucking mess. That's how I interpret what she's saying there. So I just thought it was interesting. Louis was not for us, but for the Luke was not for us, but for the money and our wallets and purposes. Yeah, Luke. Yes, the money, but Disney has shown us they don't care about money. It's about the visibility. It's about saying, see, look, Mandalorian got all these subscribers. Look at all these subscribers on Disney Plus. That's what that was. It's to show the shareholders that, like, look how great we're doing because, you know, we got all these subscribers. Now, here's another thing. I posted, I think it was just my last post, where I showed that Disney is negative $685 million in cash. But everything's okay. You know, nothing to see here. And there's a few people like, oh, Disney's fine. You're just being ridiculous, you know. As a matter of fact, we can actually look at some of that because that's pretty funny stuff. Let's see. Okay, yeah, let's have some fun with that, because let's hear the excuses. Let's look at the excuses. Oh, that'll be entertaining. Okay, I think you guys can see that. And I forgot what the point I was going to make, but we'll see it here in the comments and I'll remember. There are laws. Okay, well, anyways, if you didn't see it, definition of amounts in parentheses. A negative amount, such as a negative balance in your check register, an unfavorable variance in standard costing, as opposed to a favorable variance, which will not have parentheses. An unfavorable budget variance. Example, an actual expense is more than budgeted amount, or actual revenues are less than budgeted amount. An amount that is being subtracted. The meaning of a negative amount in a series of amounts, such as the bottom line of a comparative income statement that states net income loss. Translation, Disney is $685 million minus $685 million in free cash flow. No worries, everything is fine, move along. Okay, so here you can see from their last report that they're negative 98% from continuing operations, 99% from net income from continuing operations. So income is down 98%, net income is down 99%, Diluted EPS is down 98%. You also have like excluding certain items, 79%. Cash provided by continuing operations is minus 95%. And then you've got free cash flow is minus $685 million. Roughly 6 months ago, Disney got $30+ billion in cash loans. So if you got $30+ billion in cash loans and you are now minus $685 million, how's Disney doing? So let's hear the excuses. Their loss in cash flow actually, I haven't seen this comment before, so this ought to be good. Their loss in cash flow actually stems from the Parks and Products division. Disney is divided into two divisions, being one, Disney Media and Entertainment Distribution, example, film, streaming, music, and two, Disney Parks Experiences and Products, example, parks, merchandise, and cruises. Okay, all that's fine and cute, but at the end of the day, it's the Walt Disney Company. So I don't care where they're losing it, how they're losing it, they're minus $685 million. Shut the fuck up. In terms of annual revenue, for the growth for the first physical quarter, the media division saw 5% revenues, while the parks division saw 53%. Where are you getting that from? This was partly mitigated by $578 million reduction in investments. Okay, well, right there, your excuse is you're saying that $578 million was less in investments. Obviously, because people are not happy with what's going on. From $1,338 million in Q1 20, which we're not having a conversation about Q1 20. We're talking about Q1 2021. They are $685 million minus. I don't care about 20. We're in 21. Mostly in parks. Stop making excuses. In terms of results, the media division saw an operating profit of $1,451 million, 2% drop, while the parks division fell from $2,522 to an operating loss of $119. As a result, total consolidated net income fell from blah 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 to just $18 million, barely enough to say it's still positive. As for Disney Plus subscribers, they went from 26 million in 2019 to 94 in January 2nd of 21. Bear in mind that this was before the canceled Disney Plus campaigns, Gina Carano. The fact that they only crossed 100 million now suggests a deceleration. Correct, I was going to bring up that point because some people are like, they have 100 million subscribers. Okay, but since their last report, they've only picked up 5 million subscribers. Good job, Disney. Still, the bad publicity, reiterated by the Daily Wire poll showing 72% of Americans finding that firing of Gina Carano unjustified. Keep up the pressure to stop cancel culture. Source, Disney official Q1 fiscal year 21 earning results. Okay. They said they reached 100 million subs, but not active subs. Disney is probably keeping the canceled accounts and their numbers to make it look like their media is doing better. Yes, they will not release the true numbers, so we don't know. Now, to be fair, what he's doing is pretty much justifying what I'm saying. But the problem is it comes off as if he's like saying all this stuff to justify why it's happening, when all that fucking matters is this. This is I don't want to hear anything else. Nothing against anyone, but that's period. End the conversation. Doesn't matter how, where, when, why. They are minus $685 million of free cash flow. Game over. Disney is so close to literally filing for bankruptcy, guys, and people don't understand this. Like, people really think, oh, it's okay. Disney's not going to go anywhere. Okay. If you guys keep protecting them, they're going to cling on. If you put the pressure on them right now, Disney's ready to fall. Okay, the stock went up 41 cents. Just checking. So, all right, the Facebook stream ended. Anyways, I'll give you a like, and I'll give you a like. This in terms of cash, not, remember, this is in terms of cash, not profit. Okay, so here we go with the funny language, the funny, well, but there's still profit. This is just in terms of cash. If you're minus $600 million in cash, obviously you aren't profiting, dick. Sometimes people try to make excuses, and it's just like, do you remember what I always say? Write your post, stop, read it 5 times, think about what you're going to say before you fucking hit send. The faster Disney sells Star Wars, the faster it can get back on track. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Let's see. Why would Disney sell Star Wars? It's a damn gold mine. This guy, Uncle Owen, boy, this guy is something else. They've already made a return on their investment. No, they have not. Force Awakens was the second highest grossing Star Wars film ever. No, it was not. Even after being adjusted for inflation. No, it was not. If Disney would not put in the wokeness bullshit, they would make a ton of more money canceling the Mando visual guide. How is it going to make profit? How, good old West. Now they have missed profits from that. The new TV show has a freaking rock as a character. Toys are not fun. There are no toys to go off the shelf. Jar Jar Abrams is a hack. Just a moment. Let me check something. But yeah, Disney has not made their money back, by the way. Sorry to tell you. Just double checking some numbers. Okay, that is correct. TFA is the second highest grossing, including an adjusted for inflation. Outside of that, $1.2. The third is Phantom Menace. No, I stand corrected. Empire. Then Phantom. And then Last Jedi. Okay. Disney, let's see. Anyways, he's not factoring in. Here's the thing. He's right, but he's totally wrong. Force Awakens was the second highest grossing Star Wars film ever. Yes. Grossing. It is one of the least netting. All of the Lucas stuff, every film netted several times more than any of the Disney films. At the end of the day, it could have made $22 billion at the box office, which doesn't mean dick if Disney only made $300 million off the movie. So it's really pretty pointless, because all of George Lucas's films, first of all, the first Star Wars cost $11 million, and he made over here, I will give you the exact amount. A New Hope made $3,329,720,263.43. $11 million movie. We will say 20 with marketing, because that's what it cost. All the cost of New Hope was $20 million. So George Lucas made $3,309,720,263.43 off of the first movie, with no internet, tablets, phones, social media, none of that. His first film made more money than all of Disney's movies put together. Gross does not matter. What the box office made is irrelevant. What did Disney make? A New Hope, George Lucas made more money than all of the Disney films put together. What he put in his pocket. So, it being the second highest grossing means absolutely nothing. That's like saying, you know, I sold 600 million copies of my album, but I made $30,000. Well, what the fuck good does that do you? It looks good on paper, but anyways, that's a video that's coming. Star Wars by the Numbers. I will show you all the box office and all the costs and everything, and you will see that Disney has not made their money back on purchasing Lucasfilm. Not to mention no toy sales, not to mention $2 billion in Galaxy's Edge, not to mention totally destroying the franchise. But, you know, blockheads, they go look and they're like, see the box office. Meanwhile, the box office is taking 50% of that. Then you got all kinds of fees and royalties and charges, and not to mention reshoots, not to mention marketing. So at the end of the day, your $2 billion turned into, let's just take a quick peek, because that's one last part I need to do, is the actual cost to profit. But just to get a rough idea, since you're going to prop up The Force Awakens. People love to do this shit, but yet don't want to tell the truth. Don't want to use their brain and be like, well, how much did Disney actually make? It's a big difference from what the box office says. Okay, Disney's claiming that it cost $306 million to produce. Now, we already know there's reshoots and fuck-ups and Disney monkey mess, so you can already add $100 million to that, 400. Then you have to 2.5 for marketing, so you're at somewhere around $800, $900 million to make this film. And that's not even including extra stuff, extra production costs, promotion, flying actors around, catering, security, all kinds of extra shit. So you're very close to $1 billion to pull this film off. Okay? And it made what? $2,065 million. So you now take $1 billion away just to get it into the theater. Now you need to take 50% away of that because remember, the theaters are taking 50% of the box office. So now you went from the $1 billion that was left to $500 million. So Disney made $500 million-ish on The Force Awakens. But you think that Disney made back their $4.05 billion? Oh, use your fucking brain. Disney is so in the hole with Star Wars. They haven't made their $4 billion. Nope, they haven't. Not even close. Oh, here, you get a. By the way, channel members, which I guess you guys aren't around, but you can use those in the comments as well. So funny. The desperation to defend Disney. You don't understand film investment, do you? Yes, TFA made some money, but nowhere near what the other two could have made. They are operating at a net loss of billions from Star Wars. Yes, that is correct. Also, it is the 2000s with the internet, social media, marketing, massive marketing budgets, Disney, parks, hotels, cruises. Every movie should have made like double. So the fact that every Disney movie has gone down, and yet you have the nerve to say that they made money on the Disney movies. Are you fucking kidding me? They should have been making $2 billion, $3 billion. Rise of Skywalker should have made $5 billion, like not even thinking about it. $1 billion for a movie in 2021 is not impressive. Disney's purchase of Star Wars production company Lucasfilm is proving to be one of the smartest acquisitions ever made in corporate America. Really? They have not made even half their money back. They can't post a video on their own YouTube channel, but that is one of the smartest acquisitions. The deal worth $4.05 billion in cash and stock was announced. Marked the start of a new era in Star Wars. You mean in Disney fan fiction? Disney would make back that investment and more. They're not even close. 9 years later, the 4 Star Wars feature films Disney have grossed more than $4.8 billion at the box office, according to ComScore. And again, you don't have a brain. So let's just do very loose math of everything I just explained. Grossed, not net, grossed $4.8 billion. Let's just say $5 billion. Okay. Off the bat, you take half of that for the theaters taking 50%. So now your $5 billion is $2.5 billion. Now, half that again for marketing. Now your 2.5 has become 1.25. Now, maybe take a third of that for reshoots, firing directors, doing all that. Disney, if they're lucky, made $1 billion off of all their movies in 9 years. If they're lucky. Meanwhile, George Lucas in 1977 made over $3 billion. Well, not in 77, but understand, adjusted. To them, back then in 77, it was $3 billion. Disney, if they're lucky, have made $1 billion off of all their bullshit. Now, minus $2 more billion for the 2 Galaxy's Edges. So now you're at negative $1 billion, negative $1.5 billion. Plus the brand is tarnished. You can't post a video on your own YouTube. Nobody is buying any toys or merchandise. Everyone is pissed off at the brand. They are in the hole with Star Wars. But some people just don't want to face reality. And it's guys like this that think they're so smart. Oh, but the numbers show the comp score. They made 4.8. Yeah, they grossed, dumbass. And the thing is, he knows. He knows. He's just trying to be slick. Oh, well, you're right. I'm wrong, dude. They made $5 billion. You're right, because ComScore says they gross. Oh, you're right. My bad. Meanwhile, when you know how this shit works, they haven't even made $1 billion off of all these movies. This was one of the smartest acquisitions in history. Paul, blah, 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 media analyst for ComScore. Right now, I don't want to dig up the article, but when Lucas sold Lucasfilm, it was worth $20 billion. They had done a appraisal with, and when I'm talking about the toys, everything, like what Star Wars is truly worth, $20 billion. Which still baffles me why George would have sold it for so little. Really, I would have said $10 billion or no, not a penny less. But George already had several more billions of dollars of that, so he didn't do it for the money anyways. But it was worth $20 billion when he sold it. Since you decided not to read the article I posted, Disney is not operating at a net loss of billions from Star Wars. Where do you people get your information from? So you see, because some airhead on CNBC very simple. Do you know the difference? And as Owen is one of my biggest fans, he might be watching this right now live. But hey, you asked for it. Between gross and net. Oh, I don't have the regular smileys here, do I? No, it only gives me my emojis. There, you get a rock for being a fucking rockhead. Toys distribution, renovation. Barely made back the initial investment. Not barely. They're not even close. $400 million. Consider they owe residuals for using Luke. That too. They do have to pay royalties. Retail investors constantly in shills for Disney. Why don't you tell the truth about Disney buying their own stock, inflating the price, and fears investors will flee? Why don't you tell the billions of Disney was paid last year while us hardworking Americans were paid scraps, and yet they are still in the hole? Yep. Very good. Outside of what I just told you, how they made negative $1 billion on Star Wars, don't forget that Disney is in debt. Over $30 billion in cash. Oh my God. Like literally any day now, Disney might announce bankruptcy. They're not going to admit it. They're going to make it to the last moment. Be like, no, it's all okay. They're not going to tell you, hey, we're in trouble, we're concerned. You know, they're going to... Any day now, Disney could literally announce we are in total bankruptcy. And then here we go. I will concede that the CNBC headline article is misleading. They claim that Disney has recouped its money on Lucasfilm investment, but claim later in the article that this does not include production costs or marketing costs for the movies. Where are you getting the net profits for the movies? Okay, so you see, you here are making an argument. They have grossed more than $4.8 billion at the box office. This was one of the smartest acquisitions. And then you turn around, flip-flop, and contradict yourself, and even admit that, oh, well, you know, they didn't mention marketing or production costs. Oops, a small detail. Whoops. It's just a small detail there, buddy. But yet you have the nerve to come on my shit and try to defend Disney. Unfucking believable. You're better off just shutting the fuck up, because now what you've accomplished is everyone's saying you're a dumbass. And I'm putting it on a live stream for however many thousands of people that are ever going to see this for you to look like a dumbass instead of keeping your fucking mouth shut. And I don't like to have to do this. But when you want to come and run, flap your fucking gums like you know what the hell you're talking about. Ugh, unbelievable. Anyways. Small detail there, production and marketing, you know, it's kind of important. Oh, what an airhead. At the end of the day, this is why I don't comment or I don't reply too much, and I certainly just laugh. I don't worry about it, because at the end of the day, these people just make themselves look like the fools. They try to pull these little things and try to make me look bad, but at the end of the day, they themselves destroy themselves. Where are you getting the net profits for them? Do some simple math, dummy. They will survive. Normies will keep them alive. Okay. Survive, not thrive. Well, yeah, they could possibly. They'll probably get a government bailout, is what will happen. Biggest elements to advertising and marketing: if the fans are not promoting your products in a good light, it will reflect the numbers. New people come to the franchise and they see the outcry, they are more likely to turn away or join in. Yes. Thanks for the explanation. Republic credits will do fine. I like that. And negative balance. Yeah, he was asking about that, right? I hope it gets worse. So do I. And it will. See their actual Disney Plus numbers. I seriously doubt they have 100 million subscribers. It's hard to say. I don't totally doubt it, but I do believe that it's stretched. And keep in mind, they're not saying paid subscribers. They're not saying where the subscribers are coming from. They just say, we have 100 million subscribers. Okay? Well, you got to consider at least a third of those, if not half, if not more. But we'll just be conservative. A third of those are from the Verizon deal. So you can already take, drop that down to about 66 million. Then you're going to take, I can't say that it's a million, but several 100,000 people that have, like, you know, a family tied to Disney, an employee package, you work for a subsidiary of Disney, so you got it for free, all the CEOs, employees, cast members, not everybody's getting it for free, but there's a lot of people that get Disney Plus, they get a free code to have free Disney Plus, maybe for just a year, maybe for just 6 months, but for whatever amount, there's people internally that are getting free accounts. So by them saying, hey, go here, guys, this division in Tokyo, here's a code for all of you to have free Disney Plus, but it'll look like we got an extra, 3,000 subscribers from this branch in, Taiwan. You understand? So those 100 million subscribers is not a true, honest number, because a lot of those are internal accounts or people that work internally that are getting free accounts and thus adding to the subscriber count. So realistically, they're probably roughly at 55 million subscribers. Just keeping it real. Now, it's not to say that Netflix, HBO, and these other ones don't do that. Netflix is about 203 million, and you could argue the same thing. Okay, some of those are, internal free accounts, but Netflix doesn't have a deal with Verizon where a bunch of people are getting free Netflix. Understand? Disney Plus does. Oh, look who it is. Watching Disney crash and burn is more entertaining to watching the sequel trilogy. I can't argue that one. That sure is. Let's see what's a little fun remarks we have here. Crash and burn. Crash and burn. Ha ha ha. Stock price has increased over 100% in a year. What? Impressive given we have had a worldwide pandemic and Disney has had to close or limit the capacity of their parks. Okay, so your argument right there, are you thinking about what you're saying? How could they possibly increase over 100% if their main bread and butter, which has paid for all of this, the parks, are closed? If the cruises are closed, the hotels are closed. Disney Plus is new and barely making $4 a subscriber, and Star Wars is in flames. But you believe that the stock price has increased. Disney buys their own shares daily. This is not a conspiracy. This is not a theory. It is a known fact. They say it in their own... Here. Just because, you know... Oh well, you asked for it. You came on my shit and you asked for it. Is there a copy here? No. Just a moment. Okay. Okay, this is, and I will show you. Too funny. Where can I grab that? Is it here? Yeah, it probably is here. Okay. Let me double check. Yes. So you see, because I don't lie and I don't make shit up, and I'm going to show you plain simple from Disney. If you look up here, the WaltDisneyCompany.com, this is fiscal year 2021, quarter one, their PDF. Using the Control F1, I'm searching for repurchase. There's one result. Free cash flow. The company uses free cash flow. Cash provided by operations, less investments in parks, resorts, and other property. Among other measures, to evaluate the ability of its operations to generate cash that is available for purposes other than capital expenditures. Management believes that the information, not in factual fact, we believe that information about free cash flow provides investors with an important perspective on the cash available to service debt obligations, make strategic acquisitions and investments, and pay dividends, or repurchase shares. Disney repurchases shares daily, so that it looks like the stock market is going up, so that the stocks are stable, so they lose 10 million shares and then they buy 12, and then you're like, oh, see, the stocks went up. You don't know what you're talking about now, my Star Wars. Disney's fine. See, you're ha 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 ha. Look, you didn't share this today because the stocks went up. Repurchase shares. Now, I know this for like 10 other sources and 10 other reasons, and like I already knew this. But when it's in their own reports and they are telling you that they repurchase shares, shut the fuck up. You look real fucking dumb right now. I don't want to hear that, oh, but their shares are going up. Do some fucking homework. Disney has been known forever to fucking buy their own shares back. This is what Disney does. If you've paid attention to what Disney does, you know this. Merch sales also play in movie success. No, obviously they do not. That guy, Uncle Owen, tried to goad me into debate, but it wasn't up for it. Yeah, I don't really bother with him because he thinks he's smart, and he just ends up looking really fucking dumb. Daily. Gotta bounce. Have a good night. Yeah, you too, MJ. Thanks for being around. I'll look at your, I saw your stuff in Twitter. TLJ made so much is because it was one of the most anticipated films. Exactly. Everybody went to see it, not knowing it would be a disappointment. Yeah, everybody thought, oh, finally. Listen, TFA made a bunch of money. Why? In the box office, not for Disney. In the box office, it made a bunch of money. Why? Because you had 3 generations of fans, and we all expected Luke, Han, and Leia. Okay, you watch the movie, and you get none of that. So you're like, what the fuck? But that's why everybody went, because that's what you were expecting. All right. Now, at the end of TFA, we see Luke. They set it up, and they're like, okay, so finally in TLJ, that now we're going to see Luke. So then, of course, people got excited and went to go see TLJ. And then the first wave of people were like, he throws his lightsaber away, and he's an asshole that drinks milk from an alien titty. And that's why that movie made half of what Force Awakens made. Because immediately people came out of that movie like, what the fuck was this? But the reason it got that first stride is because everybody's like, oh, fine, okay. We didn't get Luke last movie, now here it is. They set it up, it's going to happen. Toys R Us went bankrupt. They were in debt up to $10 billion. McDonald's was selling more toys than Toys R Us. Yep. But you don't know their investment horizon, do you? For what? You act like they should have made $4 billion with. They should have made close to $10 billion with those 3 films. I got news for you. Episode 9 alone should have made $5 billion. Not even blinking, not even thinking about it. Episode 9 alone. I can guarantee, with my very life on this line, that if I had Star Wars, Episode 9, under my control, would have made $5 billion plus dollars. Not even trying. So, yes, off the 3 films, they should have made... off of 7, and combination 7 and 8 episodes, they should have paid back already Star Wars. By the time they got to Episode 9, they should have been all profit. All of it. Easy. Between the films being done correctly, the toy sales, extended merch, shirts, and everything else, value of the property, and not to mention you had Rogue One and you had Solo and all these extra things that they would have made even more. All of it would have been profit, and instead, 9 years later, they haven't even made back their investment for Star Wars. Wake up, dude. A New Hope made over $3 billion. Yes, within the 3 films, they should have made back their money. Absolutely. But this happens when you don't love and don't know the IP. It's completely mismanaged. TLJ alone should have grossed $3 billion if it would have given us what we wanted. Yeah, easy. What should have happened is Force Awakens is about right, $2 billion, because you had 3 generations of fans. It was new, internet, all that. So that's about right. You had $2 billion, fine. TLJ, all the movies should have kept increasing. Should have made 3, 3.5, close to $4 billion. And then Episode 9, the culmination of 40 fucking years of Star Wars. The end of the Skywalker saga, done correctly, respecting Luke Skywalker, respecting the fans. Actually, good movie. Would have, without, it's like a blink, like, would have made over $5 billion. Maybe 6 or 7. Easy. And that's not including the shit ton of toys that I would have sold. And video games, and posters, and... There's a good chance off of just the first movie, they could have made back their investment of buying Star Wars. Had they done it correctly, had they had all the toys, had they had all the love from the fans, they very close would have paid off their investment with just Episode 7. $4 billion isn't a lot of money. Understand that. To me and you, it's like, holy shit, I'll never see that. To Disney, owning Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, Fox, $4 billion is like pocket change, dude. They should have nearly made that just off the first movie. In the late 2000s at the box office, $4 billion is nothing. Disney Plus has been doing promotion through Sprint. Yeah, I believe buy this phone at this price and receive Disney Plus. Well, there you go. Fortnite. Oh, I didn't know in Fortnite they're doing a plan there. Fortnite Cash. Oh, I didn't know that. So you see, a lot of those 100 million subscribers, it's really probably around 50 million, being real. Yeah, by Verizon, not by me. That's what you're not understanding. That's not a true subscriber. A true subscriber is, I pull out my wallet, I go to Disney Plus, I pay $7, and I get the monthly subscription. Or I paid the $70, whatever, for the year. That's a true subscriber. Not, well, I got it because Verizon is giving it to me for free for a year. That's not... Verizon paying for it doesn't mean dick. What matters is that there's actually legitimately 100 million people logging in and watching these shows. They are not. So when you realistically only have about 50 million subscribers and only a small percentage of them are there for Star Wars, I got news for you. It's not like they're all there because of Mandalorian. Wake up. Most people are there for Hannah Montana and Lizzie McGuire and, Muppets and all kinds of other shit. The kids, because kids don't even give a damn about Star Wars these days, all kinds of other shit that they don't even pay attention to Star Wars. There's some people my age or older that want to see Bambi and that kind of stuff. I don't give a shit about Mandalorian. So, you've got legitimately about 50 million people that actually pulled out their wallet, signed up with their email, and joined because they wanted to get Disney Plus. That's reality. It's nowhere near that. It's like half. Yeah, he's I don't know if he's 15 or just dumb, because he's living on another planet. He doesn't understand how finance works or movies work. It's one of the worst films ever created, dude. I don't know what you're... It's a fucking piece of trash. Losing $10, and I take another $10 out one pocket and putting it in another. I still lost money. They stock shooting doesn't matter if they bought it back. Correct. But some people just don't get it. Yep. Okay, because you don't understand Star Wars. I would have made that without even fucking blinking. I'd make that in a fucking fart if I owned Star Wars. Probably more. Could have saved Disney by not constantly firing and rehiring. Yes, correct. It was a different time. It changes the industry. Yes, of course, it made a lot of money. There was no internet. There were no cell phones. There was... They never said 100 million watch Star Wars. They said 100 million are subscribed. I didn't say Disney did. I'm saying that nutso fans like you claim that it's because of Mandalorian that they got all these subscribers. That's what I'm saying. Mickey Mouseketeers say that. It's like when your dad gives you an allowance and you buy him an Xmas gift. Technically, he bought the gift for himself. Exactly. Very good. There's not 100 million people that said, I want Disney Plus. Let me sign up and here's my credit card. No, that's not how that works. At best, half of those subscriptions are someone that actually got Disney Plus. The other half, by the way, those 50 million that are from Verizon and Sprint and whatever Mickey Mouse deal that they got, that's a registered subscriber in Disney's books. They say, well, because this guy got a Verizon deal, that's a subscriber. Because even though that person got that deal, doesn't mean they actually opened, launched, installed, and updated the app on their phone. The app is there. They have access to it. But you've got several million people that don't even know what Disney Plus is and don't care what Disney Plus is. So of those 50 million that are fake accounts to begin with, you've got people that aren't even using the app anyways. And I know this for a fact because I know people that have the app that came with their Verizon and they've never even opened it. True subscribers are someone that pulls out of their wallet, pays for it, and wants to actually, not only wants to, but actually launches it and uses it. And Disney, at best, if they're lucky, has 50 million of those. If that. Stunks, yes. Every Avengers made more than the last, not less like the sequels. Correct. Every Star Wars movie made more than the last, not less like the sequels. But people don't get this. People don't understand this. Yes, he is a legend. I never said they have 100 million subs because of Mandalorian, but you're suggesting that 50 million subs are not picked. Yeah, easily, if not more. Else you pulled. Okay, sure. Let me see. Okay, I'm not going to get overly into it because right now I'm tired and I want to do all the searching around for it, but I have looked at this before, and just the very first result is going to show you if you actually take the time to do research like I do. This is January 30th of 2020, so a little over a year ago, Disney Plus helps boost Verizon wireless subscribers growth in Q4. And this is from Variety, so reliable source. Verizon lured more wireless subscribers in the fourth quarter of 2019 than expected. It's the highest wireless net adds in 6 years, thanks in part to Disney Plus, blah, blah, blah. Verizon reported a net addition of 790,000 postpaid wireless customers, topping the average Wall Street estimate of 525. 1 year Disney Plus offer available to customers was through June 1st of 2020. Okay, so you have a time frame. They picked up 790, you could say 800,000, which rounding, it's, let's say, 1 million. One of the factors for the lift, blah, blah, blah. Extremely pleased, blah, 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 blah. All right. Analysts have previously estimated that 1/3 of Disney Plus initial sub base has come via the Verizon partnership. About half of Verizon's wireless customers are on unlimited plans, blah, 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 blah. He has previously said about 17 million wireless customers were eligible for the Disney Plus offer. Okay? So, 17 million by June 1st, 2020. All right. Now, let's just from those numbers subtract from 100 million, 17 million. That puts you at 83 million. Now, that is estimates when it first launched. That went well. Disney has admitted that they upped that contract and have offered it to more people. So now, instead of 1/3, it's easily a half of the subscribers. And if at 17 million, you're now at 34 million. So 34 million from 100 leaves you now at 66. Okay, so like I said, roughly 50 million subscribers are what actually went, because remember that all these numbers are inflated. Time has passed. I'm talking back June of 2020. Now things have exploded. More people are getting it through Verizon. All right, so we'll even say 65 million to make you happy. 66. So you see there, first of all, I'm not pulling it out of my ass. It's right there. And second of all, like I said, they don't have 100 million subscribers as they would like you to believe. Do some homework before you come at Not My Star Wars. Yeah, he sure did step right over the question. I especially liked it when he said at the end, "Is this the way?" Yes, that was great. Always use their own shit against them. Nothing to look forward to. I agree, there is nothing. No, he sure doesn't. I'm trying to be nice. I'm gonna try to leave it alone, but I know he's gonna just have to keep going. Whoever got the sub through Verizon, it was still paid. No, you're not understanding. That's not how that works. Your phone bill costs $60. Disney Plus costs $7. You go and get the phone, okay, and you don't pay $67. And they're like, "Oh, well, there's the Disney Plus, it's paid." No. And you don't even pay the $60. On the contrary, Verizon desperately wants to get you in. So they're like, "Hey, we got a deal. It's $53 plus we give you Disney Plus for a free year," because they desperately want to get you into a contract and have to pay for a phone over the long term. So you are now paying less than you would just going in like, "Hey, I want a phone," and you just buy it and leave. With the Disney Plus bundle, they are now luring you in. Verizon is covering the cost because they want you as a long-term customer. They see the long game. So now you're paying $53 instead of what you would have paid just $60 for just the service. You're paying $53 plus you're getting Disney Plus. Now, I'm just making up numbers. It's just an example. It might be $80, it might be whatever. I don't have Verizon, I can't tell you. But it's just, that's what I know they do. That's how it works. So, the person that's paying for Disney Plus, young man, is Verizon. That doesn't count as a subscriber. Verizon has millions of subscribers that count as one. Because guess what? At the end of the month, Disney gets a payment from one person, Verizon, not from 100 million individual subscribers. Why does that matter? One, because facts are facts and math is math and truth is truth. But two, because you could have 10, 100 billion, gazillion subscribers, but at the end of the day, who literally, truly logs in with a different email, logs in to create traffic on the site, and more importantly, hit a view on Mandalorian, WandaVision, Bambi, whatever. That's where the magic is. Having 100 million, look, my channel has almost 12,000 subscribers, and all my videos have 1,000 views. Some have less. I have a video with over 2 million views. But in general, a lot of my videos have less than 1,000 views. So at the end of the day, having 12,000 subscribers does what when most of my videos have less than 1,000 views? Understand? So not only do they not have 100 million subscribers, that's a lie. It's more like 50, 60. But out of those 60, let's even be fair and nice and like I'll even give them, which is total bullshit. It's like 50. But let's just say they have 75 million subscribers. Probably 30 million of those people actually log in and add a hit to a show. Now, you've got hundreds of movies and shows on Disney Plus. So out of those 30-something million that actually do log in and watch something on Disney Plus, now you need to cut that into a small fraction that actually care about Star Wars and actually watch The Mandalorian. It's not like all the subscribers go there just for Mandalorian and just watch that. There's a ton of people that don't give a shit or don't know about The Mandalorian. So again, not only do they not have 100 million subscribers, but it doesn't mean anything because what matters is who's actually logging in and watching. It's not paid. You think it is because that's how they're skewing it and they make you believe it is. It's not. Does Disney get some money from the Verizon deal? Of course. But here's another thing that you're not understanding, which if you read the reports and you watch my videos, you'll learn something. Disney Plus costs $6.99 per month, $7. But what Disney actually gets from that subscription is $4.03. Now, I've done the math, and again, if you actually watch my videos and you want to learn something in life, there you go. When you have 100,000 subscribers, well, 94.9, which was what they just had, okay? 94.9 million subscribers by 403 is $388 million per month. Disney can't even hire the people to clean the toilets in the park for that much money per month. But you pretend that they're gonna keep the 2 parks open, run Disney Plus, the hotels, pay the CEOs, do all this stuff with $400 million a month. They have thousands of employees all over the world, and you think that $400 million is even going to keep the lights on. Now, that's with 94 million paying subscribers. We just got done explaining that it's more like 50. If you want to argue, 60, 75. Let's say it's 75,000 or 75 million subscribers that actually pay something, which it's not. It's like 50, but we'll just be nice and say it's 75 million subscribers that actually pay $4. What's 75 times 4? That's 300 million roughly per month. And you think that Disney is making money. Oh my God. No, that's not how that works. That is not how that works. You must be young because you don't understand how that works. It's not a paid subscriber. That's You're thinking because Disney's getting some money that's a paid subscriber. That's not a paid subscriber. A paid subscriber is an individual person that comes out of their pocket to pay for the subscription. That's not how that works. You're getting a phone, you get it for free. That's not a paid subscription. That counts as one subscriber. Verizon paying for millions of people. One check a month to Disney, being like, here's your, $300 million because we have this many people that signed up for our phone. That's not an individually paid subscriber. But you'll figure it out, I guess, when you get older. I remember when TLJ's first trailer came out, what got some hooked was when Luke said those infamous words at the end. I was like, why would Luke say that? I have to see this. It all went down from there. Yeah. It was a fucking mess. You obviously don't get it. I am older than this dude. You're older than me. Oh, wow. And you don't understand what a paid subscriber is. Yikes. I remember walking out of TLJ. My main issue was, and you thought that TLJ was a good movie. Yikes. I remember walking out of TLJ. My main issue was three big things: Rey's Mary Sue-ness, the reason behind Luke's fall, and the misunderstanding of the Jedi. Those are three big things, but Leia floating in space and not imploding or suffocating, completely absurd. Then using the Force, she's blown up and dead, but then she uses the Force to pull herself back into the ship. Oh, God. The Holdo maneuver. I mean, that whole movie was just absolutely stupid. But it requires a brain to understand that. I'm here again. My mom forced me off. Okay, cool. I wouldn't even mind a fallen Luke story if it made sense, but Dave and Ryan have no interest in making it sense. Dave just wanted a traumatic version of Luke based on Frodo. Yeah. And here's the thing, like, there's a difference between fallen, scared, worried, and being just a total asshole that's like, nope, fuck the Force, fuck Star Wars, fuck the rebellion, fuck everybody. I don't give a shit. I'm Luke. I'm an asshole, and I live on an island. I drink titty milk, and fuck you. It's a big difference. Anyways, when Mark Hamill himself said, I read the scripts, I know what the sequel trilogy was about, Luke did not die until episode 9, and that Luke is the most optimistic character in the galaxy, and that he would enact that way, just like, I don't know, hundreds of millions of people that we all saw Luke Skywalker for 35 years before Disney. We all know that's not Luke Skywalker. And if you don't, yikes, you never knew a damn thing about Star Wars. I feel sorry. That's not how that works. It's not, you don't understand. That's not how it works. Listen, you go to get a phone, it costs $60. You pay $67. That's a paid subscription because you have paid the money out of your pocket to get the subscription to Disney Plus. You getting the phone for less because Verizon is desperately trying to bring you in is not a paid subscription, dude. That's not how that works. Use your brain. Wanted to subvert expectations with his stupid shockers. Yeah. Oh, he did it. He certainly achieved his goal. 50 million subs for which no one... No, I'm not suggesting. That's literally where Disney's at. You pay $53, they pay $7 for Disney. Then they kind of lose the $14 by giving you 53 instead of the 60. Hold on. You pay 53, they pay 7. No. Disney gets $4.03 per subscription. Okay. Some people log on to Disney Plus, directly pay $7 a month to Disney. Okay? So a percentage of that 100 million, 50 million subscribers pays $7. Straight up. No argument. But millions, and at that old report was a third, which is now more like half of what Disney Plus subscribers are, which is what what's his name is not understanding. I literally showed you the report that about half of the subscribers that are on Disney Plus are through the Verizon deal. When you get Disney Plus through Verizon or Sprint or any of these package deals, Hotstar, the bundle, any of that stuff, what Disney gets is $4.03. So not only are half of those subscribers not even truly paid subscribers, because you're not going and paying Disney $7. You're not even paying them $4.03. You're paying nothing, because Verizon is the one that has a prepaid plan with Disney where they're like, hey, we're going to pay you like, I don't know, I'm just making up a number. We're going to pay you $100 million this year so that we have this many available accounts that we can tack on to our phone subscriptions. Let's say they have, 100 million available accounts that they can give to their Verizon customers. Just an example. I don't know the exact number, but this is how it works. So Disney, because they're going to get it at wholesale. So that's a good comparison. Verizon makes a deal with Disney. Hey, we'll pay you $1 per subscription so that we can wholesale and tack it onto our Verizon subscriptions, and then we can sell more phones, brings in more subscriptions. Okay. Well, no, let's do this smarter. Let's be more fair. I know for a fact, it's in the report, they make $4.03 per subscription, okay, through Verizon. So Verizon comes along and says, hey, we're going to give you at wholesale $4.03 per subscriber if you let us tack it on to our Verizon. That way we pull in more people to buy the phones because of the allure of you also get Disney Plus. Fine. You have, let's just say, 100 million accounts available to you, Verizon, to tack onto your phone services. Fine. That's 100 free subscriptions for a year. Okay? Because that's what you get with Verizon. You get 1 year Disney Plus. Fine. Which at first they said it was only till June 2020. Have you noticed they're doing it all over again? Because they are having trouble getting subscribers. But anyways, so now you've got 100 million subscriptions available, at which out of those you can tack on to getting people to come in and buy your phones and get a contract, because they don't just give it to you for paying a month bill or just buying a phone. You have to sign a 2-year contract with Verizon. Okay, this is where they get you, and you get Disney Plus. So the imaginary number is they have 100 million of these. All right, by $4.03, that's $400 million. Again, that's 1 month of what they would normally make on Disney Plus at $7. All right, you can't even keep the lights on in one of the parks for $400 million a month. So you've got not only that Disney's only making $400 million a month off of Verizon, but now you need to chop that like in half, because it's not like, well, okay, here's 100 million accounts that you can use, and this month you signed 100 million. No, Verizon has over time been signing a few people. So you could say that's like half of that. So now you've got 50 million accounts, which are making up the 100 million subscribers, which is really about 50 million subscribers. And they're making $4 off of those 50. So if you have 50 million subscribers at $4, that's $200 million. But you think that Disney's making money. Now, because they bought it at bulk, wholesale, pre-purchased to put out to tack onto their phone, That's not a subscriber. That's one subscriber, one payment. Verizon. That's not a bunch of people buying subscriptions and paying subscriptions. You're not understanding. Because for the next year, Verizon is covering the bill. You're not getting the deal and then, oh, by the way, we're tacking on $7 to your bill to cover your Disney Plus. That's not how that works. On the contrary, they lower the price of the phone plus include Disney Plus to pull you in to sign the 2-year contract because they know over the long term, after your Disney Plus has expired, the free year membership, and you're there for 2 years, plus if you like them and you continue on for more years to come, now you're paying extra. Now your bill went from $60 to $80, just like they do with cable and phone, and they creep it up and they trick you into getting all this shit. So now you've gone from $53 to now you're paying $84 a month. For the next 2 years, you're locked in. Your year subscription to Disney Plus has expired, and for at least the next year, they have you by the balls with your phone. You're paying $85, and Verizon is making all profit off of you because they gave you a little bullshit Disney Plus for a year. So for that year, that is not a subscriber. That is Verizon that paid that one subscription fee for the bulk accounts, and you get to latch onto it and use it for a year. That is not a paid subscriber. There's one paid subscriber in the Verizon deal, and that is Verizon. Hopefully you can understand that. Hopefully that makes sense. That's how that works. Cycle G is saying that a paid subscription is like a win. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. Well, I suppose, but how I just explain it, it's not a paid subscriber. It's one paid subscriber, Verizon. It's not 50 million because there's 50 million people that got Verizon. That's not how that works. It's one subscriber. Verizon prepaid for those subscriptions. And at the end of the day, regardless of how many subscriptions, how many people are actually logging in and watching? This is the thing. They can skew the numbers of how many people are actually paid subscribers under the premise of what I just told you. They can totally skew the numbers and make it look that way. Realistically, it's half. But what they can't skew is the actual views. And that's what they will never show you. They're not actually showing us how many views Mandalorian got or WandaVision or this show or the other. You see, that's where you would really genuinely see what Disney's doing and how bad they're really doing. That's why they're not going to release those numbers. Because believe me, if they were getting, like 600 million views per episode of Mandalorian, oh, that would be bragging about it and showing you. Believe me, they would. But they don't want to show you that under a leaked source, now it's rumor, but apparently the first episode of Mandalorian only got 53,000 views. So, is that true? Can I prove it? I can't. But that's apparently what happened. So, you think, because Disney is telling you that there are nothing to see here, move along. Show us the views. Show us the views and the watch time. Because let me tell you something. Here on YouTube, which YouTube is massive, a multi-billion-dollar company, but me for free, any one of you can start a YouTube channel, go in your YouTube studio, and I can right now tell you how many watch hours I have, how much money the video has made, how many views it has, how many subscribers I got from that video. I can tell you all kinds of data per each individual video. I can also tell you as a channel. I can literally go right now and look at any one of my videos and tell you what that video has done. Okay, so Disney right now can go look at episode 3, season 2, Mandalorian, and tell you exactly how many people watched it, how many watch hours, how many different individual accounts watched that, how many different IPs. Was it 6 people in the same house, or was it 6 different people in 6 different parts of the world? Oh, they could tell you all of that, but they're not going to, because obviously the numbers are not as good as they would like you to believe. Made me make it Fast and Furious. There you go. Dave, maybe after Clone Wars, you should have joined the Lord of the Rings TV show and continued your career there, since you love making Lord of the Rings stories and other franchises so much. Ahsoka, Gandalf, and Luke Fordo. Yes. Well, so much for A New Hope. I guess I'm going to have to do a part 3. Well, we'll do it again next Friday. We're at 9 hours, so we still got about 3 hours to play around. I only have Disney Plus because my wife has Verizon. Correct. You see? So there you go. There's a perfect example. Also, something else they're not telling you. I forget if it's 4 or 6, but I know for a fact it's at least 4. That if you have a Disney Plus account, you can watch it on 4 different devices at the same time. So, while back in the day, you had to, remember, have a cable box in each room to be able to watch HBO or the premium good stuff. Sure, you get your little free cable, but if you wanted to for real watch cable, you needed the cable box that you had to pay the rent for the cable box in each room. Remember that? So with Disney Plus, I can right now watch it on my laptop. I could have somebody on the TV downstairs watching it. I could have somebody in the next room watching it on their phone, and someone else in the basement watching it, I don't know, on their PlayStation or laptop or whatever. And that's 4. I think you can have actually up to 6, but I will be safe because I know at least for sure 4 people at the same time could be watching it. So now you've turned 4 subscriptions is actually really 1. So again, they can skew the numbers because now they can be like, well, this episode got this many views. But from what IP? And at what time? Are they all streaming the same episode at the same time? Or are you just inflating views? Because, and from how many subscriptions? Oh, well, it was actually from this one email account that's one true subscription, but yet you had 4 views. You see how you can skew the numbers? So when you think that they tell you that they have 100 million subscribers, you're fooling yourself. It's half that. Not to mention, like Richard just said, his wife has Verizon, so he got a free subscription. And furthermore, with her 1 subscription, you can watch it on 4 different phones, if not 6, in your family. You can share, just like many people do with Netflix. I have Netflix, you know why? Because of a friend that has Netflix. I have their password, they gave it to me so that I can watch Netflix. So technically, I don't even pay for Netflix. So I don't count as a subscriber. Understand? Just because I can watch right now Dark, which I love, that doesn't count. I'm not a subscriber, dude. I'm a kind of a fake view. Now, granted, at the end of the day, it's going to register as a view that I watched Dark Season 2 or Episode 2, you know? But that's not a true count because I'm not a true paid subscriber. Just because I can watch it and I have it doesn't mean I'm a true paid subscriber. Then you compound that with people that sail the high seas and they're not even paying anything anywhere. But it still registers as a hit on Disney Plus, unless you totally knock out Disney and you're watching it on some other site that has this episodes uploaded to, or you download them. So now they're not even getting a hit. But what I'm saying is you got 1 million people sailing the high seas, so it registers hits on the Mandalorian episode, but they're not paid. They're not subscribers. Anyways, I have Verizon and for no extra cost, I get Disney Plus. I get Disney Plus for free. Disney is giving it away. Correct. Why? So that they can go to the next shareholder meeting and be like, see, look at us. We got 100 million subscribers. But what the shareholders aren't saying is we want to see the actual hard analytical numbers of who is actually paying for the subscriptions. Oh, well, we actually have 50 million subscribers. Oops. Forced off again. I hate this hotel. I tell my mom to sleep better when it's shorter, and she doesn't care. I understand. I don't want to piss off Mama Nerd. You should tell her to come watch my stream. You should have inserted a Prince Jr. Come on, dog. There you go.
You've got to be kidding.
There you go. I have no idea how old you are. I don't care if you're younger or older. You need to come to grips with something in life. That most things that you see are an absolute lie. What the government, what the TV, what Disney, all these things are showing you is an absolute lie. It's smoke and mirrors. News stations, all that shit, it's all fake. It's all lies. And you should know better than that if you're, in fact, older than me. Corporations never have your best interest. Never will tell you the truth. Disney is lucky if they have half those 100 million subscribers. Anyway, I'm going to try to be as sneaky as possible. There you go. Free gift with purchase. And see, the thing is, in the long run, Verizon's the one that wins, not Disney. Because Disney gets the win in the sense that the shareholders are like, oh, look, another subscriber. Although that's not really a real subscriber. But that's how Disney justifies it, is by showing it's not the actual cash. It's them going to the shareholders and being like, see, look how good we're doing. Everything's great. Because we got all these subscribers, which is not a real subscriber, and they're not making real cash. But anyways, they look good. That's why they do it. But the one that truly wins here is Verizon, because they get it at a wholesale bulk price. But the most important thing is, yeah, they eat it for the first year, but then they lock you into a 2, 3, 4-year contract. So in the long run, Verizon now has you by the nuts. They win because, again, they inch it up every year. There's, the mobile fee and the I'm a phone company fee, and because we just want to charge you fee, and there's this tax and the other, and the price went up, and because of this, and well, Biden's president, so now we have to add an extra 5%, and all these, little fees that they add on, and starts growing. And like I said, your thing went from $53, which is a promotion cheaper than the regular $60, plus you got Disney Plus, to now you're paying $84.99 because they crept you up. So in the long run, you're now locked in for the next year or 2 years. You don't have Disney Plus anymore, and you're paying a higher bill. And Verizon, in the long run, is the one that wins here, because they got you in that contract. So, who's getting the true, real paid subscription? It's Verizon, not Disney Plus, because the person that wins here is Verizon. They're the gangster in this situation. They're the pimp. Correct. Exactly correct. But the thing is that you're paying Verizon, not Disney. That's the catch here. The free gift that you end up paying for, you pay Verizon. Why? Because Verizon bought the bulk memberships wholesale behind the scenes before this whole conversation started. They went in, made a handshake with Disney. Hey, we're going to give you this bulk amount. You're going to give us this many access to subscriptions. We're going to tack them onto our phone service. And done. Boom. Paid them whatever the amount is. Verizon tacks it on. Long game. Disney's already paid. It's not like they keep making money, getting money. No, they got paid for the subscriptions, dude. Verizon gets you locked in, and then they're the ones that make the money in the long run. They're the pimps. Verizon. It works. It does. It sure does. And everyone does this. The cable company, the fucking phone company. Those two are the two most notorious. Insurance does this. All kinds of companies do this little fucking game just to get you in. Even like the local pizza shop. All right, they give you that little card every time you come. Sub shops do this all the time. Every time you come, get a punch in your card, and after 7, we'll, you get a free sub. Okay, number 1, you go in there 35 times. You only remember to get your card punched 7 of those 35 times. So you've already been paid for that free sub like 18 months ago. Number 2, the sub that you're paying $8 for, like nowadays Subway, a fucking bullshit little crinkly garbage sub is like $10 fucking anymore, which is amazing. Okay, so you pay, $7, $8, $10 for this bullshit sub that costs them, $2.50 to make, if that. So after like your second sub, they already been paid for your free sub, if not with the first sub. So by the time you get your 7 punches, after you even remember to get your 7 punches, and Starbucks does this, Subway does this, pizza shops do this, all kinds of people do this bullshit scam. Because at the end of the day, you don't remember to get the punch, and even by the second, third punch, if not the first punch, they already made their money back for you to get 3 free subs. So you've now paid for 35 subs, you got 1 free sub that they paid off on the first sub, and they've just made, $300 off of you and gave up a $2.50 sub. That's how that works. And it's the same exact thing with Disney Plus. They make you think they're making money. They make you think they're getting subscribers. No, Verizon is. And Verizon been paid that off a long time ago. Disney got their little 2 cents out of it. It looks good for the shareholders, and they keep it moving. Live streams, but they think it's weird when I do it. It's because they're not watching Not My Star Wars, that's why. Verizon did pay Disney for the subs, then they are paid subs. I'm not arguing that 100 million people were paid out of their own volition because they love Mandalorian. I'm saying that, okay, but you're still not understanding. No, that's not. Not 100 million, not even 50 million people paid the subs. This is what you're not getting. It's 1 subscriber, 1 payment from Verizon. That's what you're not getting. It's 1 subscriber, dude. It's not all the 50 million people that signed up for Verizon. That's not the subscribers are getting. It's 1 subscriber because Verizon paid the 1 fee to have access to those subscriptions. You, by getting the Verizon, are not a subscriber to Disney Plus. You're thinking it is because you put your email and you log in and you're like, oh, I'm a paid. But you're not. You're not a paid subscriber. Verizon is paying that bill. You aren't. So therefore, you're not a true paid subscriber. You are a number to inflate and make Disney look good. That's what you're not understanding. Paid Disney for the subs? No, that's not a presumption. That's exactly how that works. I know exactly how that works. All too well. I'll give you this, Cycle G. You do not back down. You'll make a perfect anime. Yeah. All kinds of incentives for their arguably overpriced services. The notion that they cut $6 off of every member's bill for the first year is not beyond reason. No, that's literally what they do. That's how they get you into the contract. That's the point. Listen, Verizon to have you on their service, all right, for you to have this cell phone and get your whatever 300 minutes per month, whatever number, okay, I'm just making up a number, 300 minutes per month, for them to have you as a subscriber at Verizon, nothing to do with Disney, for Verizon to have you as an active phone with, let's say they have like 10 plans, I don't know, 3 plans, 5 plans, but let's just say that when you average them all out, that the average plan is 500 minutes a month, okay? That 500 minutes a month plan costs Verizon $1, and you're paying $53. Understand? Now, normally that's $60. But to lure you in, they're like, hey, we'll give it to you for $53. Oh, and by the way, we'll give you Disney Plus for a year. So, number one, by giving it to you at $53, well, they're losing out $7 because it's not $60, but they're still making $52 off your dumb ass. And more importantly, they sign you to a 2-year, 3-year, 4-year contract. So on the first year, they make a little less. They float the bill. They paid a huge fucking massive amount to Disney to get you in, to put the hook in you. And now they got you. So the first year they may lose, but next year those 50 million subscribers are sure going to pay off, because now you're paying $84 when you got suckered into, come in for $53 for Disney Plus. Now you're paying, without even knowing why, all these extra fees and upgrade and this and the other, and now you're paying $84 because before I added my cousin because it's a great deal, and I added my sister and a family plan. Next thing you know, you're paying $97 a month when it was $53 and free Disney Plus. Now you're having to pay a separate subscription for Disney Plus, which most people are like, I didn't want that in the first place. I only had it because it was free. And then half of those people never even logged into it in the first place. But now you've gone from $53, where they were already making $52 off of you. Now you're paying $97 because you added 3 members of your family, and they've got you by the nuts for the next 2, 3, 4 years. That's what you're not understanding. The person that's making money is Verizon, not Disney. The person that is paying for the subscriptions is Verizon, not you. So for them to knock $7 off of the $60 that it normally costs, and they give it for $53, at the end of the day, it don't mean nothing. Now, big business does look at, well, if we're making this, but we could be making this, well, then that's a loss. But people with common sense know that if you're paying $1 per phone as the company, that's the cost to me to have you on my phone. But yet I'm charging you $53 a month. $60 would be better. It looks the numbers better. But if we can get you still for $52 a month, well, that's pretty good. If it's costing me $1 times 50 million people. Which is much more because they're counting the 50 million that are the Disney Plus package. Now you've got a ton of other people that have been with Verizon and will be with Verizon, have nothing to do with the Disney Plus bundle. Oh, that's exactly how that works. Threaten you? With what? No more Not My Star Wars? Be careful, you don't want that to happen. Service providers knock 10 to 20 or more off their regular sub price for new subscribers for the first year. This is not a new concept. Nobody said it was new. This was, shit, 20 years ago with pagers this was happening. This is something way from the beginning of economics and business. This is never said that there's anything new, but it doesn't matter if it's new or not. It could have been from fucking Rome. The point is that that's what they're doing. It doesn't matter how or when or why. It's that they are. I ran into a tree while mowing the lawn, and the top of my head was in real pain. Yeah, I've not done exactly that, but I have whacked my head on shit like that. My dad walked over and didn't help me. He said, if I scream like that again, he'll beat the shit out of me. Really? I hope you're kidding. One day I was walking, looking down at my phone, and sure enough, I saw something, and I looked up, and a freaking branch, I don't remember if it was this side. It was been a while, but I think probably this side, hit my eye and like scraped across. At the end of the day, I mean, it hurt. It wasn't like bleeding everywhere or anything, but it left a pretty good red mark. But man, just thinking like if it was just inches, like I could have literally taken my fucking eye out. The moral of the story is look where you're fucking walking. Especially nowadays, you younger people looking at your... I'm guilty of it too. I'm always looking at my phone, walking around. I go up and down the stairs all the time looking at my phone. I don't know why I even do that. One of these days, I'm going to go fucking tumbling down the stairs. I got to stop doing that. Anyways, I hope you're kidding, James. And if you're not, well, I don't know. Maybe you should tell somebody. And maybe you're like, well, I just told you, but I can't really do anything from here if you're in Alaska. I don't know. I don't want to say too much because I don't know if you're kidding. I don't know if that's the real case, but all I can say is if you're truly, genuinely in danger, well, call the cops. And I hate to even suggest that. I don't, but just saying. Back in the day, the kid that had the cable would be your new best friend. I think I needed glasses as a kid because I was watching Spice Channel through the squiggly screen. There you go. My mom would probably think you're a hater. Hater? Hated? A hater? Hater. Oh, okay. Why? Because of the way I talk about Star Wars? There's no difference between taking the $10 to $20 hit by way of customer discount and giving the equivalent value to the subscriber as an incentive. Either way, they take a hit. I'm not arguing. That's literally what I'm telling you. Verizon takes a small hit, Disney takes a bigger hit, but they both do it. Why? Because at the end of the day, Disney can go to the shareholders and be like, look, we got 100 million subscribers. Shh, really, it's like 50 that are actually paid and registered. But look, we have 100 million subscribers. And then Verizon, again, will take the hit for the year. They're giving you Disney. They paid a whole bunch of billions or millions, whatever, to have that option to get you sucked in. They'll take the hit because for the next year, 2, 3 years, they got you by the nuts paying $100 when you signed up for 50. They'll take the hit. It's just like a car, right? You can go and pay it for the next 5 years, right? And guess what? You pay more in interest than what the fucking car is worth. That's why they take the hit. That's why they let you drive off the lot. The day you come in, you could be 16 years old. As long as you have a license, you have insurance, and you got some cash to put down, they'll let you ride right off the lot with that car. Now, won't they? Why? Because they're going to take a hit today and for the next year, maybe 2. But over the 5-year period, they've now tripled, quadrupled, quintupled. That car that you bought for $2,300 now is like a $8,000 car. It's a long game. They'll take the hit because in the end, they're going to get their money. And not just get their money, but several times the amount. That's what Verizon's looking at. So they'll take that little hit. They'll give Disney their little bullshit money, make them look good, because at the end of the day, they got you. Instead of $50 for a year or 6 months or whatever, let's say $50 for a year, now they got you for the next 3 years at $97. So they'll take that hit. Discount subscription directly to their prospective customers. So this distinction between wholesale and regular sub fees is... No, it's not. When did they give any discount? When you bought the year subscription? Like every web service, every website does, that to get you into the year, they'll give you a discount? Is that what you're talking about? Because Disney Plus has always been $6.99. Always. If it's insignificant to you, Cycle G, fine, but at least admit that it's the case. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like... Anyways, I'm not here to belittle people. It's amazing how people want to come at me with nonsense and then can't admit that they were, oops, I goofed, or oops, I was wrong, or holy shit, not my Star Wars, you totally destroyed my argument. That I never get. I get the bullshit in my comments, like you all are so fucking smart. But then I never hear the, holy shit, you just destroyed my shit. And again, I don't pretend that I'm always right, but if you're going to come at me, you better know what the fuck you're talking about. Something being meaningless by your estimate doesn't make any of it less true. Correct. Verizon deal is one of many deals that Disney has worked out to further pad the numbers. Yeah, they have more than just the Verizon. They're doing a lot of stuff with China, India. It's not just the Verizon, but the Verizon's the big one. One subscriber, okay. 50 million regular subscribers plus one subscriber who paid millions. For 50 million other subscribers have access. They really need to break down this distinction at the meeting. But that's really the point, Cycle G, is they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to be honest about that, because what they want you and the shareholders, and when I pull up the report, is for it to say, we have 100 million subscribers. See, everything's great. Shh. Ignore the fact that we're negative $685 million in free cash. Shh. We have 100 million subscribers. But if the shareholders actually said, no. We want to know legitimate paid subscribers. Notice the words. We have 100 million subscribers, not 100 million paid subscribers. Pay attention to the language. Look closely. They're not going to tell you the truth, because if they told you the truth, the stocks would tank, everyone would panic. They'd be like, what the fuck have you done with $30+ billion in loans, Disney? Oh, we pissed it all away. They don't want to have to show you that. Oh, we fired Gina Carano and made the biggest mistake in the company's history, and now we have totally fucked up to where we can't even post a video on our own YouTube channel. They don't want to tell you that. But don't worry, Not My Star Wars is here, and you will know all about it. The video saying Rey isn't as powerful as Yoda. Video saying Rey isn't as powerful as Yoda? Or you mean that Yoda isn't as powerful as Rey is what I think you mean. Dude, didn't you know? Where you been, man? Yoda ain't shit.
You know, Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
and
so
not nice pirate.
Charles, it says, and Yoda, whatever. And then also Yoda. Whatever.
Yeah, Yoda, whatever.
Then, yeah.
Yoda. Whatever. You're as wise as Yoda. Well, I don't know. Yoda knew some shit that I probably don't know. I'm not 800 years old, and I don't pretend to know everything. But if you're going to come on Not My Star Wars and talk about Star Wars, Disney, Disney Plus, you better do your homework. Because I do. I don't pretend to know everything about everything. There's some things I know very much about, but even though they netted the equivalent of 100 million subs in fees, well, no, that's not totally correct either, but that's what they are trying to make you, but see, that's the point, is they're trying to make you believe that, but they didn't. And I will further explain that. Even though there are 100 million registered members, they need to make it clear that only half that number signed up themselves. Correct. That's what they should do. If they were an ethical, honest, value company, that's what they would do. But they do not. And this is the point. So that when people come on my shit and say, oh, you're a conspiracy and you're crazy and Disney's just fine, you're just nuts, and no, you're just a hater and you get a life, get a job, you just want to... No, I'm just showing you the fact that Disney's fucking in trouble. And people don't like to admit or hear that. They don't do that. Disney is not transparent. They do not show you And no, they did not net the equivalent of 100 million subscribers in fees. Remember, and again, you can see this for yourself in their reports, through Verizon and Hotstar and all the joint things that they do, Disney gets $4.03. So, well, you could argue that 100 million of the subscribers, they get something, but it's not the $7 that they try to make you believe. You see, this is the thing. Disney tries to play it off as this. Everything's fine. Everything's great. We have 100 million subscribers, and the subscription costs $7. So everybody's calm. Calm your tits. We make $700 million per month off of Disney Plus. That's what they're trying to imply to you. Now, Not My Star Wars comes along, blows all the smoke away, wipes the mirror, and shows you the truth. And first of all, they're making at least half of half of those $4, not $7. So now that 700 million has shrunk quite a bit now, hasn't it? And it's not 100 million subs. It's an inflated number to make it look like it's 100 million subs. It's much closer to 50 million subs. So now, when you have 50 million subs and half of those are $4 and not $7, now that magic number that they're showing the stockholders and saying, look, everything's fine, is a whole lot smaller now, ain't it? So you've gone from the theoretical of 700 million to really about 400 million plus, stuff that they fudge and skew. And so, they're probably making 200-300 million per month off of Disney Plus. To me, if I had a website making 200 million per month, holy fuck, would I be a rich man. To Disney, who admittedly says we will not be profitable until 2024, that barely keeps the lights on at one of the parks. Never mind all the employees, stock, supplies, insurance, fuel, security. It just goes on and on and on. Licensing, lawyers, distribution, fees, taxes, expense accounts, executive salaries. Okay, so Disney is putting in its pocket, in its coffers, I don't know, $15 per month. Not even, because they're $30 billion in cash loans debt on top of their negative $685 million in cash flow. So at this point, Disney is lucky if it gets a McDonald's hot fudge sundae per month in profit. But you see, people don't think. They want to run their mouth. They're like, but no, Disney's great, and it's all big, and it's doing awesome, and they have the park. And you're not thinking. Because when you really be honest, and you really look at the numbers, and you start to consider all the shit that they need to pay for and take care of and maintain, you realize that Disney ain't making nothing. When we saw it in theaters, what's there to say? It was a fucking disgusting mess. Still crying over Gina Carano? First of all, nobody's crying. Number two, it's wrong. It was wrong then, and it's still wrong. And second, it was only a couple weeks ago. Nobody's crying. It's a fact, and it was wrong, and it's not going away anytime soon. Which was Disney was already in massive debt, fucked up Star Wars, and then they went the extra step of just totally trashing their own name. Now they're truly fucked. They can't even post a video on their own YouTube. But Disney, hey, nothing to see here. Move along. Everything's great at Mickey Mouse Land. Oh boy, Mickey Mouse, you gone and done it, didn't you? Yeah, it was pretty crap. And me, I'm not like a big Gina guy. I'm not a big Cara Dune guy. So it's not like, oh, my feelings were hurt. It's just what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And boy, did Disney fuck that one up. she's... a woman that says, I don't even read books. If you don't like my politics, don't buy my books. Men suck. I'm totally unprepared for anything in life. Hopefully, kids, you'll do better than me. I mean, this is... oh, my God. Should we be surprised that what we get is this? I mean, actually, should we be shocked? Shouldn't we? I think maybe we're all wrong. We should have expected that this would be the newest Star Wars character. Honestly. Oh, my lordy. My lordy. MICKEY. Holy shit, we're going bankrupt. People act like she was the main star of the show, like she held the whole... She kind of did. That's the point, dude. Nobody cares about Mando. He's not the star of his own show. That show thrived because of Baby Yoda. If you take the Babysitter Club out of the show, there's nothing there. There's no story. There's no character arcs. There's no world building. There's no nothing. Without Cara Dune, that sexy, strong Cara Dune, you've taken a major element out of a show that wasn't even about the guy that the show's supposed to be about in the first place. Nobody cares about Mando. So yes, that was a huge, stupid mistake by Disney. She was kind of one of the main characters, actually. More than you seem to understand. Because Mando himself was not a main character. Baby Yoda was. Mando's a side character that's getting his ass whooped every episode. Looks like a dumb dick every episode. Has no story. What was the story? Tell me the story of what is the Mandalorian? Oh, he babysits a kid and goes all over the place. Great. This is an awesome story. Liking a character doesn't mean that they must be the main character. That too. Sometimes the most side character could be. Okay. How? Probably because, you have Sprint for 3 years and therefore you're getting, you see, you're not factoring in that somehow, some way. And because you're getting it through a bundle, okay, so here you're proving my point. You're getting it through some sort of bundle, some deal. So by you getting it through some bundle, you're getting it for $5, which is less than the $7. Now, Disney only gets $4.03. So now your membership is worth 96 cents. But Disney's, Verizon or whoever, Sprint, is making anything? No, because again, the way that works is it's not literal like you think, that you're paying $4.99 and getting it. You're getting it through some deal, through some bundle, which means that you're paying someone else, who in turn is paying Disney. They already prepaid and got a wholesale. They're paying like $1 for that, if not less, to begin with. So your $4.99 doesn't really mean anything. What that means is that Sprint or whoever that deal you got is the one that's getting your $4.99, not Disney. Disney's getting like $1. Well, they're saying they get $4.03, so I'll be fair. They get $4.03. Everything from Disney is a 10 for 10 because I grew up with Disney and the animation is nice. 10 for 10. There you go. Disney owns Hulu too. I canceled Hulu when I found out losing Hulu plus live TV hurt more than losing Disney Plus. For most people it is. Also consider something to put shit into perspective. Codfish Killer I only said that because I don't remember your name. That's a cool name. And it gives me memories of Cape Cod. Netflix has 200 million subscribers. Disney Plus, Hulu Plus, and ESPN, or Hulu and ESPN Plus combined have less than Netflix alone. Now, I don't know what a Netflix subscription costs these days. How much is a Netflix subscription? I have no idea. Plans and pricing. $8.99, $13.99, and $17.99. So even if you got the most basic, which, like all things, when you have 3 plans, guess what? They do 3 plans. Why? And this is a trick on websites. When you see 3 tiers, the reason there's 3 tiers is because the target is the middle one. They put a high one, right? Because they know most people won't pay it. Some people will. And they're like, okay, we'll take the $18. And then they put a low one, but it has very few features. The one in the middle is the one that gives you most of the features and is the sweet spot price that they're trying to get. So the majority of Netflix subscribers, I can already tell you, are paying $14 a month. Now, there's probably a lot of people that pay the $8.99 to get the lowest package. But the average, I already know because I know how this shit works, and I build websites, and I know what I'm talking about, is $14 a month. So you've got twice the amount of the subscription that is not through a bundle that people are directly paying to Netflix with twice the amount of subscribers. So who's really making money? Who's really doing what? Netflix, because Disney ain't doing nothing. Netflix is killing the game. They're making twice the money on twice the real amount of subscribers. Oh, Disney, Disney, Disney. Ooh-wee. Disney is banking on people's ineptitude, unwillingness to pay attention to detail, but the true numbers don't lie. Here's another way they skew the subscribers, by the way. There's a little thing called the Disney Plus bundle that's Hulu, ESPN, and Disney. Now, there's many families that just love sports. So they're like, well, I would pay for ESPN anyways. So instead of paying, I don't know what ESPN right now costs, but let's just say $8 a month for ESPN. Well, we watch a lot of Hulu too. And, well, we would get Disney Plus, although we would never really watch it. But we'll have it. So we might as well pay, I think it's $12 or $14 for the Disney Plus bundle that's ESPN, Hulu, and Disney Plus. Okay? So now you've got subscribers, paid subscribers, okay? But they're not even logging into Disney Plus. They have the bundle because it's cheaper, it's more economical, it makes more sense to get the bundle because I watch the shit out of ESPN all day. We watch Hulu 4 days a month, and we don't even use the Disney Plus. So it counts in the numbers. They cook the books. They're like, oh, see, a paid subscriber, Disney Plus. We got another one. There's one of the 100 million. In reality, they've never even opened the Disney Plus app and don't register views on Disney Plus. But they're counting that subscriber because in the bundle, they can legally say, oh, well, that's another Disney Plus subscriber. So now you've cut not only for the 50% from the Verizon, but then you've got another percentage from the Sprint, and now you've got even more people from the Disney Plus bundle. Man, Disney at this point might only have like 30 million subscribers. Honest, legit, paid, one person registered with an email. I think they're very lucky if they even have 50 million. You start to really break it down and look at where this shit is coming from and how it works. Don't forget that a lot of those are the ESPN bundle. And those people don't even look at Disney Plus. They have it because it makes more sense to pay $12 for all 3 instead of $7 for one of them. Let's see. ESPN, just to even get a gauge, because I'm not even sure. Subscription. Okay, it's $13 for the bundle. But I don't want the bundle. I just want to know what's ESPN. Look, they don't even want to show you the prices. They just automatically, it's all, get the bundle, because they just want to get you all in one. That's another thing. Their ESPN is real. It gets like 1 million subscribers a month. I mean, that shit is struggling. Internet. Where are the subscription fees? Stop hiding shit, you fuckers. Schedule facts. Oh lord, I gotta dig around for the fucking prices. No, okay. Subscribe to ESPN Plus only. There we go. No, I don't want to create an account and do all that. I want to know how much this shit costs. Oh lord. See, here we go with the games. I shouldn't have to do all that. Tell me the fucking cost. How much does ESPN Plus cost? $6 per month or $60 annually. Okay. Okay. I think I know why you said you're paying $4.99, because if you get it for the year, it's $70, which makes it $4.99. Okay. But you still don't understand that they still got you, because why? You paid for a year up front. What does Disney Plus cost them for you to subscribe and watch the stuff? 35 cents per subscriber. So I'm just guessing, but I'm just saying, like pennies. So you paying $4.99, you think you're paying less, but in reality you're still giving them $5 over what it costs them to have you as a subscriber. Get it? Anyways, ESPN costs $6 per month. So it makes more sense to pay $12 a month, get all three services, than to pay for ESPN and Hulu, or to just get ESPN. When you figure, well, for another few bucks, I can get all three. You might only use 2 of those 3 services, but it counts as a subscriber. Seen Rhea. Has anyone seen it? No, but I've heard it totally fucking bombed. And it costs $30, I believe. It's one of the premium, which that's another fail for Disney. They already bombed with Mulan, and they think they're going to make anything with Rhea. It's ridiculous that you're paying a subscription and then they want you to pay a premium fee for a movie over there. If Disney had some guts, some integrity, some values, then what they would have done with Mulan and Rhea is said, just sign up for Disney Plus and you get Mulan. Just that alone would have brought in like millions and millions of subscribers. Oh, for $7 a month I get everything on Disney Plus, plus the hot show Mandalorian. Oh, and WandaVision's coming out, and I get the latest movie release, Mulan. Now you start pulling subscribers. But, as usual, the mouse got greedy. Oh, we're going to charge $30 on top. And you see, they backed themselves into the wall because they knew they had to recoup hundreds of millions of dollars they wasted on that stupid-ass movie that they shouldn't even wasted their time with in the first place. Disney's all upside down and backwards. Hulu and ESPN. Through Disney directly for 3 years, you see. No. What you're first of all not thinking is what I've said many times. They got you now for 3 years. Number 2. Okay, here's what I want you to understand. My assumption, now you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that for the next 3 years, you're going to be paying $5 per month. 12 months. So what is that, 60? Times 3 years, that's $180. Okay? So what's better? $180 over the long haul, or $4 or for that matter, free through Verizon for 1 year. Understand? So they make you think you're paying less, but in the long run, they actually made more money off of you because they got you for 3 years. That's what you need to understand. And again, at the end of the day, it's not about Disney, not about direct cash with Disney. It's about they go to the shareholder meeting and they're like, see, we got another one. There's 100 million subscribers. You're one of those 100 million people that Disney's going to the shareholders and being like, see, we got 100 million subscribers. But yet they're not showing the breakdown of because you gave them a super low deal and you're losing money, but it's a 3-year thing. So then in the end, you're going to make $50. Great. But in the shareholder meeting, you could say you made 100 million subscribers, so everything's all good. Move along. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. These aren't the droids that you're looking for. You have to understand the long game, the big picture. You think you're getting a deal. In reality, they're the ones that are getting over on you. Sister says, Rayo's new favorite princess. I don't think she's a princess. My sis hasn't ever even seen the movie. I don't know anything about it, so I can't tell you. But I don't believe that she's a princess. Hey everybody, it's Mickey Mouse time. You ruined Star Wars, correct. Listen, if Star Wars was properly managed and respected, just off of Star Wars alone, you would have over 100 million subscribers. And some people might be like, oh, well, come on, man, you're talking shit. Understand something. There was a worldwide survey. There are 1 billion Star Wars fans worldwide. If you don't believe me, do a Google search. You will find it. There's 1 billion Star Wars fans worldwide. Now, granted, a huge chunk of those are just little normies. They're like, oh, well, I saw the movie one time and I've heard the name Star Wars. Not arguing that. But there's still brand awareness and there's still an opportunity to get some cash out of 1 billion fans of the franchise. So George Lucas, had he held out and made Star Wars Plus, man, talk about lost opportunity. He really fucked that one up. Or if Disney had properly respected Star Wars and was making money as they're supposed to be making, not only would they have easily made $5 billion off of Episode 9, and probably more like 7, but easy $5 billion, but they would have more subscribers to just the Star Wars channel or Star Wars section of Disney Plus than they would on the entire Disney Plus. 100 million subscribers is nothing. They could potentially right now have a few 100 million subscribers worldwide just for Star Wars. If George Lucas wouldn't have sold it, right now there would probably be 2, 3, 500 million subscribers on Star Wars Plus. In hindsight, George is probably like, holy fuck, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, well, unfortunately you didn't, dude. You should have held out. You should have made your own site with a streaming service, made Underworld, and games, and all kinds of shit. You would have had all the Star Wars content right there on Star Wars Plus, and holy fuck the money that shit would have brought in. Okay? So, you would have, and we'll even play super conservative, you would have the same amount of just Star Wars subscribers as you would Disney Plus subscribers. Furthermore, I can with full confidence, without even having to lift a pinky, tell you that you would have more Star Wars subscribers than Netflix even currently has. At 203 million. Easy. If Star Wars was treated correctly and respectfully. Easy. With the power of the internet, social media, advertising, now more than ever people have TVs in their home. Easy. You would have over 200 million subscribers just for Star Wars Plus. So you charge $5, $7, $10, whatever it is. For Star Wars Plus, you have all Star Wars, all day, 24 hours, live streams, actors, interviews, George Lucas, Underworld, all the movies, all the shows, everything. Star Wars Plus. So not only is Disney not making money currently, not only are they in debt and have not paid off the investment that they paid, but they also, with the money of the potential of what they should have earned, holy fuck, they have lost billions and the tens of billions of dollars. Never mind the direct right now what they've lost, but potential toys, streaming, tens of billions of dollars that Disney has just pissed away for a fucking rock. Move along. It's 403, but yeah, 50 million subs represents operation at a loss for Disney. Yes, Disney themselves tell you we're not going to be profitable until 2024. Why? Because there's no parks, there's no hotels, there's no cruises, all this shit is shut down, and because you don't understand that to run Disney Plus is costing them a lot of fucking money every month. To develop that has cost them like over $1 billion just to get Disney Plus up and running. That's what you're not understanding. And they, again, admittedly have been saying this for several reports. But again, you need to watch my videos if you want to learn. Go watch my videos. Go watch my live streams. And they clearly say, we ain't making a dime until 2024. So they are running at a loss, dude. They are literally doing this shit for free in hopes that you buy into, oh, there's 100 million subscribers. We'll get much more. Everything's fine. Move along. Nothing to see here. It's all smoke. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all a lie. They are losing money by the billions every month. And they try to make it look good. Disney Plus is literally, they're doing it for free right now. Not even for free. They're in negative so that you can see Disney Plus. And they can claim, look, we got 100 million subscribers. But that at the end of the day does not translate into them making money. I don't have to make this shit up. You can go watch the Disney's quarterly report and they literally tell you, we are not profitable until 2024. It's 2021, remember? Not a business analyst, not a marketing or accounting company. Disney themselves say we will not be profiting until 2024. Goofy, Star Wars is dead because of you. Yep. Mandalorian is about a tough bounty hunter who does a thing with a 50-year-old baby who's taking over all of the shelves at Walmart. Yeah, well, that is about the extent of... Carano's a third-rate actress and a side recurring character in the series. She's not Roseanne Barr, who originally showed a namesake and tossed over one tweet. First of all, Gina Carano is 10 times the actress that Roseanne Barr was. Second of all, she's 1,000 times better to look at than Roseanne Barr was. Third of all, she's more important than the actual Mandalorian himself to the show. Third of all, you do know that this girl was in Deadpool, Haywire, Fast and Furious. I mean, she's been in a lot of things that you're just not really realizing she was in. But she's actually a much better and more experienced actress than you seem to understand. But anyways, if you like Dumbo or Peter Pan, you're a racist. Man, James, you come up with stuff. Contrast the bar situation with Carano, who received multiple caution lights. No, she didn't. She got one warning. Lights put out for her by Disney, all of which she still blew straight through. Absolutely incorrect, false. Do your homework, because that's all media lies, and you're listening to the echo chamber of idiots on Twitter or YouTube comments. That's not what happened. Not at all what happened. She had one conversation. And she didn't do anything to be fired in the first place. So it doesn't even matter if she got 18 warnings or 0. She didn't even do anything to get fired. The bundle with Hulu is $12.99. When you buy Disney Plus through Google, it's $6.99 and like a free month, right? If you get the year, right? Hey, hello there, Shanks. Good to see you. They are changing Splash Mountain, which, by the way, there's another. You see, you don't know maybe this because you may not be paying attention to the parks, but they're spending billions of dollars renovating all kinds of old rides that people love and don't need to be fixed. Meanwhile, you got Kylo fucking Ren breaking every goddamn day in the Rise of Resistance. What a fucking mess. It sucks. I like Splash Mountain and the whole soundtrack. That was a good movie. Yep. If you like it, well, we don't care. If you want it.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
But if it's perfectly fine and you've loved it for the past 30 years and there's no reason to change it, well, we're going to go ahead and change it. We're not going to, at every turn, not give you guys what you want. We're not going to listen to what the people that pay us say at all. We're going to do everything opposite. Welcome to Disney. Uncle Remus. The ride would be offensive, correct. C49 is part of a bundle with any other service. Disney offers and 7 for 3. Right. Yeah. But again, it goes back to the same point that I've made with Verizon and before with you. They got you for 3 years, dude. And they're making more money than you actually understand. Because to have you for the 3 years at the end of the day cost Disney $5. And for the 3 years, you're going to be paying, I forgot what loose math I did, but, you know, a few $100s. So now, the long game, a few $100s times 50 million people starts to add up, now doesn't it? That's why they do it. It's just like a car dealership. It's just like a cell phone. They all work the same way. Season 1 of The Mandalorian, nobody can see his face because this is The Mandalorian way. Season 2 of The Mandalorian, every Mandalorian shows their face. Yes, he shows his face. Correct. He doesn't just show his face. He takes it a step further, scans it in an Imperial network, so now the entire Empire knows his face. For a fucking baby that he had no fucking business even messing with in the first place. Because a real bounty hunter would have turned in the bounty and gotten the fuck out. Peace. Keep it stepping. That's what Boba Fett, a real man, a real bounty hunter, would have done. Not dicked around with the little green baby. I found Song in the South years ago. It didn't seem racist to me. Why was it racist? Because the black man is there? Well, because it has a lot of stereotypes. And maybe you don't, I'm guessing that you realize this because you're a pretty smart kid, but all those people are slaves. That's like a plantation home and they're all slaves. They kind of paint it like everything's cool and the kids are there and Remus and all, but they're all slaves. They're not, it's not like Uncle Remus is part of the family or a friend or a local, everyone, the lady cook, the Remus, the kids, those are all slaves on that plantation. Which, again, I don't know if you were joking or didn't really understand, but that's what the biggest part of it is. They're actually slaves. There's a ton of stereotypes, and they paint it as, well, see, everything was fine, everything was hunky-dory. Meanwhile, it would have been all fucking... Honestly, Mandalorian just feels like a game. You do a quest, then you do another quest, and it goes on and on. Yes, there's no point, there's no story, there's no arcs, there's no character building, there's no world building, there's not even vehicle building, there's nothing. There's nothing in that show. There's nothing to care about, cling on. It's just, hey, look, member berry, go here, go there, pick this up, turn it in, find this person. Member berry, go here, go there, pick this up, find this person. Member berry. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da, da-da-da. That's the Mandalorian. Mandalorians don't take off their masks. You're not a Mandalorian. Oh, you are a Mandalorian because it's chain code. Oh, so then Jango really is a Mandalorian. But wait a minute, Filoni. I thought you said the Mandalorians weren't Mandalorians and that Jango wasn't a Mandalorian. Therefore, Boba Fett's not a Mandalorian. But yet he is a Mandalorian because now Mando's saying that he is a Mandalorian. And he can have his armor because, the chain code. But Mandalorians don't take off their helmets. But yet all the Mandalorians do take off their helmets. And you're just the Death Watch guy. And you're confused because you're part of some hokey religion, crazy whacked out set of the Mandalorians. Oh, wow, we tricked you. Look at us. Well, I'm Dave Filoni. I'm so fucking clever. What a dumb fucking piece of shit show. Holy shit, is that shit dumb. Oh my god. Cost, not costed. Cost $30. I never heard Rhea costing anything. If it is, I ain't watching. Yeah, I mean, I haven't physically gone to check, but yes, from what I understand, it is another. Here, I can tell you right now. Raya, whatever the fuck this thing is. Get Premier Access, $30, $29.99. Oh, keep reaching, Disney. Which, just wait, because speaking of that, it should have happened in December, but let me check. Yeah, exactly. Just wait a couple months. It'll be free. Milan's free on Disney Plus. So that's the other thing. Like, hey, watch it now for $30 on top of your subscription, or wait, 3 weeks and you can watch it for free anyways. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Instead of just being like, hey, let's not even play this game. Let's put like 5 movies: Milan, Raya, Lion King 3000, Black Widow, and be like, sign up for Disney Plus and look at all these brand new movies that no one else can have in the theaters. Look what we got. We got a Marvel, we got a Star Wars, we got a this, and we got a that. And right now they would have 300 million subscribers. But Disney just doesn't, they're so out of touch. They're so lost. So stupid. Thank you for subscribing. Ride 5 Lightning? Or is that Rise Lightning? If when Stranger Things Season 4 comes out and Netflix charges $20, exactly, that's what they're doing. Now, don't get me wrong. Using Star Wars as an example, Episode 7, Han, Luke, and Leia, whole adventure. They respected Star Wars. They did the reunion. Everybody loves Star Wars franchise. It's as strong as it's ever been. They properly passed the torch. They properly developed Rey. It was totally respectful. It had continuity. Everything made sense. The brand is super strong. They're selling toys like crazy. And then Episode 9, the culmination of the true Skywalker saga, George Lucas' sequel trilogies, script. Everybody's happy. Things are as they should be. You had respected the goddamn motherfucking franchise. Well, then, yeah, Disney Plus. You can see Episode 9 a week early for $30. And they would have sold millions. 10, 20, 100 million people would have paid $30 to see Episode 9 a week early on Disney Plus, especially during this pandemic. Holy fuck, did they, just on Disney Plus, made insane amounts of cash. Without respect, we reject. $179 for 3 years, according to my logic, according to my facts. I only subscribed for the 1 month in which I paid, and I was a non-subscriber. No, I didn't say that.
I said under Verizon, not you. You paying directly to Disney. If you got that package directly through Disney, you signed into DisneyPlus.com, put in your email, put your credit card, and are paying directly to Disney, then you are one subscriber for 3 years, so 36 months. For 36 months, you will register as one subscriber. But under Verizon, you wouldn't register at all. The 50 million people that got it under Verizon register as one paid subscriber. Now, in the shareholder meeting, they can say, well, because this is how that's working. Verizon then reports to Disney, oh, well, of the 100, just an example, 100 million wholesale accounts that we bought, we got 37 million people to sign up in the past quarter. Okay? They report that official number to Disney. Disney then tacks on to what Disney is getting internally. They add those 37 million that they got from Verizon to their subscribers. So now, instead of it being like 60-some million subscribers, they can be like, look, we got 100 million subscribers. But in reality, they got one subscriber, one paid subscriber. Verizon. Not 37 million people that signed into DisneyPlus.com, put in their credit card and their email, and officially paid as a 37 million individual subscribers to Disney Plus. They got one subscriber, Verizon. True, officially paid, legitimate subscriber, one, Verizon. You signing up directly with Disney, I'm not arguing that. You are a paid subscriber for 36 months. But you're one, not 37 million. Now, are you? A game that you keep losing. Din Djarin was constantly getting his ass beat up. Every episode, he's on his ass. And I'm not even exaggerating. He's like physically on his ass. He's a fucking punk, bitch, chump, loser. He's a disgrace to fucking Mandalorians. Holy shit. What a fucking garbage ass dude. Disney had good customer. That's not even it. It's like not even that. Okay, he's got no story, no arc, no purpose. He's not even the main character. He's babysitting this fucking kid, going all over the place. And everywhere he goes, every person he interacts with, every guest appearance outshines him. Literally, the show has become like, ooh, who are we going to see next? Bo-Katan, this character, that character, because you're not even worried about, well, what's going to happen to Din next month? What cool thing is he going to do? It's always like, oh, what member bearer are we going to see? What vehicle are we going to see? Who's the next character that we're going to be interested in and want to see? When's he going to see Cara Dune again? When is he going to come in across Grief Karga? Everybody was like, when are we going to see the Bill Burr? When are we going to see the Bill Burr again? Remember? I remember. Literally, everybody wants to see everything but Din Djarin. Disney has good customer service. I've received a refund for the 10 months remaining on my subscription. I have heard that they have not been giving anyone any hassle with that. Right now, they don't need any other headaches, trust me, so they're going to try to be as nice and make things look good. Something called the D23 fan club, right? It costs $4.99. I'm pretty sure that's what they're talking about. Yeah, it's possible. But again, even at that reduced rate, when you do the math, like you said, right? They got you for the long term. So this is the point. For the 3 years to you to be on Disney Plus, it cost them $3. So you paying $180 or whatever it is you said, they already got way over. They made a ton of money off of you. But most important, they're playing the long, big game. They're being able to say, okay, now off of Cycle G, right, whatever your real name is, Cycle G signed up for Disney Plus, and we got that subscriber. See, we got 100 million subscribers. That's what they're looking for, is to pad the numbers. See, what you have to understand with a company like Disney, Disney's totally different from like I don't know, maybe like Apple that really generally had a shit ton of cash. Disney's different. Disney is about appearances. Disney will lose the fuck out of money as long as they look good to shareholders. Because as long as they look good to shareholders, then people will continue to believe and continue to pay them money and continue to invest and continue to go to the parks. So that what happens ultimately? Disney can just piss the fuck away out of billions of dollars, and in the end they can be like, oh, but you know, the pandemic, it's not our fault. And then someone's going to come along and give them another $20, $30 billion loan. Understand? Because they can justify being like, look, we're in trouble, but yet we have traffic at the site. People are coming to the park. Look, all their numbers are great. Move along. Nothing to see here. Move along. Everything's good. These are the droids you're looking for. See? It's just, you know, poor us, the pandemic, and we're out of cash. So, you know, now the government's going to come in. Oh, well, Disney's a lucrative and amazing company. It's part of U.S. history, and it's not their fault. The pandemic hurt them like everyone else. Meanwhile, you're not getting a stimulus check. Fuck your local business and fuck your life. But Disney, well, we're going to give them $50 billion out of the, you know, U.S. economy because, you know, Disney. And because they're a legitimate corporation. They have the numbers. It's just they need help. They need a bailout because they're going to have 100 million subscribers. Look. Understand? It's all about appearances. Being Prince, well, that's not true. There's nothing to look forward to with Star Wars. It can't get better than the last episode of Mandalorian, and only because of it. It can't get better with Disney. If I had control of Star Wars, I'd make that episode look like a fucking piece of... That ain't nothing. That episode sucked. I wonder how many people... Here's another thing, that analytic they have, okay? That they're not going to show you, because I can promise you this. How many people watched that last episode? I'm going to say that on a wide scale. How many people have watched that last episode? And how many people have rewatched that episode? Now, you're going to say probably a lot of people. No argument. First of all, the 100 million subscribers, well, at least half of them don't care about or know about Star Wars, okay? Then you reduce that down to even people that know about Star Wars are very Normans. They don't even realize. I have people all the time asking me, where is that Luke scene from? That's from Mandalorian Season 2, dude. Like, people don't know where that lightsaber Luke scene is from. So it goes to show you. Okay, now you reduce that down to the most important step. How many people are rewatching the actual episode? And how many people are watching the last 5 minutes of the episode when Luke is there? Oh. And I guarantee you that the number of the last people watching the last 3 to 5 minutes or 8 minutes, whatever the fuck it was, I think it was like roughly 5 minutes. A lot of people that fast forward and actually watch just that last part with Luke is 10, 100 times what it is of actual views of that entire episode. Actual views of that entire episode, maybe if they're lucky, got 1 million views. Maybe. And rewatches, I don't know, 15,000 views. Now, how many people have watched the last 5 minutes of Luke Skywalker? Well, I would think several million. I'm not arguing that. But you see how context matters? Because what they're going to tell you is, oh, that episode, well, they're not going to tell you, but in saying in an argument, they would say that episode got, 57 million views. Meanwhile, 56.5 of those million views were people watching the specific 3-minute segment of Luke chopping down dark troopers in the hallway. Because that CGI was disgusting. That whole episode was a fucking nonsense garbage. It was one of the worst episodes in the already terrible fucking show. But they're not going to show you the real numbers. And unfortunately, Disney fans aren't going to be real either. They're not going to tell you, well, you know what? Honestly, the only real cool part of that was the 3 minutes of Luke in the hallway. They're not going to tell you that
the truth, you know. They're not going to tell you that, yeah, actually that episode was garbage. But, you know, whatever. Yoda, whatever. And you yourself said it, and I'm not, it wasn't me calling you out. I'm just saying you just gave a perfect example. And only because of Luke. Correct. If Luke wasn't in that episode, it would have gotten 50,000 views and everybody would have forgotten about it. And that was that. Verizon paid the equivalent of $403 per month. That is exactly what Disney gets, $4.03 for one customer. Well, per month, right? For 1 year, right? Then that means that Disney got Verizon, or my extension, or by extension, the subscriber who Verizon paid for 1 whole year. Or my extension, the subscriber who Verizon paid for 1 whole year. No. Okay. Disney gets $4.03 per subscription, of which is normal $7, right? You're understanding that. Per month, fine. Times 12, fine. But what you're not understanding is that Verizon does the math. 4 by 12, 48. Okay? That's roughly $48 per year. Verizon goes to Disney. Hey, make a deal. We're going to give you $4 per month for 1 year bundles, which comes to $48 per year. You're going to give us access to, let's say, 100 million accounts. Fine. 100 million times $48, $480 million, correct? So Verizon writes a check, let's just say $500 million. Am I doing my math right? 100 million times $48? Yeah, that should be $480, right? So they write them a check for $500 million. Boom. One-time fee. There you go. Now we have 100 million subscribers. And then Disney has nothing to do with it. They're out of the picture. Verizon now, here and there, you signed up for a year, 3 years with Verizon. They give you the year subscription, which has been paid off 6 months ago. That's not even like, it's just access to the network. Remember that you paying for $4 or $7 per month is not actually paying for the service. You're just paying to be able to log in and access the service. The service is there. You're not paying for the service itself. You're paying to be able to log in and access that service. The service has been there long before you existed, before you were a conversation. They made this deal. Verizon paid off their thing, and Disney has nothing to do with it. Verizon now uses that tool to get people to sign up for 2-year contracts, 3-year contracts. So Verizon bites the bullet up front, writes a $500 million check, but they know over the long run they're going to make $2 billion off of that. So they do the investment. Now, it's the long game. They take a risk because what if Disney Plus tanks? They lost that money. What if people don't sign up to their phones? They lost that money. What if they have like some major recall and phones are catching fire and now nobody wants a Verizon phone? They took the risk and lost that money. But assuming everything works out pretty normal, well, they've been paid Disney a year ago before you even knew what Disney Plus was. Understand? So now Disney can say, well, we have 100 million subscribers because they're paid off for the next year. They know that this many subscriptions have been paid off. Whether a physical Verizon user gets that, Verizon buys, for example, 100 million subscribers, but that doesn't mean that 100 million Verizon people actually have a phone and it's using that subscription. or that they even sold that many subscriptions. It just means, it's just like how record sales work and comics work. Geffen Records ships 300,000 CDs to Best Buy. Geffen Records gets paid. They're out of the equation. And they report, well, we sold 300 million copies. But 300 million CDs get to Best Buy, and then that CD might bomb, and they have copies of that CD sitting around for the next 5 years on the reduced rack. So in reality, 300 million people don't have that CD at home in their collection. But Geffen Records still can report $300 million of sales because they got paid from Best Buy to be able to put it in their stores. That doesn't mean that 300 million people actually have that CD. It doesn't mean that when High Republic says, well, we sold 200,000 copies. Yeah, and at best, 10,000 people actually bought the comic and have it in their house. Because they're all over the place in reduced rack. The first week that the High Republic stuff came out, it was on reduced in Target. So you have to understand the way that it works. Just because Disney Publishing sold 200,000 copies to distributors, well, then distributor doesn't mean that they were actually sold. It just means that Disney sold them out, and then they're sitting on Walmart shelves, and Walmart's stuck with that shit. 200,000 people didn't actually buy that comic and have it in their house. Disney sold to Walmart and other distributors 200,000 copies. That's how they skew the numbers. That's how the bestseller list and all this shit is manipulated so that you think that they're actually doing something when in reality 10,000 people had actually bought the comic when Disney's reporting that 200,000 copies sold. And it's the same thing with Disney Plus. Verizon, long ago, before you were even a thought, paid for those subscriptions. So that now Disney for the next year can report, oh, well, we have 57 million subscribers because those come from the Verizon bundle. Not actually activated, signed up, and logged in. That doesn't matter. What matters is they can say on the books that these weren't paid subscriptions. That's what they do. Your phone bill is not you paying monthly for Disney Plus. That's not how that works. You're paying Verizon. Verizon paid that bill off long before you were even part of the conversation. Din Djarin keeps getting his ass beaten. He still managed to survive. Well, that's one thing I will give him. He hasn't got disintegrated. That's the one thing I will give him. I'm pretty sure he's going to get killed off anyways pretty soon here. Well, first of all, I hate to break it to you, but season 3 is not even going to happen. So that show is over. So doesn't even really matter. Luke shows up to end 2 minutes. Star Wars is back. Star Wars is saved. Yeah, everybody was freaking out like, oh my god, Star Wars is saved. Saved all right. Star Wars Plus. It can even have droids, Ewoks, and clones. Oh man, it could have all that shit. Plus you can make digital, all the EU books, all the comic books, all this shit could have been right there. Digital online. I mean, there's so much content they could have, the whole time. Fuck. What a wasted opportunity. 2 minutes, yeah. Not for me, it was not even that, but I know for a lot of people, they were like, "Oh my god!" Marvel Plus, every Marvel show and movie would be on there. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, they could just with Lucasfilm as a property, they could have a whole thing. Marvel could have done the whole thing as well too. Now, if Disney had half a fucking brain, well, not only could they have all their Disney vault, but then you compound that with the Fox library. You compound that with the Lucasfilm library, and you compound that with the Marvel library. Right now, they should have like 500 million subscribers. Like, that's not even
Like, they're so off schedule, so behind. Like, people, you see, you have to, again, think in real terms, not in your little bubble terms. Oh, they have 100 million subscribers. Well, they're doing something. No. Disney should have like 500 million subscribers right now. Because worldwide, Disney has been around since the 1920s. Hello. They own Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, Fox, ABC. I mean, are you kidding me? They should have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of millions of subscribers right now. That's what people aren't understanding. So you got people that want to, oh, but they got 100 million subscribers. You don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot, not my Star Wars. They're just fine. But you're not understanding, youngling, that Disney should have like 500 million fucking subscribers right now. That's what you're not understanding. And when I say youngling, I'm saying in general, these idiots that come in my comments. That you think that, ooh, The Force Awakens grossed $2 billion at the box office. They're killing it. Meanwhile, they made like $300 million off that movie. They still haven't paid off their investment in Star Wars. The franchise is on fucking fire. They're putting out rock characters when right now they could be making billions a month off of Star Wars alone. That's what you're not understanding. And if I own that fucking franchise right now, a minimum, that shit is making $1 billion a month. Easy. In 2021, with the power of the internet, you have Star Wars Plus. Holy fuck money would I be making per month. The classic Luke Skywalkers and the new Luke Skywalkers and all the new characters and all the stuff that would be out, and toy technology has grown, and you got electronic and digital stuff, and you got all these games that could be being made, and tons of more books, and the EU would have been properly respected and blown up and put into digital format. Holy fuck, $1 billion a month, I guarantee it. Easy. I would be making $1 billion a month off of Star Wars right now. But hey, don't listen to the fans, because we don't know what the fuck we want. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, it's easier to pair up and, they have an infrastructure. But George Lucas, it was a major fucking mistake there. He should have just made Star Wars Plus. And holy fuck. Netflix, all these people are getting fucking roasted. But, oh well. It is what it is. Still watch Harley Quinn. The show was messed up. Yeah, I'm not really, I haven't watched that. Oh, you're talking about the cartoon? I watched some of it, but spend a fortune fixing it. Something that doesn't need to be fixed. Yeah. What do you mean it didn't show his face? After Gina, or you see him in the show? What do you mean? On the one hand, you're saying Disney got me by charging the equivalent, right? Right. But you're also arguing that they're losing money on subs. Both are absolutely correct. There's the dichotomy. There's the forced dyad of Disney. Why? Because at the end of the day, they don't give a fuck about money, dude. They give a fuck about going to the shareholders and being like, see, we got 100 million subscribers. They care about looking good. Why? Because then they can just piss all over shit, blow money, just like piss away money. Because as long as they look good, as long as people like you think the numbers are straight, then guess what? You're going to keep buying stocks, and you're going to keep defending them, and you're going to keep buying their products. And most importantly, some oil baron in fucking Dubai is going to be like, oh, well, they're still profitable because look at the numbers. There it is. And here's, $15 billion to get you out of this poor, unfortunate, you poor guy's victim hole. That's why. Open your mind. Start to understand that things are not what you think. Things are not what they seem. You're trying to rationalize, like, why would Disney do that? Why would that make sense? Because you're thinking on a way too small of a bubble, way too small of a thought. You have to understand how they work. Disney doesn't care about this. Disney cares about this. They're looking at the big. Many companies take loss for years because they know, or at least hope, in the long run, it's going to pay off. If you know, I own 2 corporations. If you understand anything about business, the average business is not profitable for the first 4 to 5 years. I got news for you. Anyone that's younger or thinking of starting a business, be prepared for the first 4 to 5 years, at least 3 years. You're not going to make a damn thing. Some people have this delusion, well, I'll start up a business, pizza shop, or a car dealership, and within 6 months, we'll get the books squared away, we'll start making money, and by this time next year, we're going to be in Aruba for a week, having vacation. And then 3 years later, you're like, holy fuck, I still can't even balance the goddamn books. Most people don't realize this, but that's the fact. It would be fine. Same thing with YouTube. Some of you might be thinking that I'm making tons of money. This channel makes about $100 a month. There we go. 12,000 subscribers. That's what this channel makes, is about $100 a month. Some people seem to think like we make a ton of money. There are people that make a good amount of money, several $1,000s a month. There are people that even make millions of dollars per year on YouTube. But those are few and far apart. And in particular genres, you see, if I was a lawyer or real estate, finance, accounting, this channel would make a lot more money. But I happen to be in one of the lower brackets, and that's entertainment. Education also doesn't really make money. But certain brackets like finance, beauty, promotions, real estate, those brackets, those types of channels make a higher percentage on ad revenue. This channel makes literally about $100 a month. And I had to put in a year of 24/7 editing, figuring shit out, social media, dealing with all these stupid jacked up comments and doing all this shit just to even get monetized. Never mind start making anything on this channel. Most channels that make anything, they're do it for basically free for like 3 years, 5 years. I got news for you. In every which way, even on YouTube, it's not easy. It would be fine if The Mandalorian was a video game. We could have gotten that instead of Squadrons. I only play Squadrons once a month. Yeah, I mean, it actually would have been better as a video game than wasting all that time and money on a show that's not even about the guy that the show's supposed to be about. How do they also get Verizon, the 98-cent difference, 12, 24, because you're not through Verizon, dude. You're through Disney. You're different. You're not one of the Verizon customers, so they got you directly. But 50 million of those 100 million, Verizon got, not Disney. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I watched 2 different ads. They pronounce the name in both ways. Rhea. Rhea, who knows? Who cares? I would say Rhea. Rhea? I don't know. Instinctively, I'm saying Rhea, but I don't know if that's even correct. I don't know the film, so who knows? I'm sure if you watch the trailer or something. But all I know is that it is bombing, and I feel bad for little Kelly Marie because she probably was like, oh, finally I got a different role. I'll get paid. I'll make something with Disney, and finally my name will get cleaned up, and people will appreciate me. And then, bomb. Pandemic, it can't even be seen. They put it on premium. Nobody wants it, and the shit's bombing. Poor Kelly. She might be one of those actresses or actors that's just, cursed. Like, no matter where she turns, she's just going to get fucking bombed. And it's not even her fault. It's just,
That's what you get for dancing with the mouse. It's enough. Disney didn't get you. Disney isn't losing money. Can't we all just get along? Yeah. Which, cycle, I don't know if you're a guy or a girl. Just reading and rewriting Ripley article. Who knows? It's the one Phantom Menacers are crapping bricks over. What? The thing about the geeks and gamers and all these people are the reason that The Last Jedi bombed or whatever that bullshit is. Alien was a good movie. It feels real. I don't think that's the Ripley she is talking about. The story is at a good pace. Good pace. I heard Alien Covenant forgets the story for the kills. This is why horror movies suck now. They skip the story for kills. Yeah. You know, that's funny. I hear people refer to Alien as a horror movie all the time. I never saw it as a horror movie. That to me is a sci-fi film. Do you guys really? That's a horror? I don't know. If I owned Blockbuster, like, I wouldn't put Alien in the horror section. I would put it in sci-fi. Is it just me? I never saw that as a horror movie. Writing Ripley's a feminist podcast that is currently lying about YouTubers. Yeah. The exact opposite. That's exactly why they fired Carano. Boy, are you lost. That's literally why they fired Carano. And yes, Disney is all about appearances. Disney is okay with losing $10 billion today. What they hate is when the news or the media is like, Disney's fucking up. What they hate is when they try to upload a video on Instagram instead of YouTube and be sneaky, and that shit gets so fucking ratioed anyways that they have to take that down. That's what Disney cares about, appearances. And that is literally why Gina got fired. They got James Franco in Covenant, and they killed, because Gina didn't even do anything. That's the reason why they fired her, is to pander to the left. To be like, look, Pedro Pascal can call half the country Nazis and it's fine. But Gina can just make a warning that we all need to be safe and careful with each other and we'll fire her. That's literally why they fired her, for appearances. For pandering. That's literally why they support open racist, for pandering for appearances. Again, stop reading what people are saying about her tweets. Spend 15 minutes of your life and actually read her tweets. And you're going to see that, oopsie, she didn't do anything wrong. Oopsie, maybe I shouldn't be listening to all these airheads and looking for myself. And oopsie, it wasn't even a tweet that got her fired. Because that was an Instagram post that someone else put on Twitter. She didn't even tweet that. So, oopsie. But you don't know that unless you actually read it for yourself. Hibernation. Why hire for James Franco if he's going to die in the very beginning after saying anything? I don't know that I've seen that movie. James Franco? I don't remember him in Alien, so I don't know that I saw that. Who runs this channel? The guy who runs this channel should probably check out Disney stock price before attempting to interrupt. The guy who thinks he's smart and coming on a channel with someone that's 10 times smarter than him and 1,000 times steps ahead of him should, number one, watch the full stream, and number two, educate himself on that Disney buys their own shares. And if you actually took the time to look at their financial reports and read, it's called reading, you would see that in Disney's own report that not only are they negative $600+ million in cash after $30+ billion of cash loans, but it also clearly states that they repurchase their shares, a practice they do daily to inflate the stock market. You should probably know what you're talking about before you make a comment. I've only rewatched the last episode of The Mandalorian. Yeah, I've seen it maybe 5 times, if that. Yeah, you would actually, if you hang out, I can teach you all about it because I certainly know what I'm talking about. But whatever. Talking about The Rise of Skywalker, I watched it 3 times. 3 times in a year and a half. I won't watch it a 4th. I've seen it all the way through once, and that was in the theaters. I've seen parts of it several times just for doing videos and art, finding stuff, screenshots and stuff like that. But I actually watched it once. It's more than enough. It's not even worth watching the first time. Never mind again. Imagine how Lord of the Rings would have been if there was no plan. The story would be a mess. Yeah. And again, it goes to show Mickey Mouseketeers. You show them all the numbers are down 98%, 99%, 98%, 99%. They're minus hundreds of millions of dollars. But yet, because the stock, it went up 4 points. They're fine. Everything's great. Move along. Nothing to see here. I mean, how can you be so fucking dense? How can you be so fucking stupid? Oh, because you know that they're tanking. You just desperately don't want to admit it. So now you're going to pull from the air any excuse. Oh, but the stocks are up 0.41 cents. They're doing great. Hilarious. You should do a poll on the topic of Mandalorian. That would be cool. Like who watched, etc. I can. Like how many times did you watch the finale? Stuff like that. I can. The thing is, there's only so many viewers that are going to see it. I'm not saying that I won't or that I can't. I will. But, I'm getting a lot of, airheaded trolls lately. So, of course, they're going to be like, I watched it 75 times the first day. Meanwhile, you haven't watched that shit in 3 weeks because you already forgot all about it. Right. I know. You don't have to tell me. I know. But, sure, I can do something like that. He's trying to blame a pandemic cash flow loss on Star Wars. That's hilariously bad. I think Disney Star Wars is bad too, but that's just ridiculous. It's a fraction of their business. Okay, as you're 13 and you don't know how to listen or see, you look and you hear, but you don't listen or see. Let me explain it to you. Number one, I never said because of Star Wars or Star Wars alone that this is why Disney's tanking. On the contrary, I have mentioned the parks, hotels, cruises, all of that several times. But since your brain is this big, I know that you can only think this much. Because never in this entire stream, any of my posts, or any videos did I say that Disney has completely tanked because of Star Wars. It is, in fact, a big part of it. But I have never said that that is because of Star Wars.
It doesn't matter. I don't give a god fucking damn. If God shot lightning down on the Disney castle, if it's because of a pandemic, because your mama got gonorrhea, I don't give a fuck the reason. The fact of the matter is that Disney is billions of dollars in debt. So it doesn't mean a great goddamn another motherfucking thing. If it's because of Star Wars or the parks or the pandemic, we can make excuses all day long. The fact of the matter is that Disney is billions of dollars in debt. They have $700 million minus of cash flow. They can't sell a single fucking Star Wars figure. They're making rocks, and you want to come on my channel and think like you know something, Slick. I have no idea. That's just the name of their channel. They weren't in planning on what gender she was going to be. They were just trying to find a good character for this character, and Sigourney Weaver was their best choice. Sigourney did a cool job. Everybody loved Ripley. But, you know, we're all misogynists. I think Carano was on thin ice before she was fired. Not arguing that they've been wanting to fire her. That's not an argument. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is legitimate, what they had conversations with her, what she was fired for, that was all. But did they want to get rid of her for a while? Oh, that's no argument here. KK hates her because she is diminishing Rey and, you know, other things. She's independent, speaking her mind. All the things that Disney says they're about, but really aren't about. Smoke and mirrors. Transphobic because my least favorite episode of South Park is the one where Mr. Garrison got a sex change. Yep. I only hate it because it shows real footage of a real sex change. What was the point of that? If that scene was gone, the episode would be okay. I've watched little of South Park, and I certainly don't remember all the episodes. So I never was a huge fan. I don't hate it, but I just never was a much fan of South Park. My dad rented Force Awakens and Last Jedi to laugh at. Why waste the time and money? Did Entertain the Elk do the day Star Wars died video? I can't remember. I don't know. Not sure. I remember screaming "what" in the theater when Luke threw the lightsaber. Yeah. And you know what? A lot of people did laugh there. Why? Because nobody knew what other fucking reaction to have. They were like, holy, did that really just happen? Like, it was a nervous, like, holy fuck. But that moment was symbolic in so many ways, because when Luke did that, Ryan Johnson thinking they're slick, what Disney did was threw away all the fans and literally like $100 billion, they just right there. Literally, that's what just happened right there. You chose this, Disney, not us. Original 6 movies get removed from canon, then you lose the whole reason why Star Wars was made. Yep. My friends wouldn't care as long as the Clone Wars stays. I love the Clone Wars, but I'd rather have that gone than the 6 main movies. Those 6 movies are the reason for Star Wars. That is correct. When you actually understand how to feel, this is all there is. Mm-hmm. Please feel free to enlighten us on, what those reports actually say.
Can I please go to the alternate universe where Not My Star Wars runs Star Wars Plus? Holy shit, guys. Holy shit. Imagine. I can't even. What a shame. I love the Clone Wars almost as much as Return of the Jedi. If I had to choose between that, what stays, the 6 movies or the Clone Wars, I would choose the 6 movies. Hopefully. At the end of the day, if that's what you want is Clone Wars, I'm not mad at you. Just, it would be kind of silly though. Would my friends be pissed at me? Pretty much. At least I would keep the most important part of Star Wars. 1 through 6 matter more to Star Wars than anything else in the franchise. Yeah, well, it's not even that it matters. That is the franchise. That is what Star Wars is. I would say Aliens movies were both horror and sci-fi. Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. I just always, like if I was going to categorize them, I just always got the hiccups for some reason. I always thought of them as sci-fi. I don't know. Yes. Big ones. Fire her faster. Everybody wants to drool over her, not KK or Ray. Fire her. There's a guy who goes by Animat, and he'll listen to anything Disney says. He's a die-hard Disney fan and will watch them because the animations are nice. How people go to Disney, yes, yet Disney doesn't do any more animation or cartoons anymore. so fucking backwards Disney is. Lego Movie and How to Train Your Dragon. Everything is awesome. Mouseketeers, thank you for helping with the algorithm. Oh yeah, I mean I love it. You're only supporting my channel. Gave all the Toy Story movies 10 out of 10. Why? Because animation pretty, and I grew up with it. Toy Story 1 and 2 were the ones that deserve 10 out of 10. Toy Story 3. 10 out of 10 is pretty steep. I wouldn't put any of the Toy Stories as a 10 out of 10. But, I know that some people really like those movies. I never was that impressed with them. And definitely 1 was the best. 2, like you're pushing it, and then everything after that was like, get the fuck out of here. But anyways, I know some people really like those films, but 10 out of 10. Nostalgia blinds so many people. Yeah. Rest of the stream, chat. I want to stay awake, but my eyes won't let me. Yeah, I'm getting there too. But then again, I only have 45 minutes left, which I was gonna. I'm gonna take a real quick little break, and then I'll come back and spend the last half an hour, 45 minutes with you guys. But I just gotta say, and this is my, the funny thing with airheads like this. You come on a channel, and it's not just mine. You go on channels, you think you're slick, you talk nonsense that you're way out of your league and don't even know what you're fucking talking about. You talk absolute nonsense. Then you get crushed live, and then you think that, well, when you actually do it, and I put a smiley little face, and, oh, I told him, oh, he didn't just wreck me online. Well, yes, I did. You putting little smiley faces and saying, no, dude, you're wrong. The stock is up 41 cents. Disney is under control. You only make yourself look stupid. And you only help my algorithm. So have fun with that. And thanks for being here, that guy says. The artwork of, and again, and those of you that know me at this point know what I'm talking about. But again, I will stress, I don't want to have to shoot you. I don't want to have to chew your ass to fucking smithereens. I don't like to have to disintegrate stupid little punk bitches on my channel. I'm very nice. I can teach you all kinds of shit. But you want to come on my shit and make little slick remarks and think you're fucking doing something. Meanwhile, I'm 100 steps ahead of you in the chess game. You choose this like Disney chose this. And if you don't know me by now, well, now you know. Because I don't back down, and I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I can back it up. You choose me embarrassing the fuck out of you on my fucking channel. So you would be better to just shut the fuck up. The artwork of H.R. Geiger makes it appear more horror for Alien. I always like those movies because he's one of my favorite artists. Yeah. I mean, I can't say that's not horror. I mean, those fucking aliens, right? They're all fucking fucked up, and their tongue, mouth thing, and like the eggs and the hive, and yeah, I mean, there is a lot of shit. They're creeping around in the dark, and I mean, there is. You know, I don't know. I always thought of it because they're in space, right? And they're like trying to get off the. It's even been a while, but they're trying to get off the damn planet and like the aliens. And I don't know. I always just kind of by default thought of it as sci-fi. You know, maybe I have a different view of sci-fi. Like maybe most people think sci-fi is like spaceships. To me, sci-fi is anything that's like science fiction, right? Not our Earth, but like it could be space, but it could be like Dune, you know, or you know, anything that has science and fiction. I don't know what else to say. You know, doesn't even necessarily have to be space, but you know, whereas to me, horror is like deliberate, like you know, just being gory to be gory or to scare you or whatever. Whereas I didn't take Alien so much as that's the point, as is more so like, okay, this is this fucked up shit that happens in space. I don't know. I guess they're pretty interchangeable when you think about it. I just, I don't know. I don't look at science fiction as specifically just like spaceships. I look at it as like anything that can happen outside of our realm. And the science part is because there's the tech, right, that they're floating around in space in some other part of the galaxy, and that these aliens come, and I don't know. I guess that's just how I look at it. Toy Story 2 was best in my opinion. 3 and 4 considered perfect because they're from Pixar. Perfect. My God, I heard they're fucking a mess. They made Cars 2. Not everything they do is a masterpiece. I haven't seen Toy Story 3 and 4, but I heard they're fucking caca. Brave, The Good Dinosaur, Finding Dory, Incredibles, Toy Story, Not Everything. Yeah, Finding Dory, what a dumb fucking... Nemo was amazing. One of the most beautiful fucking animated, cute, endearing movies. And then they made that fucking dumbass Dory shit. Oh well, whatever. What happened to John Lasseter at Pixar? No idea. I don't follow Pixar, so I have no clue. I would have to look into that. Yeah, I like Pixar early days, really before Disney, and you know, some of their more early stuff. But which, by the way, Pixar exists because of George fucking Lucas. But anyways, all right, I'm gonna take a quick little break. I need to get some water and I need to stretch, and then I mean, we can still hang out for several hours if it really came to it, but I'll probably wrap up here around the 12 hour. We're at 11 and 20, so I'll take a quick break, and then we can spend in about another half an hour, 45 minutes. Here's a comment. Citizen 9801. Why the fuck is this guy in my feed? I get so many people that come in my comments and bitch about that they see my channel and they're recommended. Okay. If you're not interested, why are you clicking on my channel? If I'm so terrible, why do you keep coming to my channel? You coming to my channel now increases the algorithm. So now you and everyone else is more likely to see my channel. You not only come to my channel, but then you come and comment on my channel. So now you further increase my algorithm and more people see me. And guess what? You thinking you're slick or, oh, you hurt my feelings because why is this guy showing up in my feed? You now are going to get more so recommended my channel. I swear I'm dealing with third graders. But you see, here's the thing. It's not that you hate my channel. It's not that you're pissed off. It's not, why the fuck are you? The fact of the matter is you love my channel, but what you hate is that you have to admit it. So you put on the little face in the comments and you come on my stream and you're like, you're dumb. You don't know how to read a report. And meanwhile, you're desperately with bated breath watching my stream and hanging out because you love this channel and because you know everything I say is the absolute truth. And as much as you hate that Disney is on fucking fire right now, you know that it is the truth. So chew on that while I take a quick break. And I truly don't want to be a dick like that. But you guys want to keep popping up on my channel with your little slick talk. So I can be very sweet and kind and nice. But if you're going to push me, be prepared. Because I'm much nastier than you know. Keep boosting my algorithm. I love it. Oh boy, how much is left in this the polls video? There's probably not much. Let me see. What can I throw on real quick? I think most of you have probably seen this, but what the hell? This one's a fun one. An oldie but goodie. My third video. This one will be fun. I really do come on here. I really did create this channel to constructively discuss things, educate, show the truth, be calm, be civil. But hey, keep coming on my channel with your little slick mouth. Your choice. Anyways, the rest of you, you know I love you so very much. It's fun either way. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Enjoy some, which I didn't really think about it, but this will show you stuff from, was this, let me see. December 17th. Okay, so this was after the movie had come out. Rise of Skywalker came out December 12th, if memory serves. Pretty sure it was December 12th. So the movie had just come out. There's some behind the scenes footage with a little bit of Not My Star Wars spice. So enjoy, and I will see you in just a few minutes.
It was, yeah, it's overwhelming.
No one moves, no one talks and takes.
Right, so we don't...
Ready?
What are we doing?
Yes, we don't see it till... Yeah.
First positions, please.
The thing is, I'm not one of those people that comes in as like, I'm in character. I say the words and do the thing, and then I guess it becomes the character.
Kelly, what was the most fulfilling part about completing Rose's journey in this film?
I think just working with the amazing people that I got to work with. I feel really, really fortunate to be able to have worked with such amazing actors.
No! Because in Hollywood, remember, kids, it's not important if it's of high quality. Only if it makes money.
Forget about character, just feel it. Just feel it. Just think of all the mechanics on it, forget all about character till you've done it a few times, and then we'll start saying, all right, now you jam it. You're not Naomi doing it, now you jam it. All right?
Do you have a favorite moment, favorite scene from the 9 films? And maybe it's something that helped inform your performance of it.
No.
What was your initial reaction when you found out you were returning just for one scene?
We have to get out of here. I'd never had that experience where, you know, you do something and then you wait to find out what's going to happen with that character later and not really knowing. And
So we signed on, and you know, like I say, I didn't know it was going to be bought by Disney.
The report is at all.
Oh, that one.
I wonder if that could be, you're like, you know, troops, ties, transports.
I read the report.
Yeah, you shut them up. And then you take a beat. You could say, no, you know what I'm saying? Sure. Thank you. Yeah. That's one.
I don't know. We'll type it to you at the same time as probably one of the and then we'll take the top part and we'll do the kind of transfer over.
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
The transfer from
I
the
saw
one
a
bit
rough
to the
video,
other.
but I can't remember what it was.
I literally am like this, push off, land on the other bit.
These films now are being made by children.
Slash. There. I look over here, and wasn't it there?
This thing of like Luke being a kid from a small town who feels like he's destined for something greater.
Favorite moment, Luke drinking blue milk from
That's a good moment.
That's my favorite. That's just like shows you Star Wars, the way it mixed realism and then fantasy, and that it's just so Star Wars to me, that moment.
As you're getting ready to work on The Rise of Skywalker, you sat down with George Lucas again. What was the most important thing that you wanted to learn from him this time around as you got ready to finish the story that he started?
We just wanted to sit down and hear whatever he had to say, and he talked quite a bit about the Force and what it meant to him, and all sorts of things that were less story specific and more about just sort of approach and the spirit with which he felt we should approach our job. And we tried to incorporate as much of that as we could. though he didn't work on the story per se with us. It's not like that was what he was doing.
He just felt so respectful of the people who love this, and he's a fan of it.
Anthony, back a little bit at the beginning, yeah?
I can hear it, so if you just stay there, then we'll take
Please.
video, and then
Yes.
Take 6.
Copy that.
We're having a phone moment. You need to no. Your phone emoting and I'm referring to this as like daughter. We gotta do one last one after goes in.
Clear the set. Hey, Daze. Daze, will you come forward just a hair, please? Oh, better. Thank you. I love you. Yeah. Oi!
Oh.
Hear that? That's a mountain laughing at you. So come prepared in a Kia Sportage. With available all-wheel drive, 237 horsepower, and 260 pound-feet of torque, and not in the less torque and horsepower-equipped Toyota RAV4 Limited. So you can turn that mountain's laugh into a whimper.
Turn the speed. 54 Baker, take 2, A marker.
B mark.
And...
We're rolling. Okay, curious, and action.
Well, that's lucky.
You get him down here. You walk down. This one right here.
Yeah.
No, it would just be. He goes down.
Everything is proceeding as I had foreseen.
You know, he has a lightsaber that doesn't work. Where he would start the third movie. No one knew how it ended. Even when we started it, no one knew how it ended. So to finally build towards something for 6 years that you have in the back of your mind was, you know, an exercise in patience. You know, it affected everything that we did in The Force Awakens, everything that we did in the second one, and obviously how we started the third one. So hopefully that hopefully it worked.
I don't know. You know, you see,
What?
just there's
What?
no.
I mean, I guess I'll see when I'm. What is it, like? Is it actually connected to something?
It
or
is
she just
connected to
holding?
something. It is connected to something,
Okay.
and it's funny. It's very petite in here. What's cool?
Another hassle coming at you. Here we go.
Yeah.
Exactly, you're in the middle of it or whatever, and we sort of catch you in it, and we get it. And then at the end, if you could just tighten the line up a little bit at the end, that'd be great. Thank you. Action, you're flying. Let's see the camera move, and you see them.
Friends, check your starboard.
Okay, cool. And cut. That was a good rehearsal.
Luke would never say that. I'm sorry. Well, in this version, see, I'm talking about the George Lucas Star Wars. This is the next generation of Star Wars. So I almost had to think of Luke as another character. Maybe he's Jake Skywalker. He's not my Luke Skywalker. How did the most optimistic, hopeful character in the galaxy turn into this hermit?
It's only a movie. And if you think you're going to go into the movie and recapture your childhood, you're setting yourself up for disappointment.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a critique of Star Wars The Last Jedi. This video is going to spoil everything about the film, so please go away if you do not want that to happen. For those that do and don't care about the narrator or an introduction, I recommend skipping the intro and heading right for this very time code for the analysis. I've had a monumental response to my previous video, and since it's thematically accurate, I guess I can say you have all given me a huge sense of pride and accomplishment. But seriously, thank you for the kind words and the helpful criticism. It's been amazing for this channel. As this series of videos progresses, I'm going to use footage of Star Wars Battlefront 2, the good one, with media supporting it like clips and screenshots. Hopefully then I will be immune to takedowns. Now, I've received a huge amount of comments, and I have always been one to read them on my channel, so when facing down over 6,000, it took some time. The most interesting ones, of course, are the ones that tell me that my review, or critique, or analysis is inaccurate on certain levels, when I thought it was clear that I was making a poorly researched rant, but what are you gonna do, right? Titles don't mean anything nowadays. Most people are so used to clickbait that I think they're expecting to be lied to at this point. I have a few goals to reach with this new video. Firstly, I want to create a video that critiques and discusses the writing in Star Wars The Last Jedi, in full chronologically. But unlike my previous video, this will be without the anger or language that prevents children from viewing it, as many have shared that they want a safe version of my video for their children to understand and learn from, which I am more than happy to provide in this instance. Secondly, I want to respond to those who feel the criticisms of the film by myself and others were unfair. I'm going to do this by responding to the arguments presented in favor of the writing and attempt to offer an olive branch to those who genuinely believe this film is a masterpiece. Thirdly, I'd like to share with you all how this channel will be moving forward at the end of the series. I have to warn you that my tone is going to be very different in this series of videos compared to my Rage, as that is the first video I've actually made of its kind, and what you're seeing now is actually the way I prefer to present my work. Fair warning for those.
Hello there. Stream that I was running for. Okay, James, you have a good morning, buddy. Thanks for being around. Let me see where we're at. You know, my favorite part about my trolls is first of all, I know some of you watch my stuff and you don't comment, but I know you're there. I know you watch the replay. I know that you pop in and out of my streams, and some of you want to get bold and make a little slick remark. But what's funny is that you claim Disney's so great and that the movies are so good, and at 7 in the morning, instead of watching, I don't know, go watch The Last Jedi, go watch Mandy Candy Pussy Lorian. Nope, you're here on my channel. So apparently that Disney stuff isn't that good now, is it? Because if it was so great, you wouldn't be wasting time on my channel. So you can lie to yourself, and you can try to lie to the people in the chat with your little comments. But your actions speak much louder, because you're not watching Disney stuff. You're watching my stuff. It's not a masterpiece. Cars 2 was bad. Cars 3 was pretty good. I don't know that I've seen Cars the whole way through. I just never had the opportunity to sit down and watch it. It looks cute. It looks cool. I know a lot of people like it. I can't really say too much opinion on it because I haven't really watched. I know it was pretty successful though. Really? That's funny. In the theater? Went to see Justice League and then the movie started. Cars 3 started. Wow, that's funny. I don't know if you heard that a few days ago on Tom and Jerry on HBO Max, people went to watch Tom and Jerry and it was the Snyder Cut Justice League. Which, of course, many are speculating it was leaked, but, you know. Just, I don't know that HBO made an official statement. I haven't looked that much into it, but I'm sure they'll claim that it was a mistake. That's funny. It happens because you love cars. Yeah, that's funny. Lego Batman, that was a cool movie. Best of 2017. I got to think of what movies came out, but it's possible. It certainly wasn't a Star Wars movie, which it should have been far and away. The Emoji Movie, I remember that. I didn't see it, but I remember that that was coming out. Did anybody watch that movie? $30, yeah. No, they won't learn. Made by children, that's the best way to describe the newer movies. Well, that's what Mark Hamill said, that these Star Wars movies are made by kids. Favorite moment? Star Wars is when Luke drinks milk. It represents all of Star Wars. Yeah. Milk, it does a body good. Yeah, none of them want anything to do with Star Wars. Family Guy, where Peter changes the King and I. What Disney is doing with Star Wars. Who is this guy? I don't know. The troll, I assume you're saying. Yeah, again, thanks for being in. Check out the new TMNT trailer for the new game. You'll love it. On YouTube. I'll look. I love the arcade one. You know, the stand-up where you could have the 4 turtles. That was a cool game. Cowabunga. That was fun. I've mentioned it in other streams. I love arcade games. Arcade games is really my... Galaga is my all-time favorite video game. All-time, to this day. If I had some cash and some space, I would have a Galaga machine. I would have a few, but Galaga would be my number one crown jewel. It would have like the light on it. I love Galaga. And I wouldn't mind having the combo with Pac-Man, but just Galaga. And I prefer the stand-up as opposed to the sit-down, but the sit-down would be cool too. Love me some Galaga. I didn't know you were around, Roberto. Good to see you. I mean, shit. Well, there you go. Kathy Lover's here. Oh, I'm sure there's one or two. Because she's the bestest ever. Raining where I'm at? No. If you're asking me, no. It's a little chilly, but pretty sunny day. It's the sun is definitely out. You should see the light has changed in here. 7 a.m. Oh, it is for the Turtles Co-op. Cool. I think. I think you mean YouTube? Let me see if I can. Well, I tried to do a New Hope. It turned into a whole other stuff. A whole lot of other stuff. But, anyways, main thing is that we have fun. You guys seem to enjoy hanging out with me, so that's what matters. 1 year ago, 9 months ago, 2 days ago, Shredder's Revenge. $18 ago, GameSpot. Wow, that does look pretty cool. 92. I guess they're going through and showing you all the versions. Right, 2005. (2020) kart racers. Okay. I'm not going to play the sound because I'm not sure if I'll get copyright. And I'm probably going to pause it here and there. But so you get an idea. Yeah, it's very much like the original. Just a little cleaned up, but they don't really show much there. Looks very much like the original. I guess maybe just touched up a little bit. Let me see if there's another. Wow, there's a ton of people putting up TMNT Turtles games stuff right now. It looks like it's a hot topic. It might be smart if you're a YouTuber to make some TMNT stuff. It's very, wow, April looks weird. It's, I guess made to look very old school. Yeah, it's... Okay, apparently that's a trailer for it. Yeah, looks cool. I mean, it's... Looks like the original, to be honest with you. So I didn't really see anything too much out there, but yeah, it looks cool. Before turtle grow up. Looks pretty neat. I don't know what systems or whatever it's on, but General Marv Tarkin is what General Hux tried to be and failed so bad. Yes, that's a comment on one of my videos. It's funny, some people comment on Geode like this might be one of the best comments I've ever gotten. People mention like Geode would be cool in this or that and the other, and yeah, and some other stuff. Some Geode might actually work, but not in Star Wars. Here's a fantastic comment on my latest shirt, the RIP Star Wars. Frogstronaut. It's an astronaut with a frog, astronaut suit with a frog's head popping out. Frogs here. Let's go the whole way. Since you want to talk slick on my channel, well then I'm gonna blast you in my fucking stream. Oh boy. Just a moment, kids. Hey, you do it too.